How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? Oh, I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. Sweet dreams are made of these. Who am I to disagree? Travel the world and the seven seas. Everybody's looking for something. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to get used by you. Some of them want to use you. Some of them want to be out you.
Won't anybody help us? What are we running for? When there's nowhere we can run to anymore. Can't afford to be innocent. Stand up and face the enemy. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible. And with the power of conviction, there is no sacrifice. It's a do or die situation. We will be invincible.
Who the fuck is Karlyn? She's just some sweet lady. She's like in a knitting. She does like a knitting stream. She's like a knitting YouTuber. She does knitting.
Can we grow up a little bit and
Alt
not
Girl
be
sent
retarded?
$200. Have you
Please.
seen the work of Karlyn Borysenko? Anti-commie cult leader and is obsessed with looking at what actual far-left communists are talking about and organizing today, infiltrating them. They infiltrated the universities, schools, media. She has the receipts to back it up. Primary source evidence. Infestation is dire and she calls Republicans idiots eating slop. Agree.
Thank you for the big super chat. Yeah, oh, I know Karlyn B. She's solid. She's funny. I
The
like
great
her.
noticer sent $200.
Literally.
So
not
it's,
Ian.
it's not because I haven't dangled my junk into the combat zone on purpose to get some camera footage, but that's the big part of what's the
Is
problem.
that what you call reporting?
Go
and live
under if
streaming?
you're going to do it.
Yeah,
go
seriously.
undercover. Otherwise, you're wearing a hunk of meat in a lion's den. Nick Shirley, I love you. Take care of yourself, man. Karlyn Borysenko went undercover. Do stuff like that. Like if you want to expose this thing, don't pariah, please.
But Ian, here's and I agree with you to an extent.
So here's the part where I get to talk and talk and talk for a little bit because YouTube hasn't sent out notifications for the stream. This is my favorite part of being on YouTube, is the fact that YouTube doesn't do the things that it's supposed to do. Old sub, thank you for the fast W out the gate. Really appreciate that, bro. 5 channel memberships coming in from our favorite old car owner. Old sub has a beautiful car if you guys haven't seen it. Like he was just at a car show earlier today. I was like, I wish I could be at a car show. Unironically, like, old cars are really fucking cool to look at. I have no idea how they work. No idea at all how they work. But, you know, they're really cool to look at, and that's at least saying something. His car is so cool. I totally agree, bot. I totally agree. And I'm just trying to figure out why I can't. Oh, now I can hear myself. Holy shit. Now I can hear myself. I was like, why the ever-loving F can I not hear myself in my own headphones? It is because the volume was turned down. Actually, that's why. Well, usually you guys would be tuning in for Socialism Saturday, but I have been sick, man. I have been sick. I have been feeling just really nauseous for the last 3 days. And so on Thursday, I didn't do a stream because I was laying in bed because I was so nauseous and tired. I'm like, I can't do it. I just can't do it. I can't do it. Yesterday, I barely eked out a stream because it was Amalek and I like streaming with him and I like talking to him, and he, you know, he's like my favorite person on the internet. And so I was like, I'm going to do it because I want to hang out with Amalek. But I'm like, man, I'm still not feeling great. I'm still not feeling great. And by the way, there's no fucking reason I should be nauseous because I've barely eaten in 3 fucking days. Barely eaten anything in 3 days because, like, it's not like I'm like, maybe I should eat something. And I'm like, I don't really want to do that though. I don't think that's a good idea. I don't think that's going to work out well for me if I do that. So there was really no reason for me to be nauseous other than just the extreme heat or whatever the fuck is going on. Well, I have some good news though. I have some good news. I have some good news for everyone. For the past 3 days, I've been like, Karlyn, do you just need to make yourself throw up? Is that the solution to all your problems? You have felt like you've wanted to throw up constantly for 3 straight days. Is it time? Is it actually just time to just force yourself to throw the fuck up and just be done with it? Is it actually that time? W Shika Logo, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership. Well, luckily, breaking news, luckily, about 20 minutes ago, I was in the bathroom trying to make my hair look somewhat presentable for the stream, and I threw up all on my own. And when I tell you guys I just threw up, I'm not trying to be gross or anything, but like, it was several minutes of different liquids coming out of my system. I don't know what the fuck I did to myself, but it was like several different liquids coming. There was no solid left in me because I haven't eaten in 3 days. But like, I have not thrown up like I just threw up in years. And I gotta tell you, I actually feel much better. I shouldn't just, I'm not, you bite your tongue. No. No, no, no. No, no. No, no. We're not manifesting that shit. No, no, no. No, no, no. I gotta tell you guys, I feel much better. I should have made myself throw up like 3 days ago. It probably would have saved me a whole lot of nausea and feeling sick. And now I've thrown up. And I'm already like, yo, that nausea is going down in the stomach. I can already feel the nausea going. So that really is that really is like the moral to the story. If you feel nauseous, just make yourself throw up, and then it'll be done with. And it'll suck when you're throwing up. It'll suck. I was not good. There was water streaming down my face. There was all sorts of crazy shit coming out of my mouth. Like, but just make yourself throw up, and it's gonna suck for a few minutes. But if you power through, the nausea will go away, apparently. Anyway, and yeah, you gotta liberate the stomach. That apparently is the key to the kingdom. Anyway. Prior to this little episode where I had my head bent over the toilet in the bathroom. Prior to this episode, I'd already kind of decided. I was like, man, I don't have the energy to do a Socialism Saturday. And I know, like, I know, I make teaching socialism look easy. You think, Karlyn, is it really that much work? All you're doing is watching socialists on the internet and explaining it, and you do this shit all the time. Is it really that hard? I gotta tell you guys, like, teaching a class, it really does take a lot of energy out of me, because, like, I have to actively listen to what's going on in the video. I have to be actively thinking about it in my head. How do I explain this? How do I break this down? What are the most important points? I have to be actively paying attention to the chat and answering questions and shit like that. Oh, we've already got a retard in the chat? We've already got a retard? We've already got a retard? I'm not an atheist, retard. Try again. Hey, retard. When you hinge into reality and ask a question that is based in reality rather than shit you made up. What is the age of your account? Let's see. Channel activity. Oh, guys. Oh, wow. This person joined YouTube 8 minutes ago. 8 minutes ago. And the first stop on his, she, they, them, whatever the fuck you are. The first stop was my channel to make shit up. This is what conservative retardation looks like. Must have been blocked before. And just got blocked again. Goodbye. Probably banned them, and now they're coming back to lie. Guys, do you wonder why I've had it with fucking conservatives? They say stupid shit on my channel. They get banned for saying stupid shit on my channel. Then they make a new account to come on my channel, and then they say stupid shit again, and they repeat this cycle over and over and over and over and over again every day of my fucking life. Every day of my life. So anyway, I'd already decided, like, I'm like, I can't do a Socialism Saturday today. Like, my head, yeah, Kobe's even had enough. My dog has had enough of the situation. You can hear him barking downstairs because I don't have air conditioning in my office. And so I have to leave the door open to hope that the air conditioning that is in literally every other part of my house, except for my office, because that's just the way it worked out. I have to hope the air conditioning wafts in through the open door. And so that's why you hear my dog barking extra loud in the background. And we're just going to have to deal with that because I'm not shutting that door because I'm not locking myself in a furnace. Okay. I love you guys. I'm not locking myself in a furnace for you. That's not going to happen. Anyway, so I don't have the energy to teach a Socialism Saturday today. I haven't, even though I now do feel better after having thrown up everything in my body several minutes ago in the bathroom. I just don't have the energy for it. And so we're going to have a light night. Is everyone okay with that? Is everyone okay? One in the chat if you're okay with a lighter night where we're not going to do intense socialism class. 2 in the chat if you're like my dog and you're just going to whine and complain about everything. Probably because he's upset he didn't get a bone earlier or something like that. 1 in the chat if you guys are ready for a lighter night. 2 in the chat if you're like, fuck you, Karlyn. I'm just going to whine and complain about this the whole fucking time. We're going to see. We're going to see. Yep, they only hear what they want to hear, old sub. Ain't it the truth? Ain't it? Maybe my husband's home. Maybe that's what's happening. I don't know. Neighbors. No, no, I gave him a chicken earlier. I gave him a dehydrated chicken heart earlier, so he should be fine. He should be fine. I don't want to go get the dog and bring him upstairs. The dog never even comes upstairs. He's afraid of the upstairs, okay? We can leave him alone. It's fine. It's fine. Let's see. We got a couple super chats here. Or not super chats. We got chats that I thought were interesting. People saying I'm on Antifa on Andy Slow's replies. I don't want to. Yeah. So Andy knows followers, guys. Andy knows followers. Thinks not only am I Antifa, my entire community is Antifa. Let's just take a moment to wrap our heads around this. Andy No has such educated, intelligent followers that they all think that I am Antifa, and they all think that all of you are Antifa as well. I understood it. Dumbo! W's to you, dumb phone. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships, bro. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. Look at that. I haven't even asked you guys yet. We're already up to 11. That's really good progress. Awesome. Awesome. Dropping in to say, do not watch Disclosure Day. It was awful. Go watch Paul instead. I was thinking about going to see that tomorrow and just sitting in the coolest movie theater and just relishing in the air conditioning. And now I'm disappointed, so I should not go to see Disclosure Day. So maybe I'll still go anyway just to see how bad it is. I don't know. No, I'm not a disciple of Ayn Rand. No, I'm not. All right, guys, please make sure you mount the like button if you would be so kind. Liking the video gets YouTube to actually recommend it for once. W Shikalago, thank you so much for that gifted channel membership. Really appreciate that. Guys, you will notice that we do have a channel membership goal today. And that is because this is, hang on, this full debate. So what we're going to be watching, and I almost do this against my better judgment if I'm being honest about it, but like, I think that the vast majority of people involved in this debate are grifters, with the exception of Owen Schroyer, and Owen Schroyer is a king and a gentleman and extremely handsome, and so Owen is fine. Owen is the only good person in this debate. Up to and including Brandon Strauch. Brandon Strauch can go fuck himself, and I'll explain more about that in a moment. But like, Owen Schroyer really is the only good person in this debate. The only good one. Axhead W, sir. We appreciate you. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel membership. Everyone give Axhead W's in the chat. What I didn't realize when I decided to embark on this little venture was that this debate was going to be almost 4 hours long. Okay? 4 fucking hours of listening to these people. Now, listen, I think this is going to be very entertaining. I think that, can we just be honest and say that the right is completely, irrevocably fucked because of Israel? Can we just have a moment of honesty and say, like, there is no fixing the infighting that is happening on the right, because the entire fucking problem is Israel. The entire problem is that half of the fucking right is so brainwashed by Israel Zionist propaganda and is loyal to a foreign power over America. And that is why this divide will literally never be fixed. 1 in the chat if you agree with me, 2 in the chat if I'm wrong. We got a channel membership from Suzanne. Thank you so much, I am. We appreciate you so much. I hope you're doing well. I mean, there's just no getting around this. The Jews are never going to let this go. The Jews are never, and like, obviously I mean Zionist Jews. Obviously, when I say the Jews, I don't mean every Jew in the history of humanity. I mean the Zionist Jews that are controlling our fucking government, okay? The Jews are never going to let this go. They are never going to relinquish the power they have over our politicians. They are never going to relinquish the power they have over Trump. They are never, ever, ever going to let this go. And the thing that I've learned about these people in the past several years is they never stop making up bullshit and just lying over and 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 over again. Did anyone hear the clip today with Mark Levin, where Mark Levin is now convinced that he's the voice of fucking America? Even my dog is upset about this. Mark Levin is actually convinced that he is the voice of America. In fact, let me find that clip real quick. Let me find that clip real quick because I know I tweeted it. I know I did. I was like, you have got to be fucking kidding me. Listen.
I come to you with honesty, with information, with truth. That's it. The enemy out there, whether they're podcasters, whether they're bloggers, whomever they are, they can try to project upon me whatever they want to. And they're trying desperately. Because this here, your radio station right now, is the voice of America. It's the voice of America from this microphone. America is not Piers Morgan, who lives in Britain, won't even defend his own country. America is not little Adolf Nick Fuentes, who can't decide what he is in many respects. America is not fraudster, an Epstein videotaper, Stephen Bannon. America is not Trader Tucker, who defends many
Voice
of our
of
enemies
America
as he trashes Christians and Jews and Americanism. America is not Megyn Kelly. And all that involves. Bunch of psychos. I understand why they don't like me. I understand why they attack me. I don't care. I'm a big boy. I'm tough. Trust me. They don't want to be exposed. And we've got the Mandamis. Now there's a $20 million massive mosque that's been built in Dearborn, Michigan. And I want to tell you about it. I want to tell you what they're saying about it. While we're focused on AIPAC and Netanyahu. The shiny objects that they want you to focus on. Terrible.
Do you want this guy speaking for you? Do you believe that Mark Levin accurately represents the voice of Americans? 1 in the chat if you think that Mark Levin is the voice of America. 2 in the chat if you think that that is one of the most batshit fucking insane things that you have ever heard in your life. 1, if you agree with Mark Levin that he is the real voice of America. 2 in the chat if you're like, no, actually deport yourself to Israel, you fucking traitor. No. But these people have no shame. They have no shame. And again, I'm not talking about all Jews. You can't characterize every single fucking Jew by the actions of treacherous retards like this asshole. You can't do that. It's not fucking fair. I am talking about, again, the people who are funding our politicians, the people who are controlling our politicians, the people who are paying the conservative narrative shills to preach the Zionist talking points that put Israel ahead of America. I'm not going to be intellectually dishonest and say I think that's every Jewish person ever. I'm just not, like, I know people want me to. I'm just not going to fucking do that because I don't think that that's fair and I don't think that that's right. But I'm not worried about the average Jewish person that's literally just living their life and going to work and going to home and be with their. I'm not fucking worried about them. Okay, I'm not fucking worried about them. I am worried about the people controlling our government and our politics who have brainwashed most people on the right to believe that they are obligated to support a country that doesn't even like us and that is using us for our money and our resources and that has never given anything to us in return. That's who I'm fucking talking about. And so, listen, bro, like when it comes to the WalkAway debate, do I think that this debate is going to solve anything? No. Because the pro-Israel people who are now pretending that they are MAGA, because to them, making America great again means cozying the fuck up to Israel and sending them all our money and sending American children to die in wars on behalf of Israel, when Israel could send its own fucking children to Iran, except they can't because they need America to fight their wars for them. That's what MAGA currently means. It means lying. It means twisting information. It means smearing anyone who is hinged into fucking reality, because that's all these fucking losers know how to do. If you still support MAGA at this point, I truly don't know what to say. Maybe you haven't been paying close enough attention. I know that it's my job literally to pay closer attention to this than is normal. So maybe my perspective is just skewed, where I'm like, obviously, this entire situation on the right is irrevocably fucked. And that's why the left is going to win, guys. That's why the left is going to win. That is why it is inevitable that the left is going to win. Because although the left has its problems and although the left has its infighting, the left is focused. They have a vision. They are highly organized. They are not funded by George Soros. They're not paid protesters who don't have jobs. They are funded by mutual aid from the community, which makes their funding almost impossible to cut off. No matter how many setbacks they have, they just keep going and they just keep moving forward. There is enough cohesion around where they want to go that the disagreements don't matter as much as they do on the right. The left is going to win because most of the conservative right is more beholden to Israel than they are to America. And that is why the conservative establishment needs to get burned to the ground. But Karlyn, if we vote for the Democrats, then the left will win. The left is going to kick the right's ass every single day unless the right actually starts mounting a real offense against the left. And the Republican Party, as it stands right now, is never going to do that. The only solution that there is to defeating the far left in America, and I say this as someone who has literally gone undercover with Antifa more than anyone else I know of in the country. I have been studying these people day in and day out for the last 5 fucking years. I know more about the far left in America than literally anyone else doing commentary on this topic, and if you don't agree with that, debate me, bro, because none of them will. Not a single person on the right will debate me about the left because they know I would kick their ass and it wouldn't even be difficult for me and I wouldn't even have to prepare. That's how well versed I am in this topic and how much more I know than they do. There is no fucking way that we are going to defeat the left until the conservative Zionist establishment is burned to the ground and rebuilt to actually be America first. To actually extricate this fucking obsession with sending all of our money and all of our resources to Israel. When we extricate these toxic elements from the right and make it so they have no fucking influence at all, because as long as they have influence, they are going to be diverting attention to things that have nothing to do with the American people, and that is why we are in a war with Iran right now. And that is why the war with Iran will continue to perpetuate no matter how many fucking times Trump comes out and says, we've got a peace deal. How many times have we heard this now? How many times has Israel sabotaged it now? I'll believe it when I fucking see it. I'll believe it when I fucking see it. So, I don't think anything is really going to get solved by discussions like this. Mostly because, again, I think literally every single person involved in this debate is a grifter, with the exception of Owen Schroyer, who is awesome. We will not besmirch Owen on this channel. Owen is awesome. He's the only good person in this debate. I loathe the rest of the people involved. And Brandon Strauch can go fuck himself forever and ever and ever. Brandon Strauch is the biggest fucking grifter of them all. And I was around Brandon Strauch for about 6 months of my life. And so I feel like I can say that. I know that asshole, like, in person. And I know all the bullshit that he's done. And fuck him. And I hope he winds up broke someday, even though, because the only reason he's doing this is to be relevant. Because this is, WalkAway has now completely failed as a movement, which I told you guys was going to happen. One in the chat if I was telling you that WalkAway was going to fail as a movement like 4 fucking years ago. 2 in the chat if I'm making that shit up. I was involved directly in the WalkAway movement in 2020. I was the Democrat that left the left, the knitting Democrat that left the left, whatever the fuck. 1 in the chat, if I told you guys back in like 2022, after Brandon Strauch's best friend had been engaging in a gang stalking campaign against me for over a year in 2022, because he was jealous, Mike Harlow was jealous that my platform grew and his didn't. 1 in the chat, if I've been telling you guys since like 2022 that WalkAway was going to completely fucking fail as a movement. 2 in the chat if I'm making that up. I know not everyone's been here for that long. But you can see there are ones in the chat. I've been saying this shit forever. And you can go back and look, okay? Well, WalkAway has now completely failed as a movement. And I'm going to explain to you why. Because although there were real people like me who did leave the Democrat Party back in 2020, and there have been real people since then, the reality is this. WalkAway, which was supposed to be about Democrats leaving the left, Democrats walking away from the left. WalkAway has always had more conservatives involved than it ever had former lefties. And when I say conservatives, I'm not saying Democrats who became conservatives. I'm saying the vast majority of people involved in the WalkAway movement have always been conservative. They're the conservatives that are like, welcome to the conservative right. They're the people that love bomb you when you leave the left and make you feel like you're going to be included and all this stuff, which is never the truth, by the way. That never fucking happened. But that's what they make you feel like. It was always conservatives. All of the volunteers were fucking conservatives. The vast majority of people who came to WalkAway events were conservatives. Now, I'm not saying there weren't onesies and twosies. My story was very, very real. Everything I always said about, I was a Democrat, I grew up in Vermont, I was involved in, tangentially in Democrat politics for a while, then I basically left politics, focused on my career, but always still voted Democrat, and then I woke up after Trump got elected, and all my friends went fucking crazy, and I was like, what the fuck is going on? And then I started a process of, like, unlearning all the bullshit that I had learned from the left. My story was very, very real. Now, I didn't leave the left after going to a Trump rally. That was kind of like a really shortened version of what happened. But like, I really was a Democrat who left the left and then woke up and like red pilled or whatever. There are several different levels of the red pill that you have to go through, by the way. And there were other people like me that were hanging around the WalkAway movement. So I'm not going to say that I've never met another Democrat who left the left. That was actually a real story. What I will say is that the vast majority of people that I've interacted with that were supposed Democrats who left the left were all paid off grifters. If they were speaking at a WalkAway event, they were likely a paid off grifter. That was my direct experience with this, okay? I met these people in person. I was around these people. I don't even know if the WalkAway social network still exists. Does anyone know if this still exists? At one point, Brandon launched a whole WalkAway social network that was like its own social network. And he did this because he got banned off Facebook after January 6th and all that stuff. If you went on the WalkAway social media thing that he had that I don't even know still exists, if you looked at the profiles of the people on there, you could select one of 2 categories. You could select a WalkAway, which means you were a Democrat who left the left, or you could select a walk with, which is a person who has always been a conservative that is walking with the Democrats who left the left. If you went on to Brandon's social network, the vast majority of people on there were classified as walk withs, because WalkAway has never really been a movement about Democrats leaving the left. It has always been a movement about conservatives, for conservatives, who market themselves to conservatives. Brandon didn't have tables at colleges when he was promoting WalkAway. Brandon had tables at CPAC. He was giving speeches at CPAC. He wasn't going to colleges and trying to reach disaffected lefties. He wasn't going into areas where disaffected lefties might exist. He was going to areas to appeal to conservatives to become famous with conservatives. Okay? So now what he's doing, because WalkAway has completely fucking failed as a movement, is he's trying to do these debates. And I think that this is Brandon's really like last kind of grasp at trying to be relevant, saying, I'm going to be the objective party that wants to bring everyone together again. Well, Brandon, people are not going to come back together again. You want to know why they're not going to come back together again? Because of Israel. And I promise you, at some point, if Brandon keeps doing this shit, and he keeps allowing people to present the anti-Zionist argument, he is going to be forced to take a fucking trip to Israel, and he's going to bend the knee because Brandon Straka cares about money and fame and clout more than he cares about the truth, and that has always fucking been the case. So I promise you, like, you watch what happens, guys, because Brandon's getting a lot of positive feedback about these debates, but the problem is Brandon keeps platforming anti-Zionists, and that's not going to play well with a certain type of person after a while. And I promise you, at some point, Brandon is going to have to come out and say, Israel is our greatest ally, and I think we should go to war with Iran on their behalf. And he's going to go to Israel. He's going to kiss the fucking wall. And that's going to be the way it goes, because taking the money and having the clout and having the relevance is always more important to Brandon than the truth. So, while he might be providing us with entertaining content for the night, don't get it twisted. Brandon Straka is out for himself and only for himself, and he will do whatever he needs to do to make money and maintain relevance, because this is all that he has. Okay? As for the rest of these people, I think everyone that I don't know too much about people on the MAGA side. Honestly, like, I know Gavin McInnes and who he is, but I don't actually really know that much about him. I had one weird interaction with Gavin McInnes in 2020 where my husband and I were sitting in, what the fuck is the name of that Proud Boy place in DC? There was a bar that all the Proud Boys hung out at in DC. And my husband and I were there because I did a speech on, it was actually at the WalkAway rally. My husband and I were just sitting in that bar. Gavin McInnes busts into the bar, comes right over to me, and shakes my hand, and then leaves. And I was like, okay, I had no idea Gavin McInnes even knew who I was. And then that's like literally the only interaction I've ever had with Gavin McInnes. And it was so fucking weird. I was like, okay, well, that's kind of cool, I guess. But I still don't really know who. I know he was like the founder of the Proud Boys or whatever. I never really listened to Gavin McInnes, so I don't actually really know that much about him. I don't know who the second guy is. I know the third guy's a Jew. I know the fourth. We're gonna have to listen to a brown woman yelling in this debate. Apparently, the now definition of MAGA is listening to a brown woman yelling. I'm like, Harry's. Yes, it was Harry's. That's it. That's it. Thank you. It's been a minute, so. On the other side, I don't know that blonde girl at the bottom. I have no idea who she is. Obviously, Owen Schroyer rules, so we're going to be cheering for Owen in this debate above everyone else. I absolutely have opinions about Clint Russell and Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter. I first met Clint Russell, Liberty Lockdown Podcast, whatever the fuck. I first met him, I think, in 2021 when I was getting involved with the Libertarian Party. Okay? I knew that Clint Russell was a conservative grifter in June of 2022. And the reason I know that date specifically is because Clint Russell came to I believe it was 2022. It may have been 2023. It was either June of 2022 or 2023. It was one of those two, because it basically came about because I had several very odd conversations with Clint directly at PorkFest, which is like a big libertarian event, or it used to be a big libertarian event. It used to be fucking awesome. The libertarians would take over a campground in New Hampshire for a whole week and make an anarchist village, and it was fucking awesome. And I have no regrets about the times I went to PorkFest, because when I was at PorkFest, it was fucking awesome, okay? But like, I had several very weird conversations with Clint Russell where I walked away with the impression, oh, you're a conservative. Oh, I get it. You're a conservative. You're a conservative. You're a conservative pretending to be a libertarian. And basically from that point on, everything that I've ever, like every interaction that I've ever had with Clint Russell kind of tells me that's the case. I do not believe that Clint Russell is a libertarian. I do not believe he's ever been a libertarian. I believe he is a conservative that wanted to grift off of the libertarians in order to become famous and relevant, just like Dave Smith. This is a retarded question. Libertarians don't believe the government should exist. Therefore, they don't believe those laws should exist. It's not because they are in favor of sexualizing children. It's because they don't believe the fucking government should exist. Can we please get above the low IQ retardation? Because if I have to listen to this the entire fucking stream, I'm just bouncing, bro. I don't feel well enough for this. This is fucking retarded. When someone doesn't believe the government should exist, that means they don't believe the government should be creating laws. That means they don't believe any laws, not just your favorite fucking laws, so you can read about pedophilia on the internet because you're fucking obsessed with pedophiles. I knew Clint Russell was a grifter when he got involved with the Libertarian presidential nomination back in, what was this, like 2024, where basically Clint was running to be the Libertarian candidate for Vice President of the United States within the Libertarian Party. You guys may remember this. Michael Rechtenwald was running to be the presidential candidate. Clint Russell was the VP candidate, okay? Long story short, Michael Rechtenwald and Clint Russell, and by extension, Dave Smith, because Dave Smith is the one who was controlling this whole fucking thing from the very beginning, they lost. They lost. They wanted control of the Libertarian Party, and they lost. And what did they immediately do? And Josie, the redheaded fucking MAGA grifter, was involved in this as well. And by the way, I also don't believe Josie is a libertarian. I don't think Josie has ever been a libertarian. I think Josie is a MAGA grifter. That is why we do not refer to her as Josie, the redheaded libertarian, because Josie is a redheaded MAGA grifter. Her and Clint Russell and all their friends, hang on, W's old sub sailor, thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Basically, as soon as they lost the nomination for president of the Libertarian fucking Party, they had a massive hissy fit. They started lying about Chase Oliver all over the internet. And by the way, I'm not the biggest fan of Chase Oliver on every single point, but Chase Oliver, whether you like him or whether you didn't, was a very strong libertarian candidate on many, 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 many things, including the issue of war. And Chase Oliver, when he won that nomination, got up in front of the Libertarian Convention, and I watched it when it fucking happened. And he said, we can literally make this an anti-war campaign, guys. Let's make this an anti-war campaign. He said it in so many words. Like, I'm paraphrasing, obviously. But you had Dave Smith and Clint Russell and Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, and all of their fucking friends so pissed off that they lost because they're a bunch of sore fucking losers that they immediately jumped ship, started lying about Chase Oliver all over the fucking internet, distorting his fucking positions when Chase Oliver had the opportunity to run a very strong anti-war campaign and be the only fucking anti-war person actually debating out there. They decided to sabotage the whole fucking thing, and then they all went on to endorse Trump. I was in a debate on Maj Touré's channel leading up to the 2024 election where Michael Heiss of the Mises Caucus, who was also leading all of this bullshit, Michael Heiss was on the other side of the debate. And my contention was libertarians should not vote for Trump because Trump is obviously and clearly going to go to war with Iran on behalf of Israel. That was my contention before the 2024 election. You can go back and watch the debate and hear it. And Michael Heiss, no, that'll never happen. Trump would never go to war. Trump is the anti-war president. Dave Smith out there saying the same fucking thing. Clint Russell out there saying the same fucking thing. Josie, the redheaded fucking MAGA grifter, out there saying the same fucking thing. All of these people, because they were pissed off that they lost, decided to sabotage a real anti-war candidate. Whether you like Chase Oliver on every fucking issue or not, Chase Oliver was a real anti-war candidate. And those assholes, because they are jealous, bitter little fucking bitches, decided to sabotage the entire thing and go on all the podcasts and spread all these fucking lies and then make the whole thing about them debating with Chase Oliver when they had already fucking lost. They sold out every fucking real libertarian when they endorsed Trump. Dave Smith is a fucking sellout, and I don't care if he's apologized since then. He should have known better the first fucking time. Clint Russell has always been a conservative, and I will maintain that. I will die on that hill. Josie is a redheaded fucking MAGA grifter who makes money being a redheaded fucking MAGA grifter, and that's why she will always be a MAGA grifter, and that's why she endorsed Trump, because she doesn't actually believe in libertarian principles. That's always been a fucking lie. That dumb bitch will say and do whatever she needs to do to be relevant. So, that's how I feel basically about every single person involved going into this little venture. Owen Schroyer is the only good person in this debate, and you're probably going to hear me whining and complaining and yelling and screaming. And if I know tea about what's going on, I will drop it because I don't give a fuck. I don't feel well, and I will say whatever the fuck I want. But I want to say this. I want to incentivize this a little bit. Now, the good news is we already have 23 channel memberships, okay? I want to incentivize this a little bit. So we're going to start watching part 1, which is an hour and 43 minutes long. I don't know how much ranting and raving I'm going to do in the course of this stream. It could potentially be a lot. But by the end of part 1, if we hit 100 channel memberships, either gifted or people joining the channel or whatever, we will move on to part 2, okay? If we do not hit 100 channel memberships, we will not move on to part 2. I think this is an eminently reasonable goal. I think we can do this. Ginny's in with a $5. Thank you so much, Ginny. W's to you, W's to you. So we've already got 28 out of 100. What does that mean, guys? What does that mean? That means we need like how many more? Hang on. Let me play a little game called Fun with Math. Minus 28 divided by 5. We need like 14 more people. 14 more people to gift 5 channel memberships. So this is an imminently reasonable goal, guys. I think we can hit it. If you appreciate the content, if you're entertained by it, if you learn something new, if I make you laugh, if I make you cry, please feel free to donate a channel membership. If we hit 100 channel memberships before the end of part 1, we will move on to part 2. How's that sound to everyone? Is that fair? 1 in the chat if that's fair, 2 in the chat if I'm being unreasonable. 1 in the chat if I'm being unfair, 2 in the chat if, or excuse me, 1 in the chat if I'm being fair, not unfair. 1 in the chat if I'm being fair, 2 in the chat if I'm being unreasonable. What do you guys think? What do you guys think? That's a lot of 1s. That's more than enough 1s. More than enough 1s, no 2s. Okay, so I will do the first stream for free. If you want the second one, we got to get up to 100 channel memberships. And that's the rule. And please don't make old sub do it all, guys. Please don't make old sub do it all. Channel memberships are $5. If you appreciate the show, if you appreciate the content, throw in a channel membership. It supports me. It supports the community. It's what allows me to do this stuff. And I really appreciate it. And I'm not even feeling well, and I threw up 5 minutes before this stream. And so you guys should feel sorry for me that I'm even doing this right now, even though I do actually feel much better. Should have just thrown up 3 days ago when I started feeling nauseous. That's really the moral of the story here. I should have just made myself throw up 3 days ago, and everything probably would have been fine. Kristen in with the $5. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships, Kristen. You rock. Appreciate it. Yes, if people don't have the option to gift channel memberships, if you send in a super chat and tell me it's for channel memberships, I will count it. But only if you don't have the option, okay? We got Great Otis in there with a $5. W's to you, good sir. We got Mike in there. Thank you so much, Mike. Appreciate that very, very, very much. That's, let's see, we're at 39. Look at that. Look how easy that is. Look how easy that is. All right, guys, I've been yapping enough. Let's get into the content. It's what you guys are here for. This is part 1. Someone pray for me. We're going to get through this. Okay, let's watch.
I'm Clint Russell, and I am America First.
Emily Wilson, and I'm America First.
No,
my name is Owen Schroyer, and apparently I'm a panikin.
Josie Glayback, America Only, Libertarian.
Grifter.
My name is
MAGA
Ali
grifter.
Kobe, and I'm on Team America.
Jew.
Pollock, Team MAGA.
Hi, I'm Gavin McInnes, and I'm still MAGA.
I'm Linda Carolina, and I'm MAGA.
I'm Brendan
Crazy
Strauss,
bitch.
I'm tonight's moderator.
Grifter.
Wish me luck. For years, millions of Americans didn't just support a political movement. They believed in it.
Hang on.
For years.
Brandon got work done. Did Brandon have that fucking surgery where they removed the fat from your cheeks? He got something done to his face. He 100% got something done to his face. That's wild.
Millions of Americans didn't just support a political movement. They believed in it. They believed MAGA would disrupt a broken system, expose corruption, and finally hold powerful people accountable. They believed the DC swamp would be exposed and dismantled, that elections would be secured, that 3-letter agencies would be de-weaponized, that fraud would be rooted out, that government would shrink instead of expand, that illegal immigration would be stopped, our borders enforced, and that struggling Americans would come first, no exceptions. That was the promise of MAGA. But some people here tonight...
Yo, thank you for being a member of the channel for 11 months, Murphy's Pool. I'm not very smart, but the skin tag in my left armpit that talks to me is a genius. Thanks, MP. Appreciate you. Love you.
And many of you out there believe that something has changed. So here's the question hanging over this debate tonight. Is MAGA still MAGA? What has changed that has caused once staunch supporters of President Trump and the MAGA movement to walk away? Tonight, we're cutting through the propaganda, the narratives, and the safety of shitposting online and bringing polarized conservatives together face-to-face to find the truth.
Well, at least Brandon is admitting that Clint Russell and Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, are conservatives and not libertarians.
In the divide, and to ask if this separation can be fixed. On one side, we have people who were all in, who defended, promoted, and fought for MAGA and President Trump, who now say they no longer recognize what the movement has become. They want answers about unkept promises, about accountability that hasn't come, about decisions that don't line up with what
She's
they
a
say they voted
lying
for.
whore.
On the other side,
Honestly,
we have
lying
people who are still firmly
whore.
behind President Donald Trump, who argue that the mission is intact, that progress is real, and that the criticism you're hearing is either misguided, premature, or flat out wrong. And here's what we're putting on the table tonight: the war in Iran, our relationship with Israel, the weaponization of our government, and what is or isn't being done about it, the Epstein files, and the question of accountability for those who abused power and privilege to harm innocent people in our country for so many years, the role of media figures, influencers, and insiders, who's being paid and who isn't, to make you believe a narrative that is not true. And yes, we are naming names, from Laura Loomer to Candace Owens, from Tucker Carlson to Mark Levin, from elected officials like Marjorie Taylor Greene, Thomas Massey, and Lindsey Graham, to figures inside the system like Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, Pam Bondi, and Todd Blanche. No one and nothing is off limits. Because here's the reality: a movement that can't stand up to being questioned is not a movement, it's a cult. And a base that's told to stop asking questions is not being led, it's being controlled. So tonight, we're going to find out something very simple. Is MAGA still about truth, accountability, and putting America first?
Yo, Dragon Tail! Thank you. I'll definitely count that towards memberships, my friend. Appreciate you. About to head out to row in my... Yo, I'm so jealous that you're going to row in a dragon boat race. That's fucking awesome. Everyone, W's in the chat, wishing Dragon Tail a victory in his dragon boat race. That's rad. Owen Schroyer should be wearing a tight white t-shirt and holding an imperial sign. I know. I totally agree, Dragon Tail. I totally agree. Totally agree. Yo, hey, good to see you. Good to see you. Welcome back.
Or has it become something else? And are people just now starting to notice? So let's begin. Tonight's debate is what we're calling a dinner table debate, which means that it's open forum. You guys are allowed to interrupt each other. You're allowed to interject, speak whenever you want. I'll only get involved if it becomes hostile or disrespectful, which we don't really anticipate. So I want to start with sort of a round robin exercise, which is basically...
Do you guys notice something? Do you guys know how I said that the WalkAway movement was never really made up of Democrats who left the left? It was always conservatives who were supporting the Democrats who left the left. Why is it that Brandon Strauch, who has obviously had plastic surgery since I last saw him, why is it that Brandon Strauch, who leads the WalkAway movement, is unable to find anyone for this debate on either side that was a Democrat that came to support Trump? There's no one on the America First side that was a Democrat that came to support Trump in 2020 or 2024. There's no one on the so-called MAGA side that was a Democrat that came to support Trump. This is the leader of the WalkAway campaign, and he is completely incapable of having anyone who was actually a WalkAway Democrat because he doesn't know anyone that is anymore. Because they never were. I was one of the only fucking few people involved that was actually a real WalkAway. And then Brandon Strauch let his best friend attack me and defame me and dox my loved ones and generally lead a gang stalking campaign against me for a year and a fucking half without saying or doing anything because Brandon has no intellectual integrity and all he's done is grift off the conservative right for almost 10 fucking years now. Just saying. If I were leading the WalkAway movement and I couldn't have one former Democrat who came to support Trump involved in all of my big debates, I would probably be pretty ashamed about my effectiveness of getting Democrats to leave the left.
Panelists go one by one for 1 minute, describing what you feel to be the problem with the other side. And we'll start with the America First team, and then we'll give the MAGA team the final word. So why don't we start with Owen Schroyer?
Well, I'll make it short and sweet. I supported President Trump because he was anti-establishment. I went to political battle for President Trump because I believed he would be an agent of change in Washington, D.C. And now that we're into his second administration and he's not going to be on the ballot again, I feel like he's abandoned the change agent. I feel like right now it should be the Democrats that are panicking. I feel like right now it should be the deep state that's in turmoil, but it's not. It's the American right.
True.
It's the former
Correct.
Trump base, and it's back to politics as usual. More war in the
O&W.
Middle East, donors and foreign interests running the show, and the people continue to struggle. It's not what I voted for. We need an agent of change in the White House. So far, Trump hasn't been it.
Clint, go ahead.
I second what Owen had to say about it, but also I take this particularly personally because Trump came to Libertarian Convention. I had debated Vivek Ramaswamy the day prior, and they made a ton of promises to us, very explicit promises. They were obviously going to avoid wars in the Middle East. They failed on that. They talked about going after the deep state. Where? It hasn't happened at all. There's been no prosecutions whatsoever. The Epstein cover-up was atrocious. Trump's attempts to get us to move our attention on has been one of the most insulting things I've ever experienced in my life. Even when they do good things,
You
like shutting
voted
down
for him,
USAID,
you retard.
they roll it into the State Department under Marco Rubio. It's just so obviously a replacement of the existing swamp with a masked version of the same. And I think that my camp is done with it.
Josie.
The day that President Trump got shot is the day that I said, all right, I'm on board. I'm going to.
The fuck is wrong with her face? Hang on. I'm gonna be a catty bitch in this. Just so everyone knows, since I lost so much weight, I am now entitled to be a catty bitch about other people's appearance. Because quite frankly, there's more than one person on this stage right now that has attacked my appearance in the past. And so I'm gonna be a catty bitch. And I don't give a fuck.
And
What the
I think
fuck is
that,
wrong with Josie's
my,
face?
my camp is done with it.
Josie.
The day that.
She's had something done. She said, what the fuck is wrong with this woman's face? What the fuck is this line, Josie? This line is completely unnatural.
President.
Look at this. It's like she's had that buccal fat thing. She's had that thing where, why are they all doing this? Why are they all getting the fat removed from their, it's so fucking stupid. You retards are so fucking stupid. Like, why would she looks like the fucking cat lady that had all that surgery. Do you guys remember her? Josie looks like a younger version of that fucking cat lady. Wow.
Trump got shot is the day that I said, all right, I'm on board. I'm gonna join the coalition and we're gonna do this. And Trump had, as I echo Clint, Trump had come to our convention and he made us 32 promises.
You
Now,
lost.
those promises were that he was going to obliterate the deep state, that he was going to get the neocons out, that he was going to chase away the globalists, that he was the president that never started a new war. It was going to be a very libertarian presidency is essentially what we were sold. And, you know, in those first 3 months that he was in office,
there were many people who tried to tell Clint Russell, who has always been a conservative, Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, the Mises Caucus, Dave Smith, and all their fucking friends that Trump was going to do this. I want to be real fucking clear about this. There were so many actual libertarians who were yelling and screaming, Trump is going to do this. Oh no. Oh no. Oh no. Looks like you just got permanently banned from the channel. Bye. Imagine telling me what I can and cannot say on my own channel. Get the fuck out. W's Ninja Artist, thank you so much for that gifted channel membership. There were so many people who tried to tell them Trump was going to do this, guys. And they didn't fucking listen because they all made money and got that MAGA relevance when they came out as libertarians to support Trump. That is why they did it. Dave Smith got more famous and made more fucking money because he was a libertarian that was supporting Trump in 2024. Clint Russell got more famous and made more fucking money because he was a libertarian that was supporting Trump in 2024. Josie, the redheaded fucking MAGA grifter, got more famous and made more money because she was a libertarian supporting Trump. That's why they did it. It wasn't because they were libertarians and Trump is going to be this great libertarian president and baby. That was never the case. and real libertarians knew that. And there were so many of them at that time screaming at these people, Trump is going to go to war with Iran, you fucking faggots. And they didn't fucking listen. It was all for money. It was all for relevance. It was all for clout. Beginning and end of discussion. Thanks so much for the 20 unmasked red deaths. Karlyn, since December, I've lost 65 pounds. That's fucking awesome, bro. W's to you. W's in the chat. Yesterday, I successfully bike packed 100 miles. That's a lot, bro. I had a total of 50 pounds of camping gear, food, and water on my bike. Thank you for all your high-protein food recommendations. Bro, that's so good. Awesome. That's awesome. I love it. Listen, man, I never intended my weight loss to be, like, inspirational for people, but, like, it's actually been kind of cool, the amount of people that have been telling me that they're losing weight because they saw me lose weight, and they're just doing what I did, which is stop eating carbs and sugar. Like, that's fucking cool. That's cool. That's cool. I'm glad I've been able to serve people in that way. That's cool.
He did the two genders, you know, he got the trans identifying males out of the women's sports, and that was wonderful. He secured the border. So he was fulfilling promise after promise after promise, and then it was like a switch flipped.
Yo, what's
I think he's just turned on his voter base a little bit, and the way he attacks Republicans makes no sense to me. I voted 3 times in my life. Every time was for Trump, and I also dedicated my life to supporting Trump in Los Angeles, of all places. And it's just the way he has been like, oh, my voter base is turned. It's like, well, you kind of turned on us. And I think the Epstein files is like horrific. If there was anything you could mess up, that was like the most fucked up thing he could do. But in general, yeah, it's kind of become embarrassing to be Republican. I can only defend him and his actions and the words he says so many times before I'm like, why would you speak like that on camera? Like, it's just kind of unbelievable. So I have definitely stepped away a little bit and faced backlash, but I still think he's done good things. I'm not like end of days, but in
True, bro. The chicken crust pizza, if you guys are looking for something low carb and you can't give up pizza, I know, I fucking love pizza, man. I have not had real pizza in 6 months. Okay. No, that's actually a lie. I had real pizza for the first time in Boston a couple weeks ago when I was down there. Actually, last week when I was there with Victor, because we ended up eating at a pizza place and there was just no other place we could eat it at the time. So I've had real pizza once in 6 months, but the chicken crust pizza, if you guys have never had it, it's so fucking good. You basically get a whole bunch you get like ground chicken, you mix in some Parmesan cheese and an egg, you bake it in the form of a crust, and then you put a pizza on top of it. You can find all sorts of recipes online. If you're looking for like a good keto meal, the chicken crust pizza is fucking good. It's good.
In general, I expect a lot more, and Fauci should be in prison.
So let's switch now to Team MAGA, and same question for you. 1 minute each. Can you please tell us, what do you feel like is the problem with the other side?
My trouble with you guys is I feel like you jumped off the train at the first sign of trouble. Yes, Iran is very complicated.
At the first sign of trouble? At the first sign of trouble. Is Gavin McInnes on fucking drugs? Like, is Gavin McInnes drunk? Like, you guys all jumped off the train at the first fucking sign of trouble. Now, listen, I didn't vote for Trump in 2024 because I knew Trump was going to go to war with Iran because I listened to Nick Fuentes and he was fucking right about everything he said. Okay? But there were a lot of fucking people who not only voted for Trump in 2024, but then continued to make excuse after excuse after excuse after excuse for Trump until Trump's behavior became so completely fucking inexcusable that it was no longer tenable.
Best move, and I am confident it's going to win. I don't see it as a war. I don't see this as a quagmire. But
I don't see it as a war.
I'm very happy with Trump so far because I'm a culture guy. And the gender thing is over. Calling someone a racist is...
The gender thing is over. How unhinged from reality is Gavin McInnes? 1 in the chat if you think the gender thing is over. 2 in the chat if you think that Gavin McInnes doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. 1 in the chat if you think the gender thing is over. 2 in the chat if Gavin McInnes is fuck off insane. That's retarded. That Gavin McInnes has no credibility at this point for me. I don't care if he has a name. I don't give a fuck. If you are actually going out there and telling people the gender shit is over, that means you are fundamentally unhinged from reality.
It's over. Woke is over.
Okay.
And that we've been dealing with that since Obama, since 2008. And now you look at the left protesting. It's a bunch of old ladies with no king signs. They're the uncool side.
My
finally. And I thank
God.
Trump very much.
How many of you, one in the chat, if you have gone undercover with the left with me this year? One in the chat, if you yourself have gone undercover to a leftist event this year. Two in the chat if you haven't. One in the chat if you have gone undercover to a leftist event at some point this year in person. Two in the chat if you haven't done that yet. Okay? Okay, let me ask you guys this. Of the people who have gone undercover, we're going to change numbers, so everyone pay attention. Of the people who have gone undercover with the left, hang on. Of only if you have gone undercover, 3 in the chat if when you went undercover with the left, it was all a bunch of old ladies holding no king signs. 4 in the chat if that is not hinged into reality at all, and Gavin McInnes has no idea what's going on the ground. 3 in the chat if you have gone undercover with the left and it was all just a bunch of old white ladies waving no king signs. 4 in the chat if Gavin McInnes is fundamentally unhinged from reality. From people who have gone undercover with the left in the last couple months. Actual people who have gone on the ground at these leftist events are telling you that Gavin McInnes is unhinged from reality and he's just making shit up.
That because I think politics is downstream from culture, as Breitbart said, and we're winning the culture. And by the way, winning the culture also means political things like immigrants don't feel safe sneaking in here and terrorists don't feel safe bombing us.
AL. I think
Jew.
Love or hate Trump.
The only reason, let's just be clear, the only reason this person is relevant is because he's Jewish and he's a massive Zionist on Twitter. This person has no relevance other than he is a Jew and he is a massive Zionist on Twitter who got famous for being a pro-Israel traitor to fucking America, selling out every American for his favorite foreign power. That's why this person is relevant.
And when we go topic by topic tonight and discuss each
Even
promise,
my dog knows it.
I can point to a specific timeline when he said in 2016 when he was campaigning, in 2020 when he was campaigning, and 2024 when he was campaigning.
Unmasked Red Death W's to you, good sir. Thank you so much for the 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you, thank you, thank you. Guys, we are almost at the halfway point of our goal. I think we're going to make it. I think we're going to make it. We'll see.
Campaigning. And so I think this mass hysteria, this doomerism that's happening is purely fueled by clicks online and how to derive the most outrage from the American people. I think it's a demoralization op to make Americans feel guilty and ashamed of being an American. And I think when you look at what Trump promised and what he's doing, they're the exact same. And I think the only thing that you could say is that
Zionists lie as easily as they breathe. If you know someone is a Zionist, and it doesn't matter if that person is a Jewish Zionist or a Christian Zionist or any other type of Zionist, then you should go into the conversation expecting them to lie about Israel. Because they always do. Always.
number one, you weren't paying attention. Number two, you were blindly part of a cult that didn't exist in 2024. And I think now specifically it is driven by mass clicks online, largely driven by foreign entities who would like to see Americans divided and the Republicans lose in 26 and 28.
Linda.
I pretty much agree with everything that he's saying. I think a lot of this is, to be honest with you, a psychological operation similar to COVID. I think for these two individuals, the libertarians, they need to know their place in the coalition. They were never MAGA. I've looked at other tweets. I know who they are. There was not 32.
See, and this is the other thing that the libertarians were told as well. The libertarians, again, Clint Russell's not a libertarian. Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, not a libertarian. This woman is fucking insane. But like, this is the other thing that the libertarians tried to tell those retards when they came up with the bright idea of supporting Donald Trump, which is MAGA is never going to accept you, and they're never going to do what you want, and they're going to use you for your votes, and then they're going to turn their backs on you and stab you in the back and denounce you and all that shit. They were told all of this, and they didn't fucking listen.
Promises made to libertarians. There were 20 promises made to the American people. Agenda 47, which do not include a lot of the things that Josie said as far as, and he has a personal vendetta against Trump because he thinks that Trump should just have his own personal revenge. Emily, I know she hasn't tuned out exactly, but I think as far as the Epstein files, I completely disagree. I'm an Epstein freak, as I told you, and I think the case has been completely misrepresented by figures, Alex Jones and others, to have clicks and views, and there's no such thing as a massive panic pedo elite raping children.
Shots fired. All right, David.
The issue I have with the other side is that they want to indoctrinate our children in schools and bring them out into protests and in the street when they don't even know what communism Marxism is, but yet they're marching behind that banner. The other side wants to put us in jail. The other side wants to see that we'd have no say in our elections. The other side wants us to open up the
he's a
border
Jew
so
as
we
well?
have no representation.
I didn't know
so they
anything
can
about him.
murder and rape our women in the United States. That's the other side. They're not the other side. They're just a different side of our coin. And I think this is a healthy discussion because we can disagree on policy, but we have to remember who the other side is.
Isn't
it's
that
not
funny?
them. And I think this discussion is necessary because we can show who the other side is, that we can disagree with each other and still love America. The other side hates America. The other side doesn't want this happening. So that's the other side. I have no issue with what they're saying.
So I want to start tonight by playing a clip of this administration's campaign promises from 2016 through 2024, and then open up the floor to both sides.
I will end the devastating inflation crisis immediately, bring down interest rates, and lower the cost of energy. We're going to bring those prices way down. A vote for Trump means your groceries will be cheaper. Groceries, cars. I want to stop all payments to big insurance companies and instead give that money directly to the people so they can buy their own health care. All illegal entry will immediately be halted, and we will begin the process of returning millions and millions of criminal aliens back to the places from which they came. When we win back the White House, we will have no higher priority than ending the weaponization of this horrible legal system. I am the candidate of peace. I am peace. People don't believe that. I am peace.
Yeah, that worked out real well, Trump.
Is a vote for a man who wants to end wars, not start them.
These endless wars that we've been in, I've gotten us out of so many. We don't want to get into wars. We're tired of fighting. I'm the only president in the last 84 years that didn't start a war. Under Trump, we will have no more wars, no more wars, no more wars. Before I even arrive at the Oval Office, I will have the disastrous war between Russia and Ukraine settled.
Would you declassify the Epstein files?
Yeah, I would.
All right.
I guess I would.
Last night, Trump said he's thinking about using 20% of the savings to pay down debt and giving another 20% to Americans. That could potentially mean checks up to $5,000.
Where's my check? Government waste, fraud, and abuse, and they're curbing inflation and saving taxpayers billions and billions of dollars every single day. And we're going to be giving back refunds out of the tariffs because we've taken in literally trillions of dollars.
So, have President Trump and this administration's agenda radically shifted from its core message that people voted for? And if not, how do we explain the discrepancy between these campaign promises and what people are seeing?
Well, I'd say the tape pretty much speaks for itself. I think the challenge is going to be upon them to explain how any of that has happened. The only thing I heard on that tape that has happened to this day is that the border is secure. Nothing else that he says in that video, none of it has happened.
What? Be specific. What hasn't happened?
We haven't deported millions of illegals.
We have
deported 2.5 people,
No,
2.5
there have not
million
been
people.
2.5 million.
Yes,
in fact,
we have.
In fact, Trump has deported less than Barack Obama.
You just said you liked the border. That was the only good
No,
thing.
we have.
The border is different
Legal
than
crossings are
deportation.
down.
MAGA retards actually believe that Trump has deported millions of people, guys. If you want to know how powerful the conservative propaganda bullshit machine is, just really understand that there are so many MAGA-tards who only listen to conservative-approved outlets that actually believe that Trump has deported millions of people and that he's deported more than enough to be considered successful. Greg Bavino says we need to deport 100 million people who are here illegally. MAGA-tards are like, you know, we got like maybe a couple million. We're basically done here. They will in the same sentence say 20 million illegals came under Joe Biden. And then they go, yeah, we got a couple million out. Let's just wrap it up. Go home. We're done here. It's like these people are in a fucking cult.
Like zero.
The border is different than deportations.
Obama
so we need more
deported
deportation.
3.1 million people in
Now,
8
granted,
years.
Obama.
8 years.
Who deported more?
Obama
Obama or
deported
Trump?
3.1 million people in 8 years.
Obama
We have
fudges
done
those numbers.
2.5 million.
He includes turnaways.
So when Trump comes
So
out and
does
says we have to
Trump!
keep the workers here because our economy needs them, so we're not doing mass deportations, how do you explain that?
No, Trump has the largest deportation operation in American history.
Bro.
He literally is still ongoing, and he's actually getting opposition from inside his own party. He's being so effective at it, and we're not even talking about it anymore.
So you guys are okay with the deportations?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
So that's just the
Wow.
difference.
Feel
remember
as if
when
they're
you-
adequate after having 10, 15 million come in under Biden alone, and you're going to bring up a 2 million figure? Is it?
Well, that's kind of my
Yo, W's old sub. Thank you so much for the gifted channel membership, bro. You rock.
point. Is look at the quagmire he inherited. 12 million people is more than Ellis Island in its totality.
Right, but that's the whole point, is that if you're going to promise mass deportations and only deliver, as Linda's saying, 2 million.
He's deporting more than any
2.5
president.
million in a year and a half.
He's
Yo,
slowing it down,
another
too.
one. Thank you, old
Instead
sub.
of-
W's.
Well, that's the rhetoric that they're giving us.
Right, because you guys now propagate fake news.
No, listen, this
That's-
is
That's what you guys.
I'm listening to Trump.
That's what you guys do.
Literally,
now. You
it's
guys,
Trump
you
saying
guys
it.
push fake news.
Trump multiple times from the White House has said we have to keep these illegal workers here. That's his own word. So is Trump fake news?
Are you fucking still in Cam Higby's Discord? You didn't get kicked out of Cam Higby's Discord yet? How? I thought everyone got kicked out already.
I haven't heard that.
Did
Play
you
it.
not talk about
You're the one that says we don't pay attention. You seem to not
Did
pay
I say
attention.
you don't pay attention? I say you're
That's what seems to be
spreading
the
fake
case
news,
here.
and you have.
And yet you can't say
And
the
you
name.
have.
But what's the fake news?
Wait,
Everything you
You, how can you accuse
everything
me?
you
Hold on a
post,
second. How can
everything you
accuse
post
me?
on social media is fake news.
Sure.
Everything.
I
And now
will
you're
tell you
Hey,
one
bring
thing.
it
socialist
up, W's,
talking
thank
points
you.
From Kamala Harris's fact check post. That's what you do now. You're a socialist now.
You just admitted
Jesus,
you don't pay
oh
attention
my
to the Trump
God.
administration.
Only the lowest of low IQ retards would think that Owen Schroyer is a socialist. Guys, like, let's really wrap our heads around this. If you are not a MAGA cultist, you are now a socialist according to MAGA. That is the only qualification to be a socialist, is you don't unequivocally support everything Trump says and does, regardless of what it is. That makes you a socialist, guys. This is why all of the MAGA-tards literally think I'm in Antifa and half of my community are in Antifa. Yeah, Owen Schroyer, secret Antifa socialist, exposed, according to the MAGA-tards.
I do pay attention. I'm sorry I didn't pay attention to that clip.
You don't even know
I'm
what you're
sorry I
talking
didn't pay. That's why I said play
Real
it.
quick, I did see something about Trump, and he was talking about like wanting to keep illegals
Comrade
when it comes
Owen,
to farming
yeah.
and agriculture and all those things. And I was like, okay, that's not what
The Grand Wizard of
Linda, have you
Antifa,
seen
Owen
that or not?
Schroyer.
I have
Yeah.
not.
But we're
I would
ignoring
love to see
nuance
it.
here. Because he said we have to keep some illegals here for farm work, etc., doesn't mean he's against deporting illegal
We don't
aliens.
have those visas.
You're taking,
Bro!
you keep doing these blanket statements. Yes, he did say that we need to keep some illegals here. That doesn't mean he doesn't want to deport as many as humanly
But
possible.
is that not an obvious concession to his
But
donors?
why did he want
That's
to
what
keep them?
the presidency is about. It's about
But why? Hold on. Why? He's in his second term. Did we not get promised extraordinary measures, and is he delivering on them?
Nobody serious can ever argue that Trump has not stopped the border invasion that's happening and not mass deported. That's not you guys can't be serious right now. 2.3 million people have been deported in 1.5 years. Asylum claims 2 years ago were at 50%. Today, they're at 7%. The border, 12 million people came into the country under Biden. 2.3 million have left. There's no net new migration into this country right now.
That's pretty good.
I actually can't see where you're arguing.
We're not even getting back to baseline of Trump when he left office, and you guys are taking victory laps as if that's.
We're not taking victory laps. We're saying the work is getting done. We're not taking victory laps.
Who's taking a victory lap?
What is the number that you guys? I'd like to see at least 10 million people.
2.3 million.
I'd love that.
What's the number?
2.3 million people in a year and a half is sufficient to us to say that, and shutting down the border, which is a huge victory.
20 million illegals came in under Joe Biden. Guys, 2.5 million people is more than enough for us. How many times did we hear 20 million illegals came in under Joe Biden? And now the fucking MAGA position is, deporting 2.5 million people. That's more than enough for us.
For this country, you're saying that that's not sufficient. The burden is on you to tell us what would a sufficient number be for law
I'd say at least 10 million in 4 years at a minimum.
And propose a plan for the Trump administration to deport 4 times when
Greg Bavino did that. You fucking Jewish retard. Greg Bavino literally did that. Greg Bavino literally proposed a fucking plan to deport 100 million people. And what the fuck did the Trump administration do? They fired him. They forced Greg Bavino to retire. They used him as a fucking scapegoat because he was the guy that actually wanted to do mass deportations, but the Trump administration didn't want to fucking do that. And so they fired Greg Bavino by forcing him to fucking retire and using him as a scapegoat for what happened in Minneapolis, which of course didn't work. Wow. What could they possibly have done? How about implement the plan that Greg Bavino fucking gave them instead of forcing him to retire because you didn't want to actually deport anyone? How about that?
ICE has already been deployed throughout the country.
Unfunded.
We spent billions of dollars on ICE to deport people. Please give us a plan, a basic plan of how that's going to happen. While I'm sure it's going to come up that you're saying prices aren't going down. If we start deporting all the farm workers immediately like that, please explain how prices don't rise for the average American at the grocery store as well.
I love that logic because that's exactly what you're asking Americans for this war in Iran to pay more for gas.
We're not talking about Iran right now.
That's logic.
You love switching the topic. We're talking about mass
logic.
we're talking about
if you're going to ask Americans,
we're not talking about that war that's driving up all our gas prices. Excuse me, I'm Jewish, and I say we're not talking about that. John, thank you so much for the gifted channel membership.
To pay more for gas for a war in the Middle East for foreign and special interests, but you're not going to ask Americans to pay more to keep Americans employed in our own country?
I'm more than happy to discuss the Iran war. I'm more than happy to talk about the Iran war. More than happy. And it's not going to go well for you. So let's stick to mass deportations. I asked you to propose a basic plan for how we can get 4 times the number of people that Trump is currently deported out of the country in a year and a half.
Okay, sure. First of all, if you want to stop the illegals from coming here, you close the border. He's done that. Second of all the people that come here and send money back to their home country, I would tax that at 90%. You're going to come here and work here. You're going to send money overseas. We're going to tax that at 90%. Guess what? They're not going to come here anymore. They're not going to work here anymore. 2, if you're working in this country illegally and we catch you, deported. No questions asked. Bye. These are the concessions.
Do you not think that's happening? To be clear, do you not think that's happening?
That is not happening. Trump is keeping
Well, it's happening, but not to a degree you see it's sufficient.
You think ICE has caught people who are working in this country illegally, checked their papers and be like, you're here illegally, and just said, go back?
Yes.
Really?
Yes.
Can you provide
Probably.
And you talked about the money that's going back to foreign countries. Somalia was the #1 place where actually money, fraudulently obtained money, was being sent to Somalia. And Trump, through a massive operation, stopped that in Minnesota. And we saw what the backlash was.
How many Somalis have been deported from Minnesota? I'm sorry, did I miss the part where there was a massive Somali deportation in Minnesota? One in the chat if I totally missed the massive Somali deportation from Minnesota. 2 in the chat if I didn't miss that because all the fucking Somalis are still in Minnesota. One in the chat if there was a mass deportation of Somalis from Minnesota that I just totally missed because I wasn't paying attention. 2 in the chat if all of the Somalis are still in Minnesota. Trump busted this big fraud ring in Minnesota. Why didn't he deport them? Why are all of the fucking Somalis still in fucking Minnesota?
And look at the danger that the ICE agents are facing just because
So I
Trump
agree with
is
that.
doing it.
Now that you could maybe blame on Pam Bondi, but that's because we did not take care of these groups that fund and organize this stuff. So
But we
why
are
aren't
now, though.
going
Even
after-
under Pam Bondi, we started going to Minnesota. We went to California.
Who's been arrested?
Well, there were people.
And there's the
No, there
problem.
have been people
None
prosecuted.
of them.
Yes,
the
there have been.
people that organize these
Yeah.
riots and are disrupting ICE, none of them have been arrested.
True.
And all we see now is they have some financial crimes that
ONW.
they're investigating for the Southern Poverty Law Center. They're going to get a slap on the wrist.
But there have been people arrested, right? So
There's been plenty of
Southern Poverty Law
scammers.
Center is a great
How do we
example.
just get- how do we just get? We were talking about mass. Let's stick to the topic. Mass deportation.
Okay, let's go.
You still haven't provided
Every single individual.
To my question,
I'll
you talked
continue.
about Iran.
I'll
talked
continue.
about Pam Bondi somehow, and you've talked about.
But it's campaign promises. The
Well,
topic-
the question is,
Oh, look at this fucking Jew. Brandon, who is an asshole and a fucking grifter, is trying to rein the debate back in and be like, bro, the topic is actually debate promises. You don't get to dictate the topic because you're Jewish and you want to angle everything in your fucking direction. The topic is campaign promises. Owen is talking about campaign promises. The Jew doesn't want to talk about campaign promises.
We're not hopscotching here. The current topic.
You're
was-
not the moderator
was
of the
mass
debate,
deportation.
Jew.
It wasn't sufficient for this panel, so I'm asking them. You said 10 million. What is the
God.
number for you?
These
I think
fucking
we need to
people.
10 million is 10,000 a day for the rest of his
Wait,
presidency.
It needs to at least match what Biden let in at minimum.
Okay,
That's 10,000 a day.
But you don't
That's a
know.
bitch.
You also have
Yeah,
to
it's a
take into
nightmare.
consideration the resources. We just funded more.
Okay,
DHS just got billions of
Of course,
dollars.
of course, resources are always
exactly.
are always an issue.
They're
However,
building more holding facilities. All of that takes time. You expected this to get done in
And the
what, day
DNC
one?
is thwarting police work, so we're getting riots at every deportation. 10,000 people a day have to leave to get to a number 10 million, and we're getting riots in the streets, people being shot, just as I try to do.
So why isn't Trump doing anything about the riots in the streets, Gavin? Why do I know more about the groups organizing the riots in the fucking streets and the protests outside of the fucking ICE facilities? Why do I know more about this than the fucking Trump administration, Gavin? Why isn't the FBI doing their fucking job, Gavin? Why isn't the Department of Justice doing their fucking job, Gavin? Why did Harmeet Dillon tell me directly that she cares more about my use of capital letters than she does about actually doing anything to prevent the spread of communism in the United States, Gavin? Who is what Antifa is. They're fucking communists. They're anarchists. And they're the ones protesting out in front of the ICE facilities. And none of you fucking retards actually even know anything about them, Gavin.
do their job because the DNC has totally crippled law enforcement.
So once again, we're
Okay,
in the
it's all
business
the
of excuse
DNC.
making, and you're
Guys,
admitting it's not happening.
the reason that Trump can't arrest Antifa is the DNC. I was to understand that Republicans control every branch of government. Every fucking branch. They control the executive. They control the legislative. They control the Supreme Court. And you're telling me that the reason that Antifa can't be arrested when they've already been designated as a domestic terrorist organization and they are doing acts of domestic terrorism outside of ICE facilities almost every single day for the last year and a half, the reason that the Trump administration can't fucking arrest their asses is the DNC. Okay. Okay. I don't give a fuck. Put their asses on a fucking plane, fly their asses to Somalia, kick them off the plane, and then leave. Conservatives are such fucking pussies. Excuse me, a federal judge says Trump can't do this. You know what I would do if I was the Trump administration? I would go and arrest all the fucking Somalis that are in Minneapolis. I would drive them to the airport. I would put their asses on a cargo plane, fly their asses back to Somalia, tell them to get the fuck off the plane, and then turn around and leave. That's what I would do. What the fuck is a federal fucking judge going to do once the Somalis have been flown back to fucking Somalia and kicked off the fucking plane? Stop being a pussy. God. Old sub, thank you so much for the super chat. It's not too late for Trump to implement the Insurrection Act. It's really not, actually, unironically, and use overwhelming force to deport who needs to be deported and squash the riots. I don't think he has the guts to do it, because just like his conservative retard supporters, Trump is a massive coward and pussy who will not do what is required to stop the problem.
Happening.
No, I don't think I said that.
That's exactly what I'm doing. Nobody's
Can
serious.
you also stop lying? Obama
serious
didn't
can say
deport more people than Trump. Obama deported 3.1 total people and total million
That includes
in
turnaways.
8 years.
It includes people turned away as well.
Exactly.
Okay, but this also shows that different Republicans want different things when it comes to mass deportation. Some people are like 5 million, 10 people.
No, I
and
think
then
we all
some
want
people
the
like
same
Matt
thing.
Walsh is like, I want 0
No, I think
in
we all
this country.
want. I think we all want everybody deported. I think just the timeline we're talking about. But the thing is, and Linda made a great
4
point.
years, you
with respect
retards.
to the
4
ramp up to
years.
the deportations. There's a lot of people in this country who shouldn't have been paroled into the country. They were saying, hey, make sure you come back for your court date. That's cool. But the reason why Biden had to let them go, because so many were coming across, we literally couldn't house them. There's nowhere to put them.
Yeah.
So the ramp up to that was places like Alligator Alcatraz, which, by the way, they're talking about shutting down now because they've deported all the people they had to hold there. So the first step in all of this is to build the facilities to take.
We don't even need Alligator Alcatraz now because we've deported all the people. Does that make sense to anyone? 20 million people came in under Biden. Trump has only deported at most a couple million. And now the argument is, you know, we don't really need that Alligator Alcatraz place because we've just deported all the people that need to be deported. I'm sorry, what? Excuse me? Do you idiots even hear yourselves as you're speaking?
All the people that we have to hold until we can give them the due process necessary to
But
kick
the
them the hell out.
problem is,
But hold on,
where,
one other
where
point.
were they
Yeah.
before? They were all here.
Yes, and we had to
facilities.
round them up. And that takes a lot of time. But the other thing is the funding element. The big, beautiful bill included tens of millions of dollars to DHS, billions of dollars to DHS to ramp up operations, hire extra agents to build these facilities. It took a year almost to pass the big, beautiful bill, past July 4th of last year, because Republicans were blocking it. And so Trump, through his leadership, got that bill across the board. And if it wasn't for the big, beautiful bill, the Democrats would have been able to defund ICE and Border Patrol, which they have tried to do. And so all of that takes time. And so in just a year and a half, we've been able to fight back bad Republicans, build the facility to house the illegals, round them up, get them the hell out, continue the operations. And I think the number of deportations will actually ramp up in the years to come. But I understand, we all want them out immediately. They're
Can I ask the Magatino a question?
I think all of our fear here in MAGA Town is that you guys are letting a wolf into the hen house because you don't like the way the rooster is behaving. If you guys let us lose the house, we've begun a snowball that we can never.
If you guys let us lose the House, if Republicans lose the House, it is not the fault of the people who refuse to vote for them. It is the fault of fucking Republicans. Your job, if you want to win elections, your job is to serve voters. If you are doing such a shitty fucking job of serving voters that those voters would now rather see your enemies win just to watch you lose, that is your fucking fault. That is not the fault of the people that supported you, that you then pissed on over and over and over and over and over again. You can only abuse people so much and take advantage of them so fucking much before they go, fuck you. And it is your fucking fault when they do it. Jay Stray over on Rumble, thank you for the $10 Rumble rant. Thanks for the rant, Karlyn. You are 100% correct. I know, bro. I know. Yeah, they owe us. Politicians owe us. We don't owe politicians anything.
Retract.
So he made us different promises than he made us.
That's
He was
not a
courting
different
our
promise.
vote.
How is that
well,
a
no,
different
you framed
promise?
us as liars.
You are though.
You are,
because
Josie.
You've
You
never
are.
been MAGA. Neither
You
has
are.
he. He
We
hated
never
Trump
said we
forever.
were MAGA.
Who here would like to see Alejandro Mayorkas tried for treason?
Patriots, this month the WalkAway campaign turns 8 years old. And in the last 8 years, we have gotten more than 1 million people to join us in the walk.
No. Brandon, fucking please. Those 1 million people are like 95% fucking conservatives that have always been conservative.
WalkAway movement. Over 100,000 people have submitted their written and video testimonials sharing their stories about why they're walking away from the divisive anti-American Democrat Party. But we're just getting started. We're going to continue crossing the country from coast to coast, going into college campuses, talking to impressionable young people, talking to Black voters, Hispanic voters, LGBT people, Jewish people, and all Americans who have ever been indoctrinated by the divisive Marxist Democrat Party. We're going to wake up and liberate everybody and get everyone to walk away. But we need your help. If you support the work
Send me money.
Please go
Send
to
me money.
WalkAwayCampaign.com.
Send me money, guys.
Click
I need
donate.
money.
And if you
I
can't
need money.
make a monthly recurring
I need
donation,
money.
please
I
give
need
one time.
money every
But if you're
month
able
from
to,
you.
please become a monthly
In order
recurring
to
supporter.
do
Even $1
debates
a
on the
month
internet
helps
so I
drive our
can be
mission
relevant
forward.
and famous.
So
I
please help
need
if you
money,
can.
guys.
Go to WalkAwayCampaign.com and please donate.
And I think the number of deportations will actually ramp up in the years to come. But I understand we all want them out immediately. They're
Can I
bad.
ask the
Yeah,
MAGA
go
team
ahead.
a question? Because you just said something really interesting, which is that we all want mass deportations. That's what you said, right? So I think one of the areas of frustration here is that Trump has said recently, we need to take a softer touch on deportations, and two, that he wants to accommodate some illegal immigrants to work here, migrants who are doing field work and things like that. So I think that's where the frustration is. Like, on the one hand, everyone seems to be acknowledging this is a huge problem and that we all want mass deportations, but the president is saying he wants to take a softer touch.
It's pure wish casting. I mean, you
So
guys,
how do we-
you guys are pretending as if you know that it's going to ramp up from year 1 to 2 to 3 to 4. I have no reason to believe that.
If the funding is there and the preparation is there to, according to the plan that I even told Congress, then yes, we are expecting for deportations to ramp up. Why else would we get billions of dollars in funding to DHS allocated to CBP and also allocated to ICE, because it's supposed to ramp up?
And they're spending it now to
Yeah,
operate
but
because
that doesn't just because you fund a government program doesn't mean you actually get results.
So then what how are we supposed to guess it? Like a magic ball? Like, how are we supposed to guess?
Why, look at what he's already done, you dumb bitch.
On board. The thing that we agree with the most is the border. You guys think it should be a little more than we do. Our argument is like, you put a junkie in rehab, if he goes cold turkey, he can die from the withdrawal system.
Yeah, literally only retards think the Democrats are Marxists. Just so we're really clear. Marxists talk shit about the Democrats all the time. They don't support the Democrats. They don't vote for the Democrats. Only low IQ retard grifters like Brandon Strzok think that the Democrats are Marxists. That's not real, guys. That's not real. He made it up because he's a fucking grifter.
And just so you know, Brandon, ICE went in front of Congress, and their goal, what they told Congress was, our goal is to deport 1 million a year, which means
1 million a year.
We have already surpassed the million goal that they had, which, in my opinion,
1 million
I
a
think
year.
$1 million is too low a year. But that's what Congress, that's what I said to Congress. This is our goal. It's about 3,000 and something people per.
One in the chat if you think deporting 1 million a year is more than enough deportations. 2 in the chat if you think that deporting 1 million a year is well, a little low. 1 in the chat if you think 1 million deportations a year is just more than enough and sufficient. 2 in the chat if it's a little low. Some might say pathetic. Some might say pathetic. Pathetic attempt.
Day, it's low, and we're exceeding that expectation.
Well, that would be a total of 4 million at the end of his term, which is about 25% of what we're told
I agree.
came in under Biden.
I agree. Here's the big issue though, with all of this, and I think that's why so many of us are frustrated with people who are frustrated, because we have a few more months before November.
And if the Democrats in the minority party were able to shut down ICE,
Too
essentially
bad,
defund
so
the police
sad. We
2.0,
don't know you are fucking
and
votes.
if we
Too
keep hearing
bad.
from our own side,
Too bad.
essentially it's not enough, and Trump's going back on his promises. Well, if people stay home in November, Democrats are going to get elected. And
Guys, you have to support us because we're not Democrats. No matter how much we lie to you, no matter how much we gaslight you, no matter how much we twist the truth, no matter how much shit we make up, no matter how many promises we break, no matter how many Americans die in Iran on behalf of Israel, no matter how much we do, you have to support us because we're not Democrats, guys. You have to vote for us. Come on. You have to. The Democrats can't win. You have to support us. No, we don't. No, we don't. No.
think Democrats are going to help Trump deport anybody else?
No,
and so
I
from
don't.
our side, at least where I
I'm
sit.
sorry, but if you want to blame our side for that,
I'm not blaming your side.
No one's
blaming your side.
No, I'm not blaming anybody.
I understand what he's saying, but I do think that that's the issue, is that if you deported 5 million people in 2 years, you win the midterms. But you're not doing it, and now you're looking.
But by not highlighting,
Yeah.
the success
Well,
we've had,
because
and I would
he
argue
is.
we've had a lot of success in the short amount of time, considering what we've had to go up against. By not highlighting the wins, and instead our side is highlighting the losses,
I think that's
the net result is our side loses, and it gets even worse for our side.
David, I want to hear from Gavin.
Yeah.
He said that
Here's
he
our
does
fear.
blame
I think all of our fear here in MAGA Town is that you guys are letting a wolf into the hen house because you don't like the way the rooster is behaving. If you guys let us lose the house, we've begun a snowball that we can never retract. The Dems never
You
let
should
evil
have
take
thought of that
root.
then.
If the Dems
That's
get
exactly
power
what
back,
you've done.
we're all dead.
But you don't actually think that anybody on this side has more influence than Trump?
I know.
So
That's why I'm not
exactly.
worried
So
at all.
if whatever happens in the midterms, that's on Trump. That's not on us.
Yeah.
I would like to address Linda's opening statement. Linda, did you go to the Libertarian National Convention?
I heard it.
Did you listen to Trump's whole speech?
I absolutely did. When he said he was going to pardon Ross Ulbricht, and he did.
Yeah.
And he was going to roll back.
Okay, you said that there were 20
Biden
promises.
Era regulations that you
So-
guys,
so you said that there were
wanted.
I will be voting for the Democrats in November, not because I support the Democrats, but because the Republicans need to lose, and they need to lose badly. And I loathe the Republican Party and the GOP and Trump so much that I will literally vote for people I cannot fucking stand in order to help the Republicans to lose. So I will be voting for Democrats in November, not because I support Democrats, but because these assholes need to fucking lose, and they need to lose badly. And I will sleep soundly at night.
Promises. So we're one of those 20 promises that there would be a libertarian in the cabinet.
Uh-huh.
Okay, where's another one of those 20 promises that there would be a panel of libertarians to help with the J6.
Oh, you just got banned.
isn't
Bye.
that-
We don't
right
make shit up
there?
here.
It's
Go
just like-
away.
Was there a
Didn't you guys get
panel? He
pardoned?
said that there would be a panel of libertarians that would go through these. Cases. Was this? I'm just saying. Was this one of the 20 promises? It wasn't, because he made us different promises than he made you guys to get our votes. Okay.
Aren't you
And
guys
some of
for
those
open
promises.
borders?
And some of those promises.
You're
were
all
that he would
socialists
get the
and for
neocons
open
out of
borders.
the establishment. He would drive
I
out
didn't
the
hear any of
globalists.
that. The
Yes,
main
this is-
ones were the crypto stuff, the Ross Ulbricht that he pardoned within the first 20 days, I think.
Direct quote here. Says 2024 is our final battle. With your help, we will demolish the deep state. We will expel the warmongers from our government. We will drive out the globalists. We will cast out the communists, the Marxists, and the fascists. That's what he said to us. That was so he made us different promises than he made us, because
That's
he was
not a
courting
different
our
promise.
vote.
How
so,
is that a
well, no,
different
you
promise?
framed us as liars.
You
So-
are,
so
though.
we're
You are,
not.
because you've never been MAGA. Neither has he. He
We
hated
never
Trump
said we were
forever.
MAGA. We're
You've never,
America
you've never
only.
been
What do you mean,
MAGA.
hated him
You're not
forever? I voted for
Republican,
him.
so I
I
don't really
voted for
even
him.
care to talk to you guys. I'm just here, for the.
So because we're not part of the cult.
And everyone needs to take a lesson from this, guys. Everyone needs to take a lesson from this. For everyone telling me that I'm obligated to vote for Trump and the Republicans, this fucking cunt just said, if you aren't unequivocally for everything Trump says and does, if you aren't unequivocally MAGA, fuck you. We don't have to do anything for you. Why the ever-loving fuck should I vote for these people ever? She right now is looking at two people who are both conservative grifters, by the way. Clint Russell is a conservative. Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, is not a libertarian. Neither of them have ever been libertarians. They're fucking liars and con artists who basically rode the wave for clout and money, and let's just be honest about that. But this bitch is looking at the two of them and saying, fuck you, we don't care what you were promised, and you had to vote for us, but we're not going to do anything for you, and fuck you. And it's like, this is how MAGA behaves. This is how the conservative establishment behaves. This is what it's like every time. They have no gratitude for people who vote for them. They have no appreciation for people who vote for them. In fact, they will give that you were never part of us, and fuck you, and we don't have to do anything for you, and you should never expected it, and me. And it's like, you now want me to vote for them again? Why? Why exactly? They are entitled. They are arrogant. They are fucking narcissistic. They don't give a fuck what they have to say and do to get whatever they want at any given point. I am never voting for these fucking losers. They have no principles. They have no plan. They aren't even hinged into reality with what's going on in the world. Fuck them. They need to lose.
Talk to you guys. I'm just here, for the.
So because we're not part of the cult?
Cult members are able to talk then?
So I considered you MAGA. So why are you
get more
upset?
for MAGA probably than anyone in this room.
Exactly, and I just said that I agree with you.
Okay,
but they're libertarians. So why are you upset?
So what? So
what?
Because
you're not part of a party.
Are you a
That's a
proud
different
Republican?
party. Why don't your candidate win? Why don't you guys have a presidential candidate ever win? You get 3% of the fucking vote. You need to know your place in the coalition. You need to know your place in your coalition. And if you don't want to support Trump,
you don't seem to understand how.
You don't have to.
I love this.
See, and there it is. There it is. Hey, if you don't want to support Trump, you don't have to. Okay. So I'm not going to vote for them. I will not vote for Republicans. We don't need your vote anyway. Do you guys know how many MAGA-tards are in my replies constantly? We don't need your vote anyway. Fuck you, and saying all sorts of crazy fucking shit. You don't need my vote? Okay. Bye. Don't cry when you lose, bitch. Do not cry when you lose.
Both irrelevant and also we're gonna cause the GOP to lose in the midterms.
Josie, I want to address something that Gavin said, which is that he thinks that you guys are welcoming a wolf.
Apathy.
No. What was your analogy? A wolf into the hen house. Right.
Okay.
Would it be fair to say? I want to ask. Would it be fair to say that that's what you're afraid they're doing?
Yes. That's exactly what I'm
my
concerned
issue.
with.
So my issue as a libertarian, because Trump courted us, he knew that
Not
our vote
a libertarian,
was important.
MAGA
We needed our 3% in order to win the swing states.
He
knew that we needed
it in 2016.
Yes. Oh no. Can you stop for 1 second?
He didn't win it in 2016. He didn't need it.
So he needed us. He needed us this time, and he knew he did. So he came and he courted us, and he made us promises, and this is fair because we are part of the coalition. Okay. Now, if you abuse us, you said you are so disrespectful to us. It's ridiculous, and you're abusing us, and then you're like,
Oh my
well,
God, I'm abusing
well, if
you.
you
Here
don't
comes
let
the
me,
woman.
if you don't let
I'm
me,
being
if you
abused.
don't, excuse me, I'm talking.
I'm
If
being
you don't
abused.
let me abuse you, then the Democrats are gonna win the
No
House.
one's saying that.
That's what you're
I
saying.
personally don't care if you
You're
guys
sitting
vote
there
or
saying you guys
don't.
are irrelevant.
We're
You
saying
guys
it's not
don't.
abuse.
I don't.
We're not
I don't.
saying we're abusing.
You're sitting there. You're telling us to know our place,
abusing-
and then you're
abusing
like,
the-
why?
okay, wait.
Why would we join
Okay,
with
wait.
you?
Can we bring it back? I feel like this is unhelpful.
You do.
I feel like
You try to control the debate again.
Straw man or
It's
like
a
no one's
feminist
abusing. Like
talking
come on,
point.
no one's abusing
A
anyone here.
feminist.
We're all talking. We're all having a conversation. Number one. Number two. Nobody serious who wanted mass deportations and wanted the border closed can actually seriously argue that Trump has not fulfilled that campaign promise
Oh,
in
come
1.5 years and still has another 2.5
Jew
years.
lying.
Nobody
Imagine
seriously
my
can argue
shock.
that, and none of you have argued that either.
Well, the
10
argument is he's not
10
doing
million-
enough.
10 million people in a year and a half. There's no, I'm sorry, Owen, there's no way that you believe that.
Yeah, we're
You're
not
just
saying he
that.
didn't. We
You're
said we
just
want
saying
more.
that to demoralize Americans.
How is that true?
10 million people in a year and a half.
20
Are
million
you,
came in?
You're not serious. You're not
I'm
a serious
100%. I'm
person.
dead serious.
I'm saying you're not a serious person if you actually think that 10 million people could be deported in a year and a half.
I think he said
Why
in
not?
4 years, though.
Why can't
In
we do
4
that?
years?
Tell
No,
me
he said
why.
in a year and a half.
Tell
He
me
said in a
why
year
we
and a half.
can't deport 10
And
million.
if he
Try
did
it.
say, and if he did say in 10 years, if he did say in 4 years, excuse me, we're at 2.32 million times 4 years. That's 9.7 million people.
So we all agree 10 million would be a good minimum for deportations. Okay. So we all agree with that. So maybe we can see in time if we get anywhere near that number. Right now, we're talking hypothetical.
Yeah, I don't think
Here's
we
another
should be
question.
complaining about this.
Here's another question I'd like to see where everybody stands.
Okay.
I believe Alejandro Mayorkas needs to be tried for treason. I believe Alejandro Mayorkas is a criminal and needs to be made an example of. Where do you guys fall on that?
Mayorkas got a pardon, no? The founding fathers specifically designed this country so that in a situation like this, where one party, thank God it's the Republicans right now, but if the Democrats controlled the executive branch, Congress, and the judicial branch, they would be talking like you guys are and be like, with the snap of our fingers, we want wide
And they'd actually get it.
We want,
and they would actually get it.
We want wide open
They
borders.
did.
We want
Exactly.
wide open borders. We want, all these people to.
So the Jew is advocating that the Republicans not use the powers of government to protect Americans. If Democrats held every lever, then they would be using those levers. And that's what you guys are advocating for. Yes. Why is the Jew? And really, again, the only reason I called him this is because this person is literally only relevant for being a Zionist Jew on Twitter. So since he has made his entire identity around being a Jewish Zionist on Twitter, he has no other opinion other than what supports Israel, which is not America, although he seems to think it is. Why is the Jew advocating that when Republicans have power, they shouldn't actually use it?
To go to prison overnight.
All you're highlighting is that the GOP is fake opposition. That they don't actually.
Opposition.
They
Things
don't.
take
They don't
time.
actually
The
do
founding
what
fathers-
Democrats
Don't
do.
believe in weaponizing the justice system the way you want them
designed
to.
our country.
The founding
And
fathers
if you
didn't
dis-
have parties.
if
What are
you
we talking
disagree,
about?
If you disagree with that we should just scrap what the founding fathers proposed for our country, then say that.
Well, if we're going to get back to the constitutional founding of this country, we got a lot of other issues.
So what should Mayorkas be in jail?
Treason. Alejandro Mayorkas committed treason against this country.
How did he commit treason?
He facilitated an invasion. He facilitated an invasion, which was also an economic bomb. Okay, so he cost this country hundreds of billions of dollars,
on top of
maybe
the
even
war
trillions now because we have to deport them all.
So
you all
left-
agree
so
open
you
borders
left
are bad. You
MAGA
guys are all-
because Mayorkas wasn't.
You guys are all
prosecuted?
voting
Is that
red,
what
right?
you're doing?
I've never said that. I asked a question. Who here would like, let's just do a raised hand. Who here would like to see Alejandro Mayorkas tried for treason?
Along with Fauci, please.
So you guys don't think Mayorkas committed treason?
I don't know. I don't know
Mayorkas
enough.
currently has a
I don't know if there will
this
be
is-
any.
This is a
I don't know
this
if
is
there
what
will
I'm
be
saying, by the way,
any
Brandon, in terms of
charges that
Jewerism
would
and
hold
blackpilling
legitimately.
and how to demoralize Americans,
Legitimately.
it's these sorts of questions. The average family sitting around their dinner table does not care whether Mayorkas.
Yeah, they don't
was
want justice
responsible.
for the
And
invasion
they don't
of
care
their
about Iran either.
They don't. Okay, that's again. We can keep switching the goalposts. I'm
No.
specifically
Logical
your
consistency
topic,
is important.
and I'm happy
Okay?
to explain my
Logical consistency
on
is
that.
important.
Okay, and I'm happy to explain my logical
You're
consistency.
arguing
on
that the American people don't care about the invasion of
Saying
their
the
nation.
average din-
The
the
guy who
average
was
dinner-
responsible
voters
for
is not online
shouldn't
like
be
us?
Do you
charged.
think
I
the
don't
average?
think
Do you think the average dinner table
We're online
in
a lot.
America right now is discussing the fact that Mayorkas has not been prosecuted, or do you think they're discussing other things? Yes or no?
I think they're
Do I
discussing
think-
that they
I
can't
think
afford
they
to live
want
in this country.
deportations, and I think that they would like there to be justice when it comes to.
Okay, and the border. Okay, and so we're back to deportations. The border is closed. 2.3 million people have been deported.
But why?
ICE has
why-
got-
hold on,
ICE
hold
has
on.
gotten
Why
funding
are
right
you
now,
opposed?
despite
Why are you
Democrats not
opposed to
trying to fund
Mayorkas
them.
being prosecuted?
Asylum seeker claims have
Why?
gone from 50% to 7%.
Is this
I
not
genuinely
weird?
don't understand.
I'd
what
like
else you
that
guys
question
want.
answered.
Why are you opposed to Mayorkas being
Because
prosecuted?
Mayorkas has a pardon. You can't prosecute
With an
right
auto
now.
pen?
And I
So
rather
Biden's
Trump-
auto pen pardons are good?
You ask a question, then you whisper to each other saying, "Why isn't he answering?" I answer, and then you immediately
No, but you're
interject.
not
He
Now let me speak.
deflects. The Jew deflects all the
I'd rather Trump
time.
address things that
Imagine my
matter to a
shock.
dinner table.
Okay.
To a dinner
Just-
table.
just
in America.
So an auto pen fake fraudulent signature and 10 million, 20 million illegal entries into this country is
How
not
do
a
we
big
just
issue.
double the number? How do we just double the number?
So what is the number? How many came in under Biden?
Wait, no.
Yo,
I'm asking you,
great
you said-
notice.
no, I know.
Thank you for the 5 gifted channel memberships, bro. W's to you. W's to you. Guys, if you want to watch part 2, we are about halfway through part 1 of this debate. If you want to watch part 2, we got to get to our goal of giving out 100 channel memberships today. Them's the rules. You get benefits and perks for being a channel member. That's why it's great to give out channel memberships. You not only support the channel, you also support other people in the community. Let's get up to 100 gifted channel memberships, and we will be watching both parts of this debate. But we still got a ways to go. We're only like 30. We still have an hour to go in part 1. So I think we can do it.
I'd say at
Between
least
12 and
15.
20.
I'd say at least
12
15.
and 20.
Okay.
So that was a range.
Why are we arguing about this? We all are furious about open borders. You guys think he's not deporting enough. We think he's doing pretty good. We're splitting hairs here. Are you guys
we're
all
not
really red,
actually
by the way?
splitting hairs. No,
Okay,
we're
'cause
not
I'm
splitting hairs at all.
I'm curious some Republicans are going to vote Democrat just out of spite.
No. So
Well,
if you,
no, if part two's way better, we got to get those channel memberships in then. That's just the way it goes. That's the way it goes.
I have never voted for Democrat.
That's what we're here to
They're
prevent.
not going to vote
I
Democrat.
will.
The issue with like libertarians, for instance, if they're having to align with people who are constantly like blaming them for everything, is demoralization. They're just not going to vote.
Well, and for the record, you guys all say that we don't matter. We're actually the only ones that matter because we're the only ones that won't turn out no matter what. You guys are going to vote for Trump no matter what, and you're going to vote for the
Well,
GOP,
he's not on
and
the
you're
ballot
going to
anymore.
line up and you're going to eat the Randy Fine slop. But the rest of us
becomes
will
a
not.
quagmire, I'm out. I'm off.
You say Randy Fine. You're talking about mass deport. Did you say Randy Fine?
Yeah.
Randy Fine is the most hawkish on the border.
Oh my!
It's just constant
Randy
demoralization.
Fine,
You don't even know what you're talking about.
Congress is the most
one of the most hawkish people in Congress.
Okay.
Talk about deportation. No, but you brought him up. Randy Fine has been in Congress for less than a year. He has proposed 2 separate bills to address the border crisis and to mass deport people. So I'm saying is you guys just go from hopscotch from topic to topic, nitpick certain things to demoralize the voting base.
I'm not bringing up Randy Fine because of the border.
You said Randy Fine slot. We were talking about borders. You said Randy Fine.
Let me ask you a question, please. Gavin, you said splitting hairs. So I just want to say, it does seem like a lot of the focus on the MAGA team is about the performance, Trump is giving us right now and how you feel about it. Would it be fair to say that some of your concerns over here on your side are that what is life like after Trump? And that isn't this our window of time to fix? Wasn't this supposed to be the guy who was going to do it?
This is an existential moment. And Trump promised to move mountains, and he simply is not. He's not delivering. And when he expends the limited political capital that he has, he does so on behalf of his donors and not on behalf of his voters.
And I'm asking this question very quickly, David. Very quickly, I'm asking this question because AL said, do you really think that this is what people are saying?
Exactly. The Jews are literally trying to create the narrative that they are America first, and it's crazy. They put a foreign power ahead of America, guys. There is no universe in which any Zionist is America first. I'm sorry. That's just not real.
Around their dinner table worried about. Look, I'm in the role of moderator tonight, so I'll ask the question. Do you think people in this country are sitting around their dinner table worrying what life is going to be like after Trump and what our government will do?
My children are.
I do. I don't think they're thinking that way. I think right now.
You don't.
No, you know what American people at the dinner tables think of? So I'm going to disagree with some of the contentions over here. I do think the libertarian voice matters. I do think what you guys say matter. I think you actually sometimes matter more than President Trump's opinion. And I'm going to tell you why. Because you have audiences, big audiences, that look to you to break down what's actually happening out there. They look to your opinions and you breaking down the noise to make it make sense for them. And each of you have your own individual audience, just like we do, because they go, oh, okay, David broke it down for us in a way that I can understand it. So your interpretation of what they're seeing directly impacts how they feel about it in a lot of instances. So what they're sitting around their dining room table talking about is the stuff we're talking about. That's what they're talking about because they heard their favorite person say it. Just like, I heard on Rush Limbaugh this, I heard on Bongino this, I heard on Owen Show this. That's what they're talking about at the dinner table. And that's what I think is so important about this time. And actually this conversation is because we need to be careful of the responsibility we have as commentators and influencers on how we are taking that message and delivering it to our audiences. Now, there's totally room for people to say, I'm disappointed that Trump didn't give me all the things we were promised. I get all that. One of the things I hate about Christmas.
You guys need to be careful that you don't influence people to not vote Republican. No, we actually don't. And listen, guys, I understand if you don't want to vote for Democrats. I really do get it. But you also have the option of not voting at all. I didn't vote for either party in the last presidential election. I voted for Nick Fuentes. So you have the option to write in candidates. You have the option to not vote at all. But if you are, unless you have like an exceptional Republican, like a James Fishback, if you are voting for Republicans who are supporting all this shit at this point, I can only assume that you are unhinged from reality and have no idea what's going to be required to actually solve the problems. Because from my perception, what needs to happen is the GOP and the Republican establishment needs to burn to the fucking ground, figuratively, of course, figuratively, because the only way to defeat the left is to go through these Zionist assholes. That's the only way. So if you want to vote for that, in my opinion, if you are voting for the Republicans, you are voting for the left to win. Because the Republicans are never going to do anything to stop them. Never. It's never going to fucking happen. So I'm not saying that everyone has to vote for Democrats. I'm going to, because that's going to be my personal little bit of satisfaction of giving the ultimate middle finger to these fucking people. But you don't have to do that. But if you vote for them without having a damn good reason to, you get what you get, and don't cry about it later when it turns out that I was right and you were wrong. Because when Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, and Clint Russell were out there supporting Trump, I was one of the people screaming, he's going to go to war with Iran. He's going to go to war with Iran. He's going to go to war with Iran. And they said, fuck you. No, he's not. He promised us. Who was right? Who was right? I was. They were fucking wrong. And now they're crying about it because they didn't fucking listen.
And I love Christmas, and I'm a Jew. One of the things I hate about Christmas
He's a
is
Jew.
no matter how much money we spend, no matter how special we try to make it, anyone with kids understands this. The Christmas story is all about this. It's the things they didn't get for Christmas. Like, we can go out of our way, get the freaking new Xbox, Sony, whatever, and the kids open up all their presents and they go, what's wrong? Oh, I didn't get so-and-so, and I really wanted it. And so no matter what, I'm like, I hate
Sounds
Christmas.
like a real Jew Christmas.
Right? Like, we didn't even get them 8 presents. They just got whatever they got. So, but the idea...
I've never gotten what I wanted for Christmas.
Right, but that's my point.
You're a Jew!
But that, okay, and that is, let me land my point
my
here.
God.
But he is still a politician. He's still president of the United States. And he's not a dictator, regardless of what the left thinks, or the no-key. He's not a king, certainly. And so the problem is, he can't just go, all right, 10 million people, get the hell out. Because what would happen? We already have squishy GOP that won't even give us the Save America Act that 80% of America wants. We can't even get that. So the problem is Trump wants to kick everyone out. And look what happened. The left sends Alex Preedy and Renee Good in front of an ICE officer in front of a car. And next thing you know, there's pitchforks in the street. And you know what happened? Average Americans sitting around their dinner table, even if they voted for Trump, go, ooh, I really don't like those illegals. But that really I don't have a good feeling about. But let me just land. So when you have a media
a Jew supporting the left.
Most Americans,
a Jew saying, guys, you know, the left had a point that maybe I shouldn't have been out there trying to deal with people who are trying to run them over with a car. The Jew is defending the leftist who tried to run the ICE agents over with her car.
Listen to the mainstream media, right? We hope they listen to us. So when you have a media that lies, when you have Democrats that run in front of a camera and lie, we have a problem with actually being able to deliver on these promises
lying too.
without it being bastardized and convincing those Americans, like libertarians, who do make up a portion of the electorate that shows up, but don't always because they don't feel heard. If you guys don't show up, the Democrats win. And if the Democrats win, we're screwed. So I want you to show up. I want you to air your grievances, but I want us to be able to tell you why I think we actually are giving you what you want for Christmas. It just doesn't look exactly like what you wanted. I'll land there.
See, I don't look at politics as if
I wanted what I wanted. You don't get to dictate to me what I wanted.
I look at very flawed human beings that make me promises that are usually bullshit. And that's what I've experienced with supporting Trump in the last go around. Regardless of the fact that, yes, I'm not some ride or die, red and white MAGA hat wearing person. I did give him serious credence, and I expected him to deliver on some very significant promises. And the reason it's so important is because we're facing a $40 trillion shotgun of debt, and we are running out of time. So the deportations have to happen very rapidly. We cannot be expending limited political capital on a war in Iran on behalf of Israel. If we're going to expend and suffer the consequences of, like, for instance, I think you brought up the fact that wouldn't that create inflation if we were to deport all of the laborers in the field?
The cost of domestically produced
yeah,
food.
Price inflation, whatever. Those are the sacrifices that I feel like Owen and myself and so many others would gladly make if it was to actually handle the deportations that we were promised. We are not willing to pay $6 at the gas pump when it's to fight a war that is not in our.
You guys are talking about it. And
Okay, Dave, we're going to thoroughly unpack all of these in the next segment. I would like to move on to the next segment, but before I do, a quick question for Linda that I'd like to open up, and then we'll move on.
you told Josie that the libertarians need to know their place in the coalition, but it really struck a question in me, which is, who owns MAGA? Who is in charge of the movement to say to somebody else that they need to know their place?
Why are libertarians part of MAGA now?
I'm asking
Libertarians have their own. They have their own candidate, right?
Good,
Chase
so we
Oliver
don't have to
was
vote for
his name.
you. Good.
I ran
Did
against
he-
him, but yeah.
Good.
But is there a hierarchy? I guess
No
that's my question.
voting
Yeah,
for
absolutely.
Republicans
I think
then.
it's a
Fuck
hierarchy.
you.
I think that the majority of the MAGA Republicans are your average Republican voters, people that joined the coalition before 2020, and I think the libertarians are not part of MAGA, and I don't think that's a bad
I
thing at
don't
all.
think that you know the difference between
I wanna
small
help
or
out again.
large
I'll take any vote.
coalition is
I'm
the
fine.
same
I was going to ask if he could have won without them.
If the same thing with the Maha mommies who always hated Trump, white suburban women who he always had an issue with. We know that prior to 2024, and they only joined, or they only voted Trump because of
Settle
RFK.
down, Tommy.
So are they Republicans? Are they MAGA?
I get asked this all the time. I mean, look, as a conservative,
Okay, but we need every single vote. Who cares why they joined, as long as they
That's what
joined?
a
When we look at what we're
political
up
coalition is.
against, like I'll take the libertarians, the soccer moms. Like,
right?
Who cares at this point? We need them badly.
Right, Emily, but this is like with the issue with like the pro-lifers.
We call that
like during
WalkAway.
the election, the pro-lifers. What did they want? They wanted to ruin Trump's chances because they wanted Trump to promise the pro-lifers that he was going to have a total ban on abortion. And when we said that's not going to happen because the overturn of Roe v. Wade, it goes back to the states, and that's what you guys wanted, and Trump made it happen. They wanted to boycott the elections, light or rose. It was this whole thing.
I
So
disagree with that.
what I mean is, like, if you're a libertarian, you're not going to get everything that you want from Trump because that's not even your party. You don't even align with him. Period.
So then we
This is a
don't
good
have to
segue to our
vote.
next segment,
You
which is
dumb
about loyalty.
bitch.
Why is Trump with Lindsey Graham now and not with Thomas Massey? And I think
You know
for people-
why.
for people
Will
like
any of you
us-
say it?
Let me guess. Israel.
Yes.
It's about Trump being project focused, right? Right now, he has very specific things he's trying to accomplish.
Can
And the
you
reason
add that to the
he's going
fucking
after
project?
the people?
That's such a big deal.
You're willing to let the country die
I think
because it's a
fantasy.
fantasy to save the country. So you're not a
I don't
revolutionary.
think that's
You're just a
saving the
political
country. I
cuck,
think
is
that's
what you are.
your fantasy. That's the Owen Schroyer fantasy.
Did you guys know that you can support WalkAway by
Okay,
going to our
Brandon
shop and
asking
getting
for
some
money
fat
again.
options that you
Fuck
can
you,
fill
Brandon.
up
Don't
connect our loyalty.
don't ever give that fucking grifter money. It's only going into his pocket. It's not going into anything productive.
Proudly.
Let's
and
be
help
fucking
support the
real.
movement. Again, that's walkaway.shop.
If you're a libertarian, you're not going to get everything that you want from Trump because that's not even your party. You don't even align with him. Period.
This is a good segue to our next segment, which is about loyalty. It's often been repeated that Trump is loyal to a fault to those who are loyal to him. But this last year, we've seen President Trump cut ties with some of his biggest allies who fought to get him elected. And at the same time, President Trump has thrown his support behind many who the base considers rhinos, and even some who have flat out rebuked him. Take a look.
It's easy. Tucker is a low IQ person, always easy to beat, and highly overrated. So are Megyn Kelly, Candace, really dumb and mentally ill, and bankrupt Alex Jones, who is completely fried. There are others also. Then we have some that are very good. True MAGA all the way and smart. I should do a list of good, bad, and somewhere in the middle. Wouldn't that be fascinating?
Well, I want to talk to the Trump supporters for a minute. I don't know who you are, and I don't know why you like this guy. He's a race-baiting, xenophobic, religious bigot. He doesn't represent my party.
Senator Lindsey Graham is doing a fantastic job. He is running against a lunatic named Mark Lynch, who supports perhaps the worst congressman in the history of our country, Thomas Massey, of the great Commonwealth of Kentucky. I don't have to go into great detail, but needless to say, Mark Lynch would be a disaster for the Republican Party, and Lindsey Graham just gets the job done. Vote for Lindsey all the way. MAGA, President Donald J. Trump.
All right, guys. So what do you make of it?
He listed all the people that are the reason I became MAGA. Like literally,
Thomas
he
Massey.
listed all my favorite people. I mean, Alex Jones was the one I started listening to when I lost my job, didn't want to get vaccinated. I had no friends. I lost my boyfriend, was completely alone during COVID. And he's all I listened to was like Alex Jones, InfoWars. I've always loved Megyn Kelly. I think she is the most successful female in the space. I respect her even when I disagree sometimes on things. I don't understand people attacking her, but it's like Thomas Massey, like, yes. And then Lindsey Graham, no. It's just all these people he's attacking were like his biggest supporters, have the biggest platforms, and also are like really intelligent, fantastic people for the party. And people like those people. So to attack all of them is a little crazy.
You know, I don't like the personality stuff in politics. I think usually it goes out with the wash. So I look at it and I say, what is a principled conservative politician? Thomas Massey is probably the standard for a principled conservative politician. If you look at his voting record, Lindsey Graham is the exact opposite. So if you want to claim that Trump is a conservative, then supporting Lindsey Graham and not Thomas Massey just doesn't make any sense.
You know, this picks up perfectly, if I may, from what Linda was saying before the break, because she talked about the MAGA, and she was saying, you know, MAGA doesn't belong to you guys. But I think that is the definition of MAGA. It's not the Republicans. The Republicans and MAGA are not aligned. And I think this is where we need to clarify what is MAGA. The GOP is Lindsey Graham, and you heard him. That's not my party, and he's exactly right. The GOP has never been.
Wait. Then why is Trump pushing for him?
Yeah, because, and this is an important point, because Trump has to use coalitions in order to get things done.
So
Lindsey Graham
He makes concessions for Lindsey Graham, but Thomas Massey, no.
Because Thomas Massey doesn't
What
vote.
concessions has he done with Lindsey Graham? Lindsey Graham has voted with Trump for the MAGA agenda every single time. That's also an edited video. Let's be honest. J.D. Vance was anti-Trump too, and now he's the vice president of the United States of America.
But
Lindsey Graham hasn't opposed Trump since
Megyn Kelly
2016.
left Fox News because she hated Trump.
Yeah.
Tucker Carlson's text messages said, I hate Trump.
Literally, January
I can't wait that we don't have to listen to him anymore. Candace Owens has just gotten insane. I have nothing good to say about her. So if we're talking about, you talk about a principled conservative, I can show you a million clips of Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly changing on literally every single one of their positions.
But they're not politicians.
Do the same with Trump.
But their personalities, not politicians.
A principled person. So
no. I said the personality stuff comes out with the wash. If you're talking about a principled politician conservatively, I'm saying those people aren't in politics.
Wait, but those are, let's separate the question for a
Then
second.
why did he bring them up?
If we're going to talk about Trump's policies have been consistent 2016, 2020, and 2024.
Would you consider Trump a fiscal conservative?
If we're going to talk about opinions, Megyn Kelly and Tucker Carlson were vehemently anti-Trump. I can also play a clip of them.
What are you talking about? Tucker Carlson campaigned for him a year and a half ago.
Texted in 2020, I hate
2021.
Trump.
In 2024, he was on the campaign trail.
Yeah, after he got shot.
And he's gone back and forth. And Lindsey Graham was also
so was Lindsey Graham.
Okay,
so that tees up my question for you, David. Sorry, real quick, David. You said, you know, in politics we need coalitions, but he's cut his coalition with Tucker Carlson, Megyn Kelly, Marjorie Taylor Greene.
He didn't cut they cut the coalition with Trump.
A lot of people have sided with those.
They're not coalitions.
But I'll explain. We're talking about two separate things. When we talk about the party and the politics and the Washington stuff, that's a whole nother.
This is a disgusting level of gaslighting going on by these two Jewish retards on this panel. I just really have nothing else to say other than these two Jewish retards are just trying to gaslight the entire fucking viewing audience. And if you can't see through this, you're not smart enough to be on this channel. This is actually an IQ test. Okay, guys?
Of what MAGA is. What MAGA is a coalition of people that were fed up with government. And that's who Trump represented when he came down the escalator. The left had Bernie Sanders. They loved Bernie Sanders. He was the opposite of Trump, but exactly the same. He was a guy that was sick of the Clintons, even though Bernie's a total hypocrite. He pretended to be sick of the establishment, sick of the Clintons, even though, you know, he goes back to his mansion and complains about rich people. But the idea was, here was a guy who was anti-establishment. Trump was anti-establishment. When Trump stood on the stage in 2016, he had the Bushes, he had Chris Christie, he had all of the people that were supposed to ascend the GOP ladder as conservatives. Trump said, screw all these people, they've been lying to you. That was the beauty of Trump. Now, you have to separate his policies from the party, because Trump has never been GOP. The GOP hates him. They've always hated him. But what Trump has always represented, at least tried
the
to, in my
GOP
opinion,
really hates him,
has been the anti-establishment voice. Where he struggles is it's hard to be anti-establishment while part of it. Because when you're president of the United States, well, now you lead the establishment. And so he's fighting people who hate him on the left, people who hate him on the right, in the GOP establishment. And in the middle, we're all like, Where do we belong? Who are we?
I would like to hear what the mortal sin is of Megyn Kelly, of Alex
I don't think
Jones.
they did a
They
mortal
turn their
sin.
back on him. That if you're
Have
the
you not
leader of the
heard their
free
clips?
world,
Hold on. Turn your back. As a
Alex
political commentator?
Jones, Candace Owens, Megyn Kelly, and Tucker Carlson all turn their back on Trump and started trash talking him because of Iran. And so
Before
the way
that.
you look
Before
like a
that.
How is that
bitch.
turning your back
Way
to be a
before
political
that.
commentator that says, I don't like the trajectory that the guy I voted for.
It's a New York
Tucker
thing.
Carlson called him the Antichrist.
You
He
got
didn't
to
say, "I don't like
overdo
it."
it.
didn't
You
call
gotta-
him
If
the
someone,
Yeah, he did.
if someone
Yes, he did.
tells you to
asked
fuck
if
off,
that was possible.
you have to
But
double
Do you
down.
think he was
That's the art of the
Yes, he
deal.
did.
Antichrist?
Yeah, he was obviously, he was implying that the
Alex
question
Jones
was
said
that.
he should be impeached. Alex Jones said he should be
changing the
impeached.
trajectory of his positions or disagreeing with the position. Calling someone the Antichrist is a little bit different than that. So let's just be,
Yeah, you got it.
let's be fact-based about what we're talking
Did he
about.
They
actually
left him
call
first.
him the Antichrist, or did he ask a question clarifying about the Antichrist? I missed this.
He said, people are asking them.
He made it
Could this- He
interrogative.
said, could this be the
Could this
Antichrist?
be? Yeah.
So, and somebody else answered the question. He just
No, it was a
proposed.
monologue.
it
It was a
was
monologue.
It was a
rhetorical.
monologue.
Can I make a warning real quick? You guys remember in high school when your friend was dating a girl and you were like, oh, I hate her, but you kept your mouth shut because they seemed happy, and then they broke up and you're like, I always hated her. And your buddy's like, yeah, and then they get back together and then he's like, he hates you. And it causes problems. Trump has beefs with people all the time, and I have strayed into getting behind these beefs. I'm like, yeah, shoot that person down. And I'm like, oh crap, they're friends.
Guys, if you have a problem with what Trump is doing, you just need to keep your mouth shut, because it's just better in the long run for you to keep your mouth shut if you have a problem with anything Trump is doing. And remember, guys, when your best friend was dating that girl and finally he broke up with her and you said, thank God I hated that bitch, you're just asking for trouble. And in the same way, you need to keep your mouth shut when Trump does stuff that you don't like, because if you say anything, then you're just, you're just creating problems later. Literally, fuck you. Fuck you. The goal of these people is to silence anyone that doesn't agree with them. That's it. That's all they care about. If you disagree with them, they are going to gaslight you into believing you shouldn't actually say that out loud.
Again, Elon Musk is a perfect example. I don't get behind these beefs. He might be beefing with Alex Jones and Megyn Kelly and Tucker, but the next big shoe will drop. A Democrat will do something that offends everybody, and before you know it, there'll be a coalition again.
Well, that's why.
Yeah, but you're describing tribalism.
But I do want you. I want you to kind of go back.
Yeah,
to
he
your
just
original
said they
thought,
want
because I think
tribalism.
you're
He did.
getting to where this path needs to lead, which is, I'm sitting here looking at this, whether you like Thomas Massie or not. It's like, it doesn't matter to me. Let's look at a voting record.
Right.
He has a conservative voting record. That is just a fact. He has the #1 Liberty score now that Marjorie Taylor Greene is out. And so I'm just saying, I think it's a fair question to ask. And you explained your reasoning. Why is Trump with Lindsey Graham now and not with Thomas Massie? And I think for people like
any
us,
of you say it?
Well,
Oh, no, wait, hold on. Let me guess. Israel.
Yes.
But hold on a
my
second.
God.
I think that's fair.
Wow.
Look at hold on a second. Look at what Trump.
Reagan, I'm pretty sure he got plastic surgery too. I think he got the plastic surgery where they remove the fat from your face, or he got some sort of botched facelift or something. Yeah.
Said about the Adelson money in 2016 compared to how Adelson funds his campaign now. So there is proof to that. But getting back to your point.
What proof is there to that? You just brought up an irrelevant fact.
Okay.
What proof is there that Miriam Adelson funded his campaign? She gave him $100 million. Are you serious? That Jewish fucking shill is like, you don't even have any proof that Miriam Adelson funded him. She gave him $100 million. Can we just see that level of Jewish gaslighting one more time?
Look at what Trump said about the Adelson money in 2016 compared to how Adelson funds his campaign now. So there is proof to that. But getting back to your point.
What proof is there to that? You just brought up an irrelevant fact.
Okay,
An
Trump
irrelevant
literally
fact.
scolded the entire GOP for letting Adelson run it.
Okay.
And now Adelson runs
Specifically,
and what's
Marco
the relevance
Rubio.
of that? What's the relevance?
because Adelson is his top donor.
Can you tell me a position that Trump has changed after receiving Adelson money?
Yeah, war in the Middle East.
No,
Okay.
and what about
Trump-
when she
So
donated?
hold on, we're going to get to that in a
and
second.
The biggest policy
She
change
donated
that he's made.
also
You
before
said
that.
something, and I'm disagreeing with it. Trump has been talking about since 1981 that Iran cannot have nuclear weapons, and said in 1981 that we need to use military force to prohibit Iran from
And guess
getting
what?
nuclear weapons.
They didn't have a nuke. They weren't building a nuke, and they still don't have a nuke.
Okay, that again, you're just lying.
That's a
I don't
fact.
know. I don't know if you're
That's a fact. Those are
I actually don't
So this
know.
is just you guys believe
I don't
political
know if you're-
propaganda. We don't.
I don't know if you're lying or you're just misinformed.
Did Iran have a nuke?
Did Iran currently have a nuke? No.
Okay.
Did
Did Iraq have weapons of mass destruction? Did Iraq have weapons of mass destruction? Did babies die in incubators?
Do you wait?
No.
Do you wait?
All of these lies led us to wars.
Answer the question. You're not even letting me answer the question, Owen.
Does Israel have nuclear weapons? Does America have nuclear weapons? Does Russia have nuclear weapons?
Okay, do the
Wow.
Taliban have, do you want the Taliban to get nuclear weapons?
No, of course not. But why is it my business?
I actually don't know what your point is. What is your point?
My point is,
I was going to get to my point. If I could get back to my point,
How often have we seen this Jewish retard completely deflecting in the debate? Pay attention to this guy, because like every time he's asked a question, he deflects. You're not even doing this. You're changing the topic. I don't want to answer this. You have no proof of that. It's just like this Jewish retard is incapable of answering the question because he is only there to gaslight. Every single time he does this.
David expressed this.
Because then you brought this up, and I'm addressing it now.
Yep.
Do you want Iran?
Exactly.
Let's start. Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
They don't have one. They weren't.
Do you support Iran?
Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
Why are we doing this?
Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
They did Operation Midnight Hammer August of 2024.
Why won't you respond to the question? It's a very simple question.
June, thank you.
Are you okay with Iran getting nuclear weapons?
I'm not doing. They don't have fucking nukes, man.
Do you want Iran to get nuclear weapons?
Where
you must support Iran.
When we look at the situation with Trump moving into Lindsey Graham's realm and out of Massey's realm, the way I interpret that is Trump is not with the anti-establishment. He's not against the GOP. He's not against the neocons. To me, that symbolizes that Trump has joined the neocons and abandoned everyone else. That's the way I interpret that.
Yes.
And I think that you were getting into your interpretation was this is Trump wheeling and dealing in D.C., which I think would be the most innocent explanation of it. But then, of course, you have to weigh in the donor influence, the foreign and special influence. I mean, these are things that we all know happen in D.C. We can't ignore them.
Well, that's what it boils down to, honestly, whether or not you still have faith in Trump or not. And I'm not saying everybody needs to. I believe Trump is doing what he has to do to get things to the finish line. Remember, Big Beautiful Bill barely passed. There was a lot of wrangling. Lindsey Graham voted for the Big Beautiful Bill. And so Mitch McConnell, I think, didn't. But this is the balance he has to strike. He has a GOP in the Senate that does not deliver on his agenda. So he has to do things like, yeah, Lindsey, you're great, because guess what? Lindsey's getting reelected as much as it pains all of us. And if Trump goes against Lindsey's or for Lindsey's opponent, and Lindsey's like, I remember that Trump, that's a problem for the entire agenda. So I do believe he goes to Washington and says, how do I get this done? I think it's a lesson he learned from the 2016 administration.
And that's such a catch-22 because the other side of that is, okay, I can't get anything done unless I work with Lindsey Graham, but then you're risking I can't get anything done if I work with Lindsey Graham because so many people are never going to show up and vote for me with the midterms.
It's so retarded, bro. It's so retarded.
They're
just obsessed with Lindsey Graham. It's weird.
Is filing into Trump's
How many times has a MAGA retard said to me, you're just obsessed with this person because you're criticizing them? How many times have MAGA retards told me that I was stalking James Lindsay because I was intellectually criticizing his work? Why are you so obsessed with James Lindsay? How many fucking times do they say this? Never have they accused me of being obsessed with the left when that's actually what I study. It's always, you're obsessed with this person if you're criticizing them. It's like such a lowbrow fucking low IQ idiot thing.
Because they're just obsessed with Lindsey Graham.
You're just obsessed with them.
Because we're at war in the Middle East, and this is what the neocons have been pushing for my entire life.
Trump has been saying that he wants to prevent Iran from getting a nuclear weapon since 1981.
And they never had one. Trump has also said that Bush's wars in the Middle East.
Stop them with Operation Midnight Hammer. Why are you keeping this up?
If you weren't paying attention in 1981, in 2016, in 2020, and in 2024, that's fine. But just say you're misinformed.
You weren't even alive. What are you talking about? You're the youngest one on this panel. How are you going to age play?
Yeah, but the videos exist. We can see what Trump was saying in the 80s.
I'll address what you said. Trump has also said dozens of times for just as long what a disaster our foreign policy in the Middle East was. He has been saying that forever. He's been saying we need to get out of the Middle East. He's been talking about the blood and treasure we spilled in the Middle East being a waste. You want to talk about waste, fraud, and abuse in government? The war in the Middle East, if not war generally, war is a racket. 1942, General Smedley Butler.
Iraq is the same as what's happening with Iran right now?
Yes.
Pretty much. I mean, Iran is a much worse. Can I answer the question?
Nobody serious
Can't even answer
can
the question.
say that Iraq and Iran are the same.
I just said
Iran
you.
is much more serious.
Millions of troops.
I just said Iran is a bigger beast.
War, not
This
a
is much more
military
serious.
operation.
Hey, y'all, can I ask you a question?
Serious.
Because I feel like the point you were trying to make was Trump's consistency going back all the way to 1981. But doesn't that also kind of present a different point, which is that the same talking points have been being made for 45 years, but nothing has actually changed during that 45 years?
Sorry, do you?
Well, about that, Iran is very close to having a nuclear weapon. If that's been repeated for 45 years, are we allowed to question if that was true?
I mean, you're allowed to question whatever you want, but if you actually read and actually learn about the history, then I mean,
And I think
so. Hold on,
You don't know what you're talking about.
Hold on one second.
All of the
Brandon.
lied about weapons of mass destruction, lied about babies in incubators, lied about nuclear
objectively
weapons.
not true that all the intelligence agencies.
You're gonna get fact checked after this, and there's gonna be a viral clip of you going, "You're a liar, Clint," and they're gonna.
And by the way, Mayorkas never got a pardon, just so you know.
Can I tell you, I don't care if they have a nuke or not, though.
Brandon, I think you made the point.
Let me just go back. You guys act like everything happens in a vacuum and everything's black and white and there's no nuance.
Deflecting again.
You called me a liar, so I'm explaining why.
Deflecting again.
I'm misinformed that I'm a liar, but if I'm so misinformed a liar, why don't you make me look stupid and let me explain myself?
You're doing a great job of it on your own, bro.
Stop interrupting.
You look stupid on your
There were
own.
multiple operations like Stuxnet, which set back the nuclear ambitions of Iran. There was also an assassination on the top nuclear scientist. So yes, Iran has been close to developing a nuclear weapon, but you're acting like Iran's just been developing a nuclear weapon, and there hasn't been multiple instances where both the U.S., Israel, and Europeans have gone in and set it back like we did in Operation Banana
I'm going based off of the intel agencies that Trump has in place.
Like with Stuxnet, and like with the killing of Mohammed, I forget his name, in his car using an AI machine weapon. In terms of your claim that Iran was not developing a nuclear weapon, Iran is the only country in the world with 60% nuclear enrichment that does not possess a nuclear weapon.
Correct.
The deputy speaker of the Iranian parliament quite literally said verbatim, we were trying to develop a nuclear weapon in secret and they discovered it. I mean, there's so many different, you don't need an underground facility in multiple different locations of your country to develop it's like the movie The Dictator when Sacha Baron Cohen goes, we're developing a nuclear weapon for peaceful purposes. I mean, there's so much evidence. In 2018, an entire trove of documents were stolen from Tehran. And Israel, it was the Mossad, Israel brought in Harvard professors who had previously taken your position that there is no evidence to suggest, and brought in foreign journalists to review them. And they reported in 2018 that...
So according to Israel, guys, according to Israel, Iran was definitely, totally, for sure developing a nuclear weapon. Definitely this time, bro. Not the last 40 years of us telling you guys the same fucking thing, but definitely this time, according to Israeli intelligence, says the Jew, who is only famous for being a Zionist Jew. Totes. I definitely believe that. Yep. Seems valid. Oy vey. Oy fucking vey.
Iran actively was developing a nuclear missile program. You don't wait until an enemy that chants death to America to develop nuclear weapons. You stop it before it happens.
There's so many words, but it doesn't change the fact that our intel agencies said that they were not developing one. That's a fact too.
So our intelligence agent, Tulsi Gabbard.
So United States intelligence says Iran is not developing a nuclear weapon. Israel says, yes, they are, and you, America, have to go to war with Iran on our behalf because we can't fight our own wars. But we pinky swear, trust me, bro, we're telling the truth this time. They're totally developing a nuclear weapon. And even United States intelligence says, nah, that's not really true, Israel. That's not really true.
literally testified before Congress,
Yeah.
saying that they had not made the decision.
Seven Lilies! 7 Lilies in with the 10 gifted channel memberships. W's, bro. Thank you so much for supporting the channel. Welcome to all the 10 new channel members. Guys, that brings us up to 2/3 of our goal. As a reminder, if we hit 100 gifted channel memberships during this stream, during part 1 of this debate, we will watch part 2. Okay? Bro, Michael, you're being a retard, so I'm going to help you out. He claimed that third-party researchers brought in by Israel. Michael, do you think it's realistic that those third-party researchers would not be forced to conform to whatever Israel wants them to say? Because, Michael, this is an IQ test. And if you don't understand that Israel was controlling the outcome of that to play to their most advantageous position, I'm going to assume that you're a Jew and a traitor to America and too fucking stupid to be here, bro. It's really that simple, Michael. If you don't understand what brought in by Israel means, you might not be high IQ enough to make it on this channel, bro. This is an IQ test. It is. Yo, Duchess! Duchess in with the 5 gifted channel memberships. Thank you so much. Guys, we are now 72 out of 100. There is about 40 more minutes in this stream, so we're making really good progress. If you guys can get me another 28 channel memberships before the end of part 1, we will do part 2 tonight. Let me know. See, we love these kind of Jews. WSOC.
Right after that,
I have no fucking issue with Jews who are like, I love America and Israel needs to stay the fuck out of it. Okay, Michael, too stupid to be here. Thank you for confirming. Goodbye. Go away. Guys, once I deem you too stupid to be here, the chances of you getting banned from my channel are pretty fucking high. Just so you know. We gatekeep retardation and stupidity here. If you, by your actions in the chat, prove that you're not smart enough to be here, this is an exclusive community. It's like Harvard. Not everyone gets to go to Harvard. I'm sorry. Not everyone gets to go to Princeton. Not everyone gets to go to Yale. Not everyone gets to go to most colleges in the United States. This is an elite place. We are an exclusive community. We are not an inclusive community. So if you prove to me that you are not smart enough to keep up with what's going on, consider it your rejection from college. Maybe you can find a more retard college that will take you. That's probably true. But you can't stay here. Go away. Goodbye. Go find your stupid people.
No other country is enriching until 60%, and Iran does pose a threat to the world order. She did say that.
Okay.
So clip the entire thing, number one. Number two.
I didn't clip it at all.
But you quoted half of that.
You only quoted half of that, so that's a clip of it.
We do have a whole segment about Iran coming up. We do have a whole segment.
Yo, we got a super chat. Hello again, Karlyn. Have you made any content explaining your position on the JQ and Zionism? No, I haven't, and I'm not going to because I'm on YouTube and I'm not a retard. If you can't figure out what my position is, you're not smart enough to be here. So figure it out. Thanks for the money. Appreciate it.
That's great, but if I'm called a liar with someone who doesn't actually engage with facts, then it's kind of difficult to engage in an...
Brandon, I
Intrepid Portland streamer, not Tina Kotex, in with the 10 gifted channel memberships. W's to you, good sir. Thank you for your coverage of Pride out in Washington. We appreciate you or Oregon. I get the two confused all the time. Oregon, not Washington. Thank you very much, not Tina Kotex. We appreciate you. I mean, Oregon and Washington are basically the same, right? Like, one's got Seattle, one's got Portland. They're both pretty fucked. Can you blame me?
Serious can ever say that Iran is not trying to develop a nuclear weapon?
To your point of
can say that.
To your point of Trump,
we've
been hearing this for 40-something years. That's literally the point. That no other administration has been doing the things that Trump has done. So just to answer that, but to Owen, Thomas Massie supported DeSantis in the primary. So if you were looking for like a principled conservative, you would have supported DeSantis, because that's who he supported.
DeSantis is
Lindsey
one of
Graham.
Thomas Massey's best
DeSantis
friends.
is more conservative than Trump?
I'm telling you, if you are looking for the principled conservative, that's who Thomas Massey supported. He didn't support Trump. I just want to clear that up. He supported him for president.
I don't know.
Okay.
Conservative.
So okay. And the second thing is, when you talk about, why is he supporting Lindsey Graham? Who votes for the MAGA agenda? The clip that we watch is from 2016. Like I said, J.D. Vance was anti-Trump too. A lot of people were anti-Trump. You're still playing something from 2016. I don't really care for Lindsey Graham, but that's up to the voters in his district.
But you guys hold Tucker and Candace and everybody else to a different standard.
Peter Jockey!
Well,
thank you, bro. W's to you. Appreciate it.
Member. Is that our fault? Who votes for him?
2021.
Okay, so wait, your issue is with the voters of his district that keep electing him. If they want to replace him, they can, and they should.
Trump endorses Mark Lynch,
right?
and not Lindsey Graham.
Trump endorses
Lindsey Graham hasn't been anti-Trump for years. You guys keep holding him to something that he said in 2016.
Trump did attack Lindsey Graham when Lindsey Graham attacked him. Trump did attack Lindsey Graham.
Like Massey,
and now there's no daylight because he's not behind the wars in the Middle East.
Now Tucker calls him the Antichrist, and similarly,
I don't think
Trump is also attacking him. What's the difference?
Massey doesn't vote with Trump. He has before, but not as much as Lindsey Graham.
He votes with Trump 91% of the time, except when they're taking up for pedophiles, expanding the debt, and going into endless wars. He has consistently voted with them.
True.
And when he votes against them, it's because they'll be like, we're going to do this. We're going to do the I Love Puppies bill. And in the I Love Puppies bill, it's like, we're also going to expand the deficit another $1 trillion. And he's like, I'm going to vote against that. And everyone's like, well, that means Thomas Massey hates puppies.
Yeah. And for the record, what Trump has done to MTG has been unbelievably disgusting.
It's actually the best thing I've ever seen.
Horrific.
Nobody's more deserving of that. Yes.
Horrific.
Well, I think that she's demonstrated loyalty to Trump that really surpasses anyone else in Congress, and did so on a principled level, doing it based off of actually what, like, the Owen Schroyers, the true MAGA base of the world, were actually desiring and demanding of the GOP, and ultimately Donald Trump filled that void. And then for her to be, not just
for her to quit her job,
for her to not just be ousted, but also insulted and threatened on the way out the door. I thought it was disgusting.
She turned on him first.
She wasn't threatened.
She turned on him first.
She
if you
stepped
don't
down.
turn on people who turn on you, you're a bitch.
Couldn't you say the same thing about Donald Trump? Because he gets insulted by Tucker Carlson, then he goes and he.
Yeah, they drew first blood.
So isn't that Trump being a bitch? Shouldn't he just brush it off?
By the way, just because Clint Russell is talking about someone else being a bitch, I just want to point it out that Clint Russell will literally block you for asking him questions that he does not like the answer to. So Clint Russell is a massive fucking pussy bitch in his own right. Clint Russell will literally, I know so many people that were being perfectly fucking reasonable and just asking Clint Russell questions he didn't like the answer to, block. So Clint is not necessarily in the best position to lecture other people about being a bitch, but for the moment. I mean, you could look into other free speech platforms. Hey, bro, did you bother to research me at all? Because we're streaming on Rumble right now. And no, I'm not going to make a video about your favorite topic because this is an IQ test. If you can't figure out what my position is, you are not smart enough to be here. Keeping that money, though. Appreciate it. Yo, we got fishing. Thanks for being a member of the channel for 4 months. Best $5 sprint for the month. Hey, thank you, bro. Really appreciate that. We got Deets in there. 5 channel memberships. Thanks so much, Deets. You rock. Appreciate it, bro. Guys, we are 11 channel memberships away from getting a part 2. I think we can do it. Plenty of time left. Appreciate you guys.
Retaliating. If he's up there leading the free world, his friends are talking shit about him and he's not calling them out. You look weak. It's bad for all of us.
So that's all fine, but I think when I'm looking at this issue, again, I don't care about the personality beefs. When I look at this directionally, Trump is acting with more vengeance towards the people that put their skin in the game than the very deep state that tried to kill him
out of the game. Then you're a traitor. You betrayed him.
I don't.
There's
you
two
can say what you want about Marjorie
There's
Taylor Greene.
Tucker and Candace and all that.
Great
And
Otis!
I would put in there.
Yo, Great Otis with 10 gifted channel memberships. W's, bro. Hey, has anything been going on the Kino Casino lately? Great Otis, the funder of the casino streams. Let us know if there's anything going on with the casino. I haven't really been paying attention. So if there's any juicy stuff, definitely let me know. Guys, we need a hero. We need a hero. We need one more channel membership to meet our goal. Who's going to be the hero in the chat today? I know someone's going to do it. Let's just get it out of the way. Mitchell, thank you so much for being a member of the channel for 6 months. Imagine Nick Fuentes in this debate. He would cook the MAGA people. I would have paid money to watch this debate if Nick Fuentes was in it. That would have been much more intelligent on Brandon's part to get Nick involved in this. That would be, Nick would take them all on by himself. But the thing of it is, the Jewish Zionists would not have debated if they were debating Nick. Great Otis is the hero. Great Otis getting us over the finish line. We appreciate it. SMH also a hero. Anthony also a hero. W's to you. We got Peggy also as a hero. Look at all the fucking heroes we have in the chat right now. We got Red Menace in here with a hero, being a hero. Look at all these fucking heroes. Look at all the fucking heroes in the chat. I'm going to have to count. Holy shit. How many heroes do we get? We got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 fucking heroes in the chat. W's to all the heroes in the chat. You're all good in my book. I appreciate you all. Thank you so much. We have hit the goal of 104 channel memberships. Let me just change the banner. Channel memberships given out so far, 104. Guys, we have reached the goal. But listen, if you want to keep sending in channel memberships, that's awesome, and I would appreciate it. If you want to keep sending in super chats, that's awesome, and I would appreciate it. And we will keep giving W's and all that good stuff. But I appreciate everyone who has been donating. Thank you so much for funding this. I really think you guys are awesome. Best community on YouTube. I really do believe that. Great Otis, Kino's Casino talked about Jer might have been on some like cocaine or Adderall. Maybe. All right, let's keep going.
And that's someone who had my back, who helped my career, and then just turned on me. These are people that were standing next to me.
That's fine. What was the betrayal?
Trump, he called him the Antichrist in Tucker's case.
Marjorie Taylor Greene. You said she betrayed him.
She abandoned him.
Yeah,
she stopped supporting
wanted the Epstein files to be released. What a piece of shit
but
she
hold
is.
on. Let's let that go. Trump, Marjorie Taylor Greene, I don't care about that.
Okay.
Where is Trump's vengeance against the people that stole the election in 2020? Where is Trump's vengeance?
You think a tweet is a vengeance?
He pardoned everyone for that.
No, who stole the election?
I understand, but
where is his the
election was
starts out by pardoning you guys. That's pretty good.
Hold on a second. You said that I have some personal issue because of vengeance. It's not about me.
Yeah,
it's about the
most people.
Yes, one day you will see the gong that old sub sent me. I promise. We're going to get the gong. The problem with the gong is I don't have anywhere to put it right now because it's large. It's large. So I basically have to do what I've been saying I'm going to do for like 4 years, which is redesign the quote unquote studio space so that I can both paint the wall behind me red and hang up all my socialist propaganda. And when I do that, I'm going to have a place for the gong. And I'm very close. I promise. The gong is going to come. I'm cleaning out I'm doing a whole bunch of projects around my house right now. So the first, I'm working on cleaning out shit in my bedroom and organizing shit. And the office is coming next. Okay. But I have about 15 years worth of clothes in my bedroom and it's going a little slower than I thought it was. And most of those clothes don't fit me anymore because I lost fucking weight. Okay. So it's a project. I'm working very diligently on it, but it's going to happen at some point. I promise. And then the gong will make an appearance and I will have a whole sunglass rack and it's going to be awesome. I have a vision. It's all coming together.
Don't think that way.
No,
Most
it's not.
people, when I talk to my mom, when I talk to people who aren't online like we are, because we are chronically online, every single person here, more than the average American, they're not thinking about any of this stuff. They're not thinking about, is Fauci going to jail? Are we going to do the 2020
We're not talking about
election?
the general population. We're talking about Washington, D.C. You said that I got off the Trump train when things got hard. You know that's not true. I was put in jail 4 times for Trump and I didn't abandon him and I still promoted him in the 2024 election. So I do not abandon when things get tough. I'm a principled person that stands on my values.
You left him way before Iran.
Because he called the Epstein files a hoax.
They are
he got us into war with Iran.
The
So you were
off the train way before Iran.
Holy shit. The MAGA position is the Epstein files are a hoax. The Epstein files are a hoax. Okay. Okay, MAGA. Okay. Okay. Yep. Okay.
No, the Epstein, when he called the Epstein.
All right, we got Maestro Mark over on Rumble now for some reason. My apologies. It's been a while since I watched your content. It's all good, bro. It's all good. I appreciate the Rumble rant. Welcome back.
Files a hoax. That was the first time where I started getting squeamish.
Which,
then they
by the way,
closed
was
down,
the same month.
Then they stopped doing Doge. They stopped the Doge progress, and then they got into another war with Iran. So that was like strike three, you're out. That was strike three out. But here's the issue on this
Doge wasn't supposed to be forever, Owen. It was a project that was supposed to go away. We all knew that, right?
And none of it has been
You
codified
do that,
by the
right?
Congress.
You do know that. It was supposed to shrink. It was supposed to fire people. It happened. It was supposed to cut unnecessary spending. It happened.
Fair.
Where this week, we're seeing the depositions of the kids that worked on Doge happen in real time. And a judge this week struck down, I forgot what it was. They said that it was illegal. Out of the grants that we stopped funding was illegal for the federal government to do that. So you're going to tell me that there's lawsuits going on?
So the swamp is winning.
There's
Yo,
lawsuits going on, but nothing
Kenneth!
happened.
Kenneth in with 5 channel memberships. W's, bro. Thank you so much for the gifted channel memberships. Really, really appreciate it. Everyone give Kenneth some W's in the chat. Thank you.
So the swamp is winning. Here's my question. Why is it that directional energy that Trump is willing to thrust towards the people that have broken with him, where is that towards the deep state? Where is that to the people that tried to put him in prison? Where is that to the people that stole the election? Where is that to all the people that Trump has accused of committing treason? I'm not seeing it. I'm seeing it against principled conservatives.
For posting a tweet, you think that's vengeance? It's a fucking tweet.
I agree with what he's saying.
It's a
because,
tweet.
Who wants a
like,
tweet? I
people-
want action.
Well, it's like, I agree
I
with
want
what you're
arrests.
saying. Like, people have gone after you, tried to kill you. They literally, like, laugh about your death and the death of all of us, literally, if we were to die. And I'm like, how about a little bit more of that energy towards putting these people in jail?
Yeah, let's arrest some people.
He's turning on people with huge platforms that are going to vote for Republicans, and I just don't think that's
I think he's got plenty of energy. He's
Those are,
going
like,
after
the
the deep
top-watched
state.
people in the
He's going
country.
after his enemies.
Yeah, but the fight has always been Trump against the media, and they are
I
the
see
media
action
as well.
every day.
So they're not exempt from being
Who
criticized.
have you seen perp walked?
James Comey was just arrested.
He was not arrested.
No, he wasn't.
That's not true.
He was
The indictments on Comey failed.
He was arrested, but not perp walked. Like he had to go.
Never put in cuffs, and the indictments failed.
Donald Trump has mugshots. You have
Right, but
the
who did that?
FBI.
Fannie
Hold on,
Willis
hold on.
did that to him.
You have the FBI
Also,
that spied
indicted her,
on him.
failed.
They framed him for fucking treason. Then Fauci creates a bioweapon, unleashes it upon the
all
world.
that's legitimate.
No one's gone to
But
jail.
You guys are missing
And I
something.
don't think no one will.
If I may, I think,
and that's a total failure.
That is a failure.
I don't think no one will.
I can answer your question though.
Sure.
It's about Trump being project focused, right? Right now, he has very specific things he's trying to accomplish, and the reason
add that to the
he's going
fucking
after the
project?
people.
That's such a big
Let
deal.
me explain.
Is that in Agenda
Hold on, I'll
Clint,
explain.
Is that in Agenda 47? Is that in any of the 20 points of Agenda 47?
He talked about
Right.
it in the campaign trail.
Who is the dumb, angry, thick accent Latina on stage? I don't know, bro, but like this is why brown women shouldn't be allowed to talk. I'm actually very apprehensive on even letting white women talk, just so we're clear about this. This is more of like a woman issue than it is like a brown issue. But like brown women should not be allowed to talk in debates. Like it just no offense, I know there are very intelligent brown women out there, but you have to acknowledge that when this is the representative of brown women and diversity and DEI hires on the right, because everyone knows, right? That dumb bitch is a DEI hire. Josie is also a DEI hire, by the way. Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter. But this is just why? Why are we listening to an angry brown woman who doesn't know what the fuck she's talking about? Why? I know you're both. You're Latinx, trans. I know.
There are 20 promises made to the American people. Perp walking Obama, and Fauci is not one of them.
But
Sorry.
regardless, and I think that's important. I think we all want to see those people in jail. Yes. But we have to look at what the number one priority is right now. What is the number one priority, I think, for all of us to prevent, right?
Well, stopping Antifa.
We don't want Democrats winning in November. That is
no, that's not. No. Democrats not winning in November is not my number one priority, bitch. Democrats not winning in November is not my number one priority by a long shot. I don't think that it, quite frankly, I think the Democrats have already fucking won. I don't think there's shit that's going to stop the Democrats from winning. My number one priority is stopping the far left. That is my fucking number one priority. I'm supposed to be louder than the video, bro. It's a reaction video. I'm supposed to be louder than the video.
Who votes, right?
No, that's not my priority.
What is your number one priority?
Yeah, I don't think that's my priority now.
Right now, in this moment, what is your
my number one
priority?
priority is not letting the Iran war escalate into World War III.
So,
It hasn't.
But this is the issue.
You guys jumped off the
That's
Trump
not.
train,
I would say
assuming
that
Iran
my
is going to be a
priorities-
nightmare.
Here's my priorities.
Yeah.
Arresting every member of the deep state, the people that, that facilitated the invasion of this country, the people that stole the election, the people that tried to incarcerate Trump, the people that weaponized the government. All of these things need to happen.
I don't think it's a fantasy.
The other thing is, sure, it's a fantasy. So you're willing to let the country go. You're willing to let the country die because it's a fantasy to save the country. So you're not a revolutionary.
I don't think that's
you're just
saving
a
the
political
country. I
puck
think
is what
that's
you are.
your
Yeah,
Here's the
exactly.
other thing,
Exactly.
everybody. This is going to be, and I think you would agree with me on this. This is going to be a big midterm election issue, and the Republicans are going to blow it. The AI surveillance state that they're building right now,
and the warrantless
all of
surveillance.
this is going to crush the Republicans in the midterm.
No, you know what's going to crush us in November? It's really pretty simple. What's going to crush us in November, and this is why I'm so frustrated about. And I don't want to maybe we get into gas prices.
Like I said, bro, like I said at the very beginning, the only good person in this debate is Owen Schroyer. Owen Schroyer is the only redeeming quality of this. Everyone on the MAGA team sucks. Brandon Strauch is a massive grifter who no one should give money to ever because he's a fucking grifter. The only good person on the America First side is Owen Schroyer. That's it. Only good person in the debate.
Prices. And it's not the fact that people are paying that much more and it's actually affecting them. Unemployment is still going down. We've added 187,000 jobs this month. So gas prices isn't actually affecting the economy, but it's affecting the psyche of the voter. That is a November issue, but I'll put that aside for a second with the most important thing to Trump. And I understand what's important to you right now.
No, bro. No. This is a conservative retard view. If the Democrats win, we have an actual chance of burning down the Zionist conservative retard establishment and doing something to defeat the left. If the Republicans win the election, the left wins the fucking war. If the Republicans win the election, the left is going to win the overall battle. So if you are voting Republican in November, you are literally voting for the fucking left. You don't understand that because you consume conservative retard media, but that is reality. That I totally agree. We always need more Amalek. Always need more Amalek. Mark over on Rumble, do you like the way the discourse about the far left has been going recently? No, I don't. The discourse about the far left is unhinged from reality. No one is actually hinged into reality except very few people. The midterm, well, yeah.
But the most important thing to Trump right now is preventing Democrats from winning in November. The most important thing we can do to prevent Democrats from winning in November is passing the Save America Act.
No. The most important thing that you assholes could have done to prevent Democrats from winning in November is to fulfill your promises to voters and not piss everyone off by going to war in Iran on behalf of Israel. If Trump and the Republican retards actually wanted to win the midterms, then maybe not starting another fucking unnecessary war in the Middle East on behalf of a foreign power to do something that doesn't even fucking involve us, maybe that would have been a good first step. If you assholes actually wanted to win the midterms, maybe fucking arresting Antifa would be a good first step because you already declared them domestic terrorists and never did anything about it. Maybe if you wanted to win the midterms, how about deporting 10 million fucking people? At a fucking minimum. And that's really a very, 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 very low fucking bar. How about not firing Greg Bovino, who actually had a plan to deport 100 million people? If Republicans actually wanted to win, how about keeping your promises to the fucking voters? How about not giving everyone the finger and saying, you're a socialist if you don't support us. You're open borders if you don't support us. You support Iran and Muslims if you don't support war. Like, fuck you. Fuck you. I have been told so many times by these retards, we don't need your vote. We don't need your vote. We don't need your vote. And I said every single time, remember that in the midterms. Remember you said that in the fucking midterms. And now they're like, our biggest priority is winning the midterms. too late. Too fucking late. Too bad. So sad. You lose.
The legislative victories is where Trump is laser focused. So he's going to attack anybody that is standing in the way of him accomplishing his priorities.
I need to ask you a
and
question.
we're getting so sidetracked.
David,
just,
I need
just
to
so
ask
you know, the Iran war is connected to the gas prices. Just
I need to ask you a question.
We can talk about that. Yeah.
What are you putting
Because
in the chat,
what
bro?
you
Let me
just
see.
said,
Let me see.
in my opinion, is what shuts these conversations down. Why didn't you have my back?
Wait. Clint Russell is fucking Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter? Master Shake has just delivered me something of eminent importance. Then I didn't know this for sure. Elijah Schaefer and Sarah Stock affair allegations and eavesdropping. Speaking of fake Christian influencers, when is the news going to drop that Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, and Clint Russell are doing coke together and having an affair while Josie is married? Doesn't surprise me at all. Clint, stop cheating on your wife with Josie and maybe look up a poll or two before you do the It's Israel skit. This makes you look retarded. Josie lied and peddled conspiracy theories immediately after 10/7, saying the blood on the floor of several family members. Blah, 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 blah. Well, that's actually true, but I'm more concerned about she's having an affair with Clint Russell. Wow. Not surprised. I told you guys they were conservative fucking grifters. Deets, thanks so much for the super chat. Appreciate you, bro. Appreciate it.
In that exchange.
First of all,
Damn, you're getting called out.
I obviously don't think
Thank you,
you're an
Master
anti-Semite.
Shake.
I wish you would have said that.
Yeah, you did. You tried to blackmail me.
Oh,
okay.
Right?
Yeah,
I tried to blackmail you after.
That's right.
No.
Wait, are you admitting you black?
Foznot's in with the $10. Here's for the bagel and the wig fund. I wish it was more, but I had to hire a lifeguard for my basement for insurance reasons. Oh no! My cat bought a new hat just for the profile pic. I love it. Looks great. She got your card? Well, get that credit card back. You don't know what damage she's gonna do on websites like Shane and other things like that, where you can just buy lots of cheap Chinese shit. You don't know what she's gonna do with that card, bro. Really appreciate the super chat, Bosnots. Thank you.
Yeah, she did. She is.
Absolutely, I am. You think Mossad is bad? I'm fucking worse.
I am now religious because I believe the fucking devil exists and it's within these people.
I hope you're all enjoying this video. And if you are, do me a
Fuck
favor.
you,
just
Brandon. No.
With the speak, but what
you never miss another video.
What you just said, in my opinion, is what shuts these conversations down all the time. And why an event like, I'm going to tell you, but why an event like this I think is so rare. I mean, nobody's doing what we're doing today. And it's because every time there's any sort of dissent or dissatisfaction with the administration, what people are told is stop questioning the administration. All of our focus should be on fighting the Democrats. And this is why people never get to express their
I don't know exactly.
dissent
I've never
or
heard of it.
That's what 2024 was all about. It's like, that's what 2024 is about. Now we're here and we're giving it all up.
Right. We beat them. Now we want the fucking GOP to deliver on their promises. And you guys are like, well, they're delivering on
You think you
enough.
beat the left. You fucking retard.
Yeah,
that
we
comes
bring it
down
back
to
the topic though of like the Megans, the Tuckers, the Candace Owenses. Tucker Carlson on his show has not brought up the Save America Act a singular time. He's not brought up the Save America Act one time on his show. So in terms of like actually passing policy rather than just sitting in your studio and just bitching all the time, like there's no alternative solution proposed. Like right now, Trump
This is so
wants to pass-
misdirected.
I know.
Tucker Carlson doesn't have a
Oh,
vote.
I know.
So
I
what
know
are
he
you
is.
talking about?
I know.
Carlson,
That's why we call him the
what
Jew.
Tucker Carlson.
How many votes does Tucker Carlson have on the Save Act? Zero.
There's kind of like this double-edged sword that you love to play. Of like, number one, the mainstream media is dead. We are the new media. We have the power now.
Correct.
So if the media attacks something that you disagree with the media on, should we just be like, oh, the media doesn't have a vote?
No,
like,
you're saying Tucker. You're saying Tucker isn't doing enough for the SAVE Act. I'm saying he doesn't have a vote.
Tucker Carlson has a massive.
He's obviously wildly influential.
You're saying that he's so. You're saying
so again. So you think Tucker Carlson has more influence on Republican votes in Congress than Trump?
Well, Trump is trying to pass.
No,
the
they're
America
both very
Act.
influential.
Trump is passing.
You think Tucker more than Trump?
No, but they're both.
Okay, so thank you.
What kind of
Tucker's obviously incredibly influential.
What is this red herring that you're bringing up?
It's also
Didn't say that.
Tucker. You're just
Deflecting. You deflecting. Again. You deflecting.
Trump is trying to pass the Save America Act. When we're talking about getting results, the Save America Act is a result that Republican voters want. Actually, most Americans want. Tucker Carlson has not mentioned the Save America Act a single time. I'm trying to stay to the topic, which is about loyalty and about why Trump is attacking Tucker, Megyn. I'm not even going to group Candace Owens in this. That is why. I'm bringing it back to the topic that in terms of like getting results from the American people, the Save America Act is a result. And Tucker Carlson has decided, I don't really care about this.
He doesn't have a vote.
He's not obligated to.
That's literally all Congress.
But the topic is loyalty. The topic is loyalty. So the question is, are people allowed to express dissent from President Trump without being considered disloyal and then getting cut off?
Can I interject? I don't like that framing at all. What are we even talking about? We have to be loyal to a politician? Is
Well,
it
that's
like
the
in America?
question. That's the question.
topic.
What are
That's
we
the-
talking about?
It's crazy to be loyal
But I
to
want
a politician.
So tell me.
Why? Why would we ever be loyal to a politician? They owe us loyalty. We are their constituency. They have to deliver on the promises to us. This is totally inverted. This is evidence that you guys exist in a cult.
Wait, what do you? We did not come up with the question of loyalty. I don't think we owe loyalty to anyone. I think that if you look at what if we're going back to the broader
That's not
topic,
true. That's not true. He just said that Tucker and Candace and all of them, they were disloyal, right? That's what
correct. Tucker and Megyn. It's not about. And I think this is again. It's not black and white. There's nuance to what Gavin's saying. It's not about loyalty. Tucker literally called Trump the Antichrist. Megyn was fired basically from Fox News because she was attacking Trump.
Who gives a fuck? They have a podcast. He's the president of the United States. They can say whatever they want.
Of course they can. He doesn't have to kiss their ass.
And Trump
not asking them to kiss their ass.
Okay, he told them to fuck off.
In terms of your question, like, are people allowed to express dissent without Trump going after them? Can we agree that there's a difference between dissent and calling someone the Antichrist? Someone specifically who is at now 3 attempts.
So then,
let's talk about. But the conflict began before Tucker.
Let's
said
talk
that.
about results.
When Trump really went after him, it was after he called him the Antichrist. And by the way, he called him the If we're talking about principled conservatism, he called him the Antichrist after Trump Truth Socialed, saying it will be the end of a civilization. In 2022, Tucker Carlson on Fox News said, I hate Iran. They deserve to be annihilated. So in terms of like principled conservatism, Tucker switched his whole positions. Trump essentially said what Tucker said before, and then Tucker calls him the Antichrist. I mean, if we're talking about like principledness, is like, if you can show me a misalignment of where Trump has changed from 2024, go back 2016 to now, and then I can show you a litany of areas where Tucker is.
Are you compensated to track the transcripts of Tucker Carlson's monologues? Because I find it fascinating.
Yes.
I've never seen anyone that
How long
knows
were you thinking of that joke?
that knows. It's not. I literally just sprung to mind. I've never seen anyone that actually knows like the timestamps of the shit that he said and when he's evolved his position. This is remarkable. Are you his biggest fan?
So he's allowed to evolve, but Instagram is.
Are you the attack line right now? Is that I'm being factual? Is that
No.
is that your position?
Yeah. I'm saying.
I've also brought up different times that Trump has said something.
Deflecting, not answering the question, deflecting.
No, he got paid by BB. Is that the answer?
I don't get
Yes.
Guys, please.
Obviously.
Israel,
You can continue the conversation.
Yes.
Guys, you could continue the conversation.
By foreign government, I'm gonna.
Guys, please. You could continue the conversation. I'm just saying this is a good opportunity to take a turn because this issue affects more than just Trump and high-profile podcasters. It affects the way we interact with each other. So the current MAGA side has adopted terms like panicants and doomers to describe people on the right who question the administration about issues ranging from the economy to personnel choices to the Iran war. The implication appears to be that speaking up about concerns is a sign of panic and distrust of a larger plan at work. The invention and usage of these terms has contributed to those on the other side who may now identify as America First instead of MAGA, saying that MAGA has become a cult of groupthink and unquestioning devotion to Donald Trump. Are people allowed to question this administration without being labeled as traitors? Resume.
Brandon, we have been called a cult since 2016. It's just it's switched now, and now they do it because we don't change our positions.
I know, right?
It's so now it's they've taken the rhetoric. I'm not necessarily saying these four, but in general, that side of what the left used to do to us for all these years, because we don't change our positions. Now, do I think them criticizing Trump is...
1 in the chat if you think that MAGA is a cult. 2 in the chat if you think MAGA is not a cult. 1 in the chat if you think the current incarnation of MAGA is a cult. 2 in the chat if you think that that's just not true and going too far. That's a lot of fucking ones. Lot of fucking ones. There's a reason for that.
Being a doomer or a trait, I don't think so necessarily, but I will tell you this. Since before Trump took office, December 2024, on X specifically, people have been tuning out. December 2024, they started with the H-1B visas before Trump was even inaugurated. They have been fighting since before this man took the oath. That is something that a few of us have noticed and said, this is more of a psyop. The fact that they panic about everything, if he says, if he tweets, they have taken the same personality that the left had from 2016 to 2020. That's just my opinion.
What about calling everybody Nazis? Do you think it's helpful that Mark Levin has called everybody a Nazi that disagrees with him and then said that we got to ban the speech of Nazis?
Yeah, the Democrats called us racist, and now
we're Nazis. So if people on the America First, America Only side call you guys a cult, you guys aren't much better by calling us Nazis.
I've never.
Wait.
What do you mean?
We're calling
you Nazis? What are you?
I don't think you're a Nazi or a traitor. I think you guys are fair weather
Maybe,
friends.
we'll see.
And you've dumped him
not
because
tonight.
We're talking about Mark Levin.
Immigration isn't good enough. That's your one argument.
Okay, well, I don't even listen to Mark Levin.
I didn't call you a cult. You didn't call me a Nazi. We're using general
I'll
terms
get there.
right now. Okay.
So your reasons seem to be the border isn't being policed well enough. There's not enough.
My biggest problem with Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, is that she's not even that fucking smart. Why are people pretending that Josie, the redheaded MAGA grifter, has any intelligent thing to say at all? Have you ever seen that whore ever do analysis that is anything different from what you've heard from a million different people, regurgitating other people's talking points? She has no original ideas or perspectives of her own. But she grifted to MAGA, and so she's relevant, and that's how she stays relevant, and yada, 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 whatever.
Deportations, that's a very subjective thing. So that's not a good enough reason to jump off the train. The second one is the Epstein files. I'm sorry to break it to you. The Epstein files are gay and boring. If a bunch of rich dudes are having sex with teenagers, I don't care. It's called Motley Crue backstage. It's a snooze fest. So drop the Epstein files. Now, Iran, it's been 2 months. It's been 1 month of action, 15 dead Americans. And
I really think that Gavin McInnes is drunk in this. I've been at WalkAway debates before in person. They drink backstage, guys. I was literally there when Blair White door-dashed a bottle of vodka to the debate venue before the debate because Blair wanted to be drunk on stage. I swear to God. I truly think that Gavin McInnes is drunk in this. Like, what the fuck, bro? What the fuck?
In 1 month of pretty much no action. Like, I can explain to you the merit of the war in Iran. It's not a war. It's a brilliant geopolitical move that can put us in the front seat of the global oil. And right now we have London handling that.
We have a segment about Iran. Right. I'd like to, for the moment, keep it about how we interact with each other, because Linda, you made the point that they've become a lot like the left. I mean, what do you think about the idea that using terms like panicans, doomers,
well, I'm not saying specifically
shuts down conversation like the left
Brandon,
does?
don't you think it also shuts down conversation for him to just accuse me that I'm taking foreign money out of nowhere.
Well, for the record, I didn't say foreign money. I asked if you were paid for your talking point.
But,
Let me deflect and talk about my feelings.
I said, yeah, maybe.
Okay, so I'm saying, like, if we're talking about shutting down conversation, I mean, that's just such a stupid thing to say.
No, it's not. It's not
If we're talking about shutting down, if we're talking about shutting
Brandon,
down conversation, it has to be on both.
Hold on, let me explain what.
Why can they call us a cult?
It was
and
a
that
personal
doesn't shut
dig.
down conversation?
Which you do have the opportunity to respond to. I don't think it's indicative of a broader ideological idea that one team versus the other.
Can I talk about the subject, like the specific subject you asked?
Yes.
Because I've been bleeding followers since I started talking about Israel.
Yeah.
And then immediately, the second I say anything online, I am treated worse than we would treat people on the left who are actually fucking crazy.
True.
By the way, I'm not attacking Israel or Netanyahu. I'm not speaking negatively about Jews as a whole. A lot of people are. I'm not one of those people. But the way I am treated and it's actually unbelievable. And this is worse than the cancel culture I've received from the left. Because the second you're labeled anti-Semitic in this industry, you are not doing well. Brands are dropping you, deals are dropping you. And I'm like, my thing is when I criticize him, I'm also talking about the wins. The wins are very important. And I'm not like end of days. I'm very hopeful. I'm voting red no matter what. All I care about is winning the next election because those people scare the fuck out of me. And I think they would literally kill us if they come.
How fucking retarded is that woman?
But it is crazy
another
when
case
I
for
criticize
women
them,
should
I
shut the
bleed
fuck up.
followers. All of a sudden, I'm a grifter. I'm a sellout. I'm a liberal. And I'm like, that is not accurate. I'm allowed to criticize him. I voted for him. I also ruined my life voting for him. I can never work again. I go in public and I'm spit on, I'm assaulted,
I think we all
I'm
did.
raped to death.
Yeah.
That's why I'm like, yo, I put a lot on the line,
Yeah.
so I get to criticize him. But then it's like influencers who joined like a year ago who are fully vaccinated calling me a fucking grifter. And I'm like, sincerely, sit the fuck down.
That's such a good point, Emily. And I actually want to ask you guys about that because I think every person on this stage has made enormous personal sacrifices, professional sacrifices, every type of sacrifice because we were outspoken people behind President Trump. And some from 2015, I got on board in 2018, but we gave up a lot. So wouldn't that in itself allow us the freedom and the grace to speak up when we're not feeling satisfied with what we feel?
Yeah, and Brendan, I think we are still a cult. I think all of us are in the same cult. And that's what's great about this cult is that we can disagree inside this cult. The other cult, they don't allow these conversations. So we're calling each
They are literally trying to define who is and is not MAGA. And you're saying, no, we're a big tent where we can disagree. No, bro. No. Then if that was true, then why are people constantly being told, get the fuck out. We don't need your vote. You're not MAGA anyway. In this very debate, it has happened where that dumb brown woman was like, you were never MAGA anyway. Fuck you. We don't want your votes. It's like, we can disagree under the big tent. No, fuck you, bro. Stop making shit up.
other names for
I'm not calling anybody names. Then there are people online.
You've never used the term panicans, doomers?
Oh, no, I joke. No, when I call somebody a panic, I'm not speaking about any particular people. It is a panic and approach to say, oh, God, these terrorists are going to bankrupt our economy. And then, oh, look, it didn't bankrupt our economy. Actually, it helped. So I do think there are approaches we could take to things and we could disagree. The name calling and stuff, it depends. I don't personally attack people. I generally don't. Not if they don't deserve it. But for the most part, I think a lot of the criticism we all get, they're nameless, faceless, unverified people.
No, they're not. I'm attacked by all Republicans and most of the biggest ones.
But I was attacked personally by President Trump.
Well, that's
pretty good.
This is all the liberals don't even give a shit about me anymore. They think I'm like fucking insane. It's Republicans coming after me and going and talking to brands, sponsorships, talking to the news. Oh, she's this, she's that. Don't work with her. Oh, she's anti-Semitic. She hates Jews, which is fucking crazy and also not true. And even with
Emily, I get that too, and I'm on the other side.
No, I know. And we've talked about
the chairman of the GOP in Miami has literally basically blackballed me from everything because he says I'm anti-Semitic.
Okay, and I don't.
No, I was going to say.
agree with you.
I was going to say the opposite.
They do this.
We are getting it.
It's not small accounts. You see people that attack me. It's fucking vicious. And the way they try to block me from MAGA and we should gatekeep MAGA. Who the fuck are you to say you should gatekeep MAGA? And like, no offense, it's people like Alex Clark said that. And I'm like, oh, be so fucking for real right now.
You know, we get it too, though.
No, you know what would be really great moving forward? I think, I tend to separate people from their politics and personalities. It's too much and it's fucking irrelevant to me. I just want to win elections till I fucking die and then I want to continue to vote red. So it's just like, that's what I care about. But the constant attacking, I'm like, I literally don't remember the last time a liberal, besides gay dean attacked me. It's always Republicans. And I'm like, you're really
Well, it's
focused
Israel.
on like
Israel has become the most polarizing thing on the right. And you're
And
talking
it
about people
should.
calling you a Nazi.
It's
like you
always
Jews, I'm leading
Israel.
followers and friends who call me Goyven McSheckles.
There's no winning. I went to
because I
Israel.
support the
I'm a
Jews. So,
fucking Jew lover.
so the elephant in the room in this whole thing
Oh
is
my
what
God.
Israel
So
is
I
doing
think,
to the left,
I think,
to the right.
I think that we can actually boil this down, and there's actually a trend in elections that show why this is happening. Obama wasn't even supposed to beat Hillary Clinton. The reason Obama beat Hillary Clinton in the Democrat primaries is because he ran directly against Bush's wars in the Middle East. That's why he beat Hillary and then won the election. Now, you could say the same thing about Trump in 2016.
Sure.
He was campaigning against these same wars. I believe wars in the Middle East are a swing issue, and this is what is swinging presidential elections. Now that we're in 2026, I do think it's more directional towards Israel, simply because that's where all of the special interest, foreign interest money that's influencing Congress and influencing these decisions is coming from. But here's what I think is important for everybody at some point, if you can find a time to address the audience of where you're coming from. So, if you want to say that I have these fantasies, that's perfectly fine. But here's the way I look at America. Here's the way I look at politics. And I wonder, it's like, how anybody could disagree with this. I think that our government is corrupt to its core. I think that our country has become so corrupt and we've become so sold out. And the American dream and the American way of life continues to be degraded, and our society continues to crumble. So yes, if you want to call it a fantasy that I want to save this country with drastic measures, then call me a fantasy. That's fine. I have a fantasy of living in a great country where people can afford to live, where we have a big middle class, and Washington, D.C. doesn't dictate the future of the country. That's the problem. So if that's a fantasy for me to want to live in that world, then fine, call it a fantasy. I'd like to make that a reality. That's what this is about for me.
I didn't call it a fantasy.
That's why I supported Trump.
I called the perp walking of, let's say, Obama, Fauci, a fantasy, because I don't believe that's going to happen. Now, I'm not saying that you're wrong
But
for
Trump
wanting
did say
that.
they committed treason.
I'm not saying you're wrong for wanting that or that you shouldn't want that. I'm saying that to me is a fantasy.
And because it won't happen, we will continue to lose our country.
Listen,
that's the problem.
I want to get back to the topic of how we interact with each other.
Yeah,
So on this
WON,
topic,
again,
I want to bring up something,
only
just a
good person in
personal
this debate.
experience that I had to sort of illustrate exactly what you were just talking about. So you and I had something happen between us online recently, and I put a post out on X, and I basically said, I want to kind of refresh the people that I'm following with some great truth tellers. Can anyone recommend any accounts that I should be following? I got about 200 comments from people and a lot of different recommendations. And if you go through and you look at my comments, you'll see at least the first 2 dozen people who responded to me, I followed the accounts that they told me to follow. And I went and I responded to them and I said, oh, thanks for the suggestion. Some of the people I knew, some of them I didn't know. I just basically followed everything I was suggested. One woman said to me, I've really been enjoying Buckley Carlson's posts. I highly recommend him. I clicked on the tag, went to his account, saw that he was already following me. Truth be told, I really don't know who Buckley Carlson is. I don't know much about him. I followed him back. I went back to her account and I said, thanks for the recommendation. I just followed him. Eyal took a screenshot of that, posted it on his account with the word "what?" ? And hundreds of comments came in, and I want to show you guys.
So are you telling me that fucking Jew on the stage tried to cancel Brandon Strauch because Brandon Strauch followed an account that he didn't like? Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock. Oy vey.
This is literally just because I followed the Buckley Carlson account. This is what happened. So here's the exchange. Brandon Strauch is on the side of Islamo-commie Nazis. Unfollowed him a while back. Brandon Strauch is a Candace-level Nazi prick. Brandon has been a big disappointment since he went totally Israel-obsessed. Okay, it's going a little fast. Candace-level Nazi prick. Geez, Brandon, are you insane? I walked away from Brandon Strauch. He apparently supports anti-Semites. Brandon is one of the most unstable and erratic gays on the app. I really don't know why people still follow him.
Put that in your bio.
That's clearly
Brandon is woke-like, in other words, right-tarded. Okay, that's a small sampling of what happened. Now, listen, I don't hold people accountable for what other people say.
Notice how they're mostly anonymous too. Like, are they anybody that?
I
We
looked
know,
and they all
is it-
appeared to be right-wing accounts, and they all, many of them said that they used to follow me, and you could be right. They could be bots, which is an issue as well. Here's one of the many issues that I had. Number one, it was insane, the reaction that I got. And to me, it was identical to me of leftist behavior. I mean, like a leftist sort of Antifa online attack.
You don't
But,
say.
You and I became
You
friends
don't
last year.
say.
I consider you a friend. I hope you consider me a friend. We fought Mamdani together in New York City. We
Unfortunately lost.
well, it was an uphill battle.
Thank God saved
It
the
was an
city.
uphill battle. Some of the things that we did, rallies, debates. You sat next to me on a debate table. My organization paid to have signs made saying things like Jews have a right to exist and Israel has a right to exist.
Oh.
You sat there and allowed these people to say these things about
So
me.
WalkAway has already gotten on the Israel train, and Brandon has already bent the knee. Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock. Imagine my shock that WalkAway is Israel first. Imagine my shock.
And didn't say a single
Anything
word
to
to
own the
defend me
libs,
as
right,
people were
Brandon?
calling me a Nazi and an anti-Semite. So, first of all, that bothers me. But second of all, I want to talk about the danger of allowing this kind of language to take place. We have people in our movement who are getting shot and killed. I mean, we get physically attacked as conservatives when we go to places. And I think largely because the left has allowed narratives to persist that we're Nazis and racists and bad people. We should not be doing this to each other. And I just want to ask you, why didn't you have my back in that exchange?
First of all,
Damn, you're getting called out.
I obviously don't think you're an anti-Semite. Most of those accounts.
I wish you would have said that.
First of all, I don't read any of my comments, and I'll get into why. But I'm saying I didn't see any of that happening, so I apologize that I didn't stick up for you. And if I did see all those comments, obviously not Nazi. Obviously, I would have.
These people
said that.
read
And when
all their
Nick
comments.
Shirley was
He's
getting
fucking
attacked like 2 months ago for being an
lying.
anti-Semite. I wrote this long post saying Nick Shirley obviously isn't an anti-Semite. I think calling everyone an anti-Semite, number one, is unhelpful.
I think it's anti-Semitic.
And I think number two, it degrades the meaning of that.
Agreed.
word.
Agreed. Yeah.
So to address that, and I apologize. Had I seen all those comments, obviously I would have said something. But I think when we're talking about the reason I don't read my comments is because I open my comments and
Bro, any of these conservative retard influencers who say, I just don't read my comments on X. Bullshit. Bullshit. Now, if they're saying they don't read their comments on Facebook, I totally get that. You can't read Facebook comments. They're boomer trash and they're depressing, okay? If they said I don't read my comments on Instagram, I actually would get that too. I don't keep up with all my comments on Instagram. But the thing of it is that conservative influencers are obsessed with Twitter. They're not obsessed with Facebook. They're not obsessed with Instagram. They're not obsessed with YouTube as much as you might think. They're not even as obsessed with Rumble. They are obsessed with X or Twitter or whatever. They are obsessed. The only things they care about are what goes viral on Twitter. They read all their fucking comments. I promise you. They read them. They respond to them. You can go into their replies and look at what they're responding to see, oh yeah, you are reading it, asshole. So don't believe any of these fucking influencers who say, I just didn't see it. I just don't even read my comments. I just post things and then they do what they do. And, I can't be held responsible. Bullshit, bro. Bull fucking shit.
all it is die Jew right now. I've called the FBI multiple times to people to show up to their homes because they've actively plotted to kill me. And so when you're talking about, calling people an anti-Semite versus, you open Twitter and it is Goebbels level Nazi propaganda. And so it's kind of difficult for me to hear this, calling someone an anti-Semite when, at least as Gavin said, and I think most people here would agree, is these labels that are being thrown are kind of irrelevant now. What is relevant is the fact that this week alone, 8 synagogues were shot up in Toronto and the UK. There was a man that the Egyptian national who showed up.
You want me to be upset because a synagogue was shot up in Toronto? You want me to be upset because a synagogue was shot up in the UK? No offense. Obviously no building should be shot up, but Toronto is in Canada and the UK is in Europe. So why do I care? Why do I fucking care? Why am I obligated to care about something that happened in Toronto that I don't care about? And why am I obligated to care about something that happened in the United Kingdom, which I also don't care about beyond the royal family? And if it involves the royal family being shot at, I would care about that. But I don't care. I don't care. I'm an American in America. This is supposed to be about America. I don't care.
At a rally for a vigil for the hostages in Colorado, the Jewish Museum was shot up in
These are all Muslims, too.
I mean,
not just
the amount of rhetoric. For instance, another thing, Dan Bilzerian just came out yesterday, asked how he could kill Ben Shapiro.
Dan
Owen Schroyer had
Bilzerian
him
is
on his
literally
show.
Jewish.
So I'm saying, if you find me anyone who's actively
But
called,
are you relying on Nick Fuentes' account as to what Dan Bilzerian said?
For me to finish,
I wouldn't doubt it. He kicked my friend in the face at a club.
If you're
Not the nicest guy ever.
doesn't mean he planned to kill Ben Shapiro.
Ask him about kicking a girl in the face.
If we're going to talk about, I am.
Clint Russell is taking Ben Shapiro's side over Nick Fuentes. I didn't see that one coming, if I'm being honest about it. Clint Russell, the conservative who pretends to be a libertarian for clout, is taking Ben Shapiro's side over Nick Fuentes. Excuse me, Clint, can you say that again, please?
Actively
But
called.
Are you relying on Nick Fuentes' account as to what Dan Bilzerian said?
For me to finish.
I wouldn't.
Yep. Yeah, he is. Yep. 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 Hey, Clint, had you listened to Nick Fuentes in 2024, you would have known, as I did, that if Trump got elected, he was going to go to war with Iran. Since you obviously couldn't figure that shit out, Clint, probably because you weren't listening to Nick Fuentes and you couldn't figure it out on your own, maybe actually listening to the boy might be a good bit of advice, because Nick Fuentes had all this shit figured out way back before Trump even got reelected to office. Clint Russell didn't have it figured out, but Nick Fuentes did.
He kicked my friend in the face at a club.
If you're
Not the nicest guy ever.
doesn't mean he planned to kill Ben Shapiro.
Ask him about kicking a girl in the face.
If we're going to talk about, I talk about this when I go to synagogues, when I speak at synagogues. I say actively, stop calling people an anti-Semite. Tell them all they're wrong, why they're wrong, because there's a lot to go off of. For instance, the reason I posted that with Buckley and that woman Trisha Hope, Buckley Carlson has spent the past 4 months accusing Erica Kirk of murdering her own husband and covering it up. Trisha Hope has done the exact thing. I vehemently despise those people. In terms of death threats, Erica Kirk and Turning Point have gotten more death threats from the so-called right than they have from Antifa because of people like Candace Owens, Buckley Carlson, and Trisha Hope. And so for me, at least, it was personal to me because she had just lost her husband. And for the past 6 months, rather than getting empathy from the right, from people who so-called cared about Charlie, they're going after his wife. And so for me, it's standing on principle. Again, in terms of calling people anti-Semites, I think it's totally relevant. Owen dressed up as a Hasidic Jew and started dancing for shekels on his live stream, which
did you get it?
But I want to which to me, I didn't come out and say that he's an anti-Semite.
ONW?
It doesn't matter to me.
Again, ONW?
That's just like, it's childish for a grown man to do
Brandon,
that.
why do you care about that side? Like, I feel like, no disrespect, but I feel like you are biased in this panel. Like, I feel like you.
Well, that's what I was about to say.
And as for me, I've received the opposite of what you've received. So I'll give you an example. I posted a picture with Ana Paulina Luna. I didn't know that apparently I had no idea that people didn't like her, and they said that she's a Jew. And I guess she took a picture with Benjamin Netanyahu. I don't know when it was, if it was before or prior to the war, I'm not sure. What I didn't know, my comment section was going to be filled with Jew, 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 Jew. Fuck you, I'm unfollowing you. Are we going to deny that there's also an Israel derangement syndrome on the other side or on their side, and they come after us and they're just as nasty? They send death threats.
That's what I was about to say.
Did any of us reply with that to you?
I want to make a point on that, though, because I even had to come out.
I do want to
reply.
reply.
Can I hear Brandon's reply real quick?
The Jews are the root of all evil, which people DM me, like big names, and they're like, let me convince you. And I'm like, I would rather fucking do anything else than listen to that shit.
Yeah, it's so tedious.
But the root, the Jews are the root of all evil. Everything goes back to them. Those people are fucking crazy, and they should be not listened to, okay? The people who are also like, you cannot criticize anyone Jewish, you can never criticize Israel, also fucking wrong. They're both wrong. They're both extremely, I think, crazy liberals. But that's the problem is like, I've made like valid I've criticized things and then I've had consequences for those things. And I think it's not fair. And I don't think the right attacking the other right is smart when we have a much bigger battle. But yeah, I just think also the Jew thing is like, honestly, they're just not very intelligent. They don't have anything better to say. It's like when they respond to me, you're like, fat, ugly, you should get raped, whatever. It's just, it is what it is. It's just easy to call someone a Jew. It's just very unintelligent. But the whole anti-Semitic thing, I'm like, if you're considering people like me anti-Semitic, then it's lost.
It's not unintelligent to call someone a Jew if they are, in fact, Jewish. That is called pointing out a verifiable fact. Now, listen, I get called a Jew all the time because of my last name. The people who typically call me a Jew because of my last name don't realize that my maiden name is Morissette, which is extremely fucking French, because half of my family is French, okay? So it doesn't propagate into their brain that I took my husband's name when we got married, and my husband is from Ukraine, and Borysenko is a Ukrainian fucking name, and no, my husband's not Jewish in any way, shape, or form. I am white as fuck. My family is French and Irish and British. I am about as white as you can fucking be. So I don't condone calling people a Jew unless they are actually provably fucking Jewish. And then if they have a problem with people calling them a Jew when they are Jewish, I think we should have a question about why. Listen, I have no... Karlyn, you're French. Yup. Yes, I am. Karlyn, you're so fucking Irish. Yes. Yeah. Yeah, actually. Yeah. I would have no problem with people calling me French or Irish or British. All of those things are fucking true. Why is it that Jewish people freak the fuck out when you say you are a Jew? Period. And then they call you an anti-Semite and yada yada, and then they try to destroy your life, and then they dox you, and then they say all sorts of crazy shit about you. If you are in fact Jewish, then what is the fucking problem? Aren't you proud to be Jewish? You are God's chosen people after all.
All value, and you should save it for people who are really fucking anti-Semitic and evil people who want to hurt innocent Jewish people. Let's save it for that. Let's skip people like me.
I want to respond. Okay, to it. First of all, I really appreciate the apology, and that means a lot to me. Second of all, the purpose of this was not to make it personal or to call you out. I was literally trying to provide an example of this sort of culture that's happened. And I don't think, Linda, that it's necessarily one-sided. The larger point that I'm trying to make, well, first let me address the other thing that you said, which is that you think when you compare being called anti-Semitic to literally receiving death threats for being Jewish, the two things are non-comparable. I agree with you.
No, sorry, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is that, like, I think everyone here has said at a certain point that, like, these labels don't matter anymore.
Yeah.
Is that correct? I haven't said that.
Yeah, but I have an issue with that.
No, but I'm saying people have said that, right?
Yeah.
So if those labels don't matter anymore, and that's what you're going to say, then stand on your principle that those labels don't matter anymore.
But I don't feel that way.
And get over it. Okay, man.
But
okay,
I don't
so
feel
I
that
think
way.
That's the separate part.
I don't feel that way because I feel like Emily was touching on this point that to be labeled anti-Semitic right now is just like when the left calls you a racist or anything else. Costs people job opportunities. It costs people. I mean, you saw right there. I just got unfollowed by like 100 people in your comments. That people that I've been following for 8 years, and now I'm like, so it does have consequences to be labeled anti-Semitic. Is it the same as receiving a death threat that makes you actually feel like your life is in danger? No, but it does, I think, have consequences. And the point I want to make to you, Linda, is that this, for me, is not about bias or one side chastising the other side. Part of the reason I want to do this debate tonight, and I mean it, is that I want to find common ground with one another again. And if people,
there
you're
is
my friend,
no common ground
people,
when you disagree on Israel. There is
different
none.
issues. If people are threatening your life, I want to jump in the comments and have your back. And I would appreciate it in return if you would jump in the comments and have my back when you know people are accusing me of things in your comments that you know are not true. And I don't think that either side of this divide on the right I think we should all be having each other's backs, even if we disagree on policy issues. I don't think this should be so.
Okay, but Brandon Straka, after I spent 6 months of my fucking life running around the country with Brandon Straka and the WalkAway movement, Brandon Straka then allowed his best friend, who is also involved with the WalkAway movement, to gang stalk me with several other people for 2 years of my fucking life. And it all could have ended had Brandon Straka just texted his fucking best friend and said, cut the fucking shit. Brandon Straka's best friend doxed my college boyfriend to get to me, to drag me through the mud. Defaming me to this day is the most successful thing that Mike Harlow has ever fucking done. So when Brandon Straka is saying, I just wish that you would have had my back, fuck you, Brandon. Fuck you. All Brandon Straka had to do to stop his best fucking friend from gang stalking me, doxing my friend, defaming me to millions of people all over the fucking internet for 2 fucking years of my life. All Brandon had to do was to text Mike Harlow and say, if you don't cut this shit out immediately, you are no longer involved with WalkAway. Fuck you, cut the bullshit. That's all he had to do. He didn't even have to denounce that shit in public. All he had to do was to tell him to cut the bullshit, and he fucking refused to do it. Wouldn't even respond to text messages that I sent him about it. So you'll have to excuse me, Brandon, if I find it a little bit disingenuous that you want people to have your back when you're getting mean replies on fucking Twitter, when it really mattered, when I was being gang stalked by your best friend, which put me in a clinical fucking depression, defamed all over the fucking internet with things that Brandon knew were fucking lies. And he couldn't say anything? Go fuck yourself, asshole. Too bad, so sad. And I will never shut up about this, Brandon. And if you ever try to use me or any of my fucking footage again, just like be prepared. Every fucking chance I get, Brandon, if I ever have the chance to truly fuck you over, I will absolutely do it and I won't think twice about it. Just so we're very clear.
Shouldn't matter. That is the last label that will ruin your fucking life and your career. If you label someone anti-Semitic truly the way they've labeled me, and I've had severe consequences for that, that actually really does damage your career and your life. And by the way, my friendships, the amount of friends I lost, I was like, but you know me, you know my beliefs. Like the amount of people unfollowing me, being like, oh, I thought you were a truth seeker, you're just this. I'm like, whoa, that label is like not a joke. And I wish it was. I wish it was like racist.
Try losing all your Nazi friends. That sucks too.
Wait.
All my
Sorry,
Nazis
let me
left.
just address. First of all, Emily, when you were accused of being anti-Semitic, I both privately and publicly said something about it because I saw those comments. I did.
Okay, I was actually going to say none of my Jewish friends have ever stuck up for me, so that makes one. So I
texted you. What are you talking about? I can bring up our text messages, but I'm saying like in terms of that, what you're saying specifically, and like I actively say that we shouldn't be calling people anti-Semitic. I think it's irrelevant because I view anti-Semitism as something that should only be reserved for anti-Semites. But the idea that it's like this apples to oranges argument of like, oh, I was called anti-Semitic. Like, you've been online. Like, some of the biggest influencers are fully Nazis. Like, actively say they're not. Like, I'm not paraphrasing. I'm quoting them.
Yeah, okay.
And like actively calling for another Holocaust. Amru Fudal, Myron Gaines, literally wore a Cookie Monster's hoodie to Turning Point with Jews going into the oven. Like, the idea that there's some sort of like apples to apples thing, like I think it's wrong. I actively say that it's wrong. It's stupid. It's childish, and it's unhelpful to call people.
Okay, I'm clearing my name on that. I did not know what that sweatshirt was. I did not know what it fucking meant. I took a joke. I took a photo. My caption was making fun of him because he's a douchebag and a dipshit, and then I deleted it out of respect for my Jewish friends. So I'm clearing my name on that one.
How is it something stupid?
Okay, what are the
like,
metrics?
You fucking give me a chance.
Fast forward. Oh, that's part 2. Oh, we're done part 1. We made it, guys. We made it through part 1. Okay, you guys met the channel membership challenge. So now we're going into part 2. We're doing part 2. Another hour and a half. You're welcome. Let's go.
A major issue for many Trump voters was de-weaponization of our three-letter agencies. Immediately upon taking office, Trump brought in Pam Bondi, Kash Patel, and Dan Bongino to head up the DOJ and FBI. Kash and Dan had for years said that the FBI needed to be dismantled and reformed.
The FBI's footprint has gotten so freaking big. And the biggest problem the FBI has come out of its intel shops. I'd break that component out of it. I'd shut down the FBI Hoover building on day one and reopening the next day as a museum of the deep state. And I'd take the 7,000 employees that work in that building and send them across America to chase down criminals. Go be cops. We're going to come after the people in the media who lied about American citizens, who helped Joe Biden rig presidential elections. We're going to come after you. Whether it's criminally or civilly, we'll figure that out. But yeah, we're putting you all on notice.
However, Kash and Dan ended up giving promotions to some in the FBI who orchestrated the targeting of innocent people for January 6th. Critics of Pam Bondi's have pointed out that no meaningful arrests have taken place of any deep state actors connected to the witch hunt against President Trump, against any Epstein perpetrators, or any of those connected with January 6th. One of the DOJ and FBI's first moves, infamously, was to invite social media influencers to the White House and present them with binders labeled the Epstein Files Phase 1, which contained no new information about the Epstein case that wasn't publicly known for years. Kash Patel, Dan Bongino, and Pam Bondi did a complete about-face on Epstein, stating that he definitely did kill himself and that there are no known perpetrators, and participating in the abrupt narrative shift that it is now time to move on from Epstein.
And this is something Donald Trump has talked about. The DOJ may be releasing the list of Jeffrey Epstein's clients. Will that really happen?
It's sitting on my desk right now to review. That's been a directive by President Trump. Everything's going to come out to the public. The public has a right to know. Americans have a right to know.
Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday.
You said Jeffrey Epstein committed suicide. People don't believe it.
Well, I mean, listen, they have a right to their opinion, but as someone who has worked as a public defender, as a prosecutor, who's been in that prison system, who's been in the Metropolitan Detention Center, who's been in segregated housing, you know a suicide when you see one, and that's what that was.
Wow.
He killed himself. You want me to get, I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
So the two of them, they came on, and I don't know if you remember the interview, and they said,
I'll never forget it.
Yeah, and they said he definitely killed himself. We can't tell you how we know that. Trust us. If you saw the evidence that we saw,
trust me, bro.
then you would also come to the same conclusion. And people are like, oh, well, they said it and that's it. And I said to myself, hold on a minute. I'm a lawyer here. Okay. So you've just told us that you have actually cleared every potential suspect. You have the exonerating evidence that says that nobody's guilty. Now, if you were telling us we have a suspect, we can't tell you why, we're building a case, I would say, okay, let's wait and let's see what happens. But you just told us that there's no case. So why can't we all know why you're so convinced?
Dan Bongino quit the FBI after less than a year and immediately went on the attack against any conservative who criticized him for inaction in the FBI, including blocking countless followers who expressed their disappointment with him. Many on the pro-MAGA side have praised Kash and Dan and Pam for their performance and attacked people who criticized them. So given that so many people fought for Trump to get in, to fight weaponization, to give people transparency about government corruption and cover-ups, why are the people who are demanding these things now being labeled panicans, doomers, black pillars, and traitors?
I feel like the Epstein debate has already been totally played out and had out, and everybody's kind of reached their conclusions. I don't really know how much wiggle room there is for people on that or convincing there will be. And I think it just boils down to this. Do you believe Epstein killed himself in that prison cell? No. And do you think that Jeffrey Epstein was just some wholesome guy that liked having pizza parties with grape soda and a beef jerky enthusiast? You either believe that stuff or you don't. I don't really think there's much more room for debate. Now, as far as the people that Trump brought in that they also seem to think that there was some there. I mean, Pam Bondi's statements speak for themselves, and she said many of other things as well about the Epstein client list. And now all of a sudden we're told that none of it exists. It's just Jeffrey Epstein. He just happened to become a teacher's aide and then a billionaire, and then he owns these islands. He's got all these security deals. He's got access to the top people in the world. But there's just no there. He just happened to like little kids. So either believe that or you don't.
ONW.
Well, and it also required an act of fucking Congress to get the disclosures that were promised by Trump on the campaign trail. And by the way, that is the primary reason that they're going guns blazing after Thomas Massie, because he was responsible for passing that bill along with Ro Khanna. That is the reason that the Epstein financier class is funneling $25 million to try and primary him, which will make it the most expensive primary in GOP history in the House.
But the point of this segment and the point of the question is that I think that despite how anybody feels, it's weird. I think the handling of Epstein by this administration is weird. And it seems like to simply acknowledge that it's weird is getting people labeled, panicans, and people are now suddenly going along with this whole, like, shut up, move on, stop talking about it. That's not really what people were saying.
Brandon, a few things. Owen, there's more to discuss than just saying you either believe what I believe, which is what you're saying. You must believe that Jeffrey Epstein was
No. Clint Russell is a massive fucking grifter who pretends to be a libertarian but is actually a conservative, and he's always been a fucking conservative, and he is a grifter that will do and say whatever he needs to for clout and relevance and money, just like his fucking hero Dave Smith, who isn't even that smart. He just cribs Scott Horton's talking points, and anyone who listens to Scott Horton knows this. And Dave Smith basically cribs Scott Horton and then pretends that he came up with it when in fact he didn't, and all that stuff. So no, I will not go on his show. I will not talk to Clint Russell. That will never fucking happen, because Clint Russell is a massive grifter and a fucking bullshit artist. Sorry, no.
Kids, and that the code words are grape soda, beef jerky, pizza. And if you don't believe that, then you believe it. Epstein's a wholesome guy. I think that's not how you really do evidence, and that's not how you take
hold on a second. So, but we're not denying. No, wait. We're not denying that Epstein was a pedophile, right?
That's not how you do that.
But
you have
hold on.
discussions
We're
about
not
it.
denying he was a pedophile, right?
I haven't seen evidence of prepubescent.
You just said
he is banging mine.
You said there's no nuance.
I've never seen evidence of that. They've all been post-pubescent.
So now Epstein is not a pedophile?
The thing is, I know Clint Russell in person. A lot of people who say this person's great, that person's great, they don't know them in person. They've never talked to them in person. I know Clint Russell in person. I based my assessment of him based on conversations that we had in person at PorkFest. So it's a little bit different when you actually talk to these people in real life and you've been involved in what they're all involved in. Because I'm not from the outside looking in. I was intimately involved with all the libertarian politics and bullshit for like 2 years of my life. I've seen how the sausage is made, and it's all just bullshit and fucking clout whoring because they're obsessed with being content creators. That's it.
I don't think so, no.
Was he? Do you think he was an asset for intelligence?
There's 32 states that have the age of consent at 16 years old, by the way, Owen.
This is amazing. See, actually, this is a very pivotal moment. This is where MAGA is out. This is where MAGA.
No, hold on. Hold on. You don't get this.
So I say, have at it. Defend Epstein. The stage is yours. The floor is yours. The floor is yours.
Do you know why?
No, I haven't seen his dick like that. No.
No, actually, you unfollowed me because you tried to blackmail me.
No.
Yeah, you tried to blackmail me, Linda.
I tried to blackmail you after.
Yeah, you did. You tried to blackmail me.
Okay.
Yeah,
I tried to blackmail you after.
That's right.
No.
Wait, are you admitting you blackmailed her?
Yeah, she did. She is.
Absolutely, I am. You think Masada
Crazy
fucking
bitch.
worse.
We got Mark over on Rumble. Thank you for the $5 Rumble rant. Have you seen Sargon's latest thoughts about anti-racism on his own channel? No, I don't watch Sargon. I don't find him to be particularly interesting or insightful. Sorry, I'm not going to either, but thanks for the Rumble rant. I appreciate it.
Owen, guess what? I corrected you one time and I said, you got the dates wrong. And what did you do?
On what?
You're protecting pedophiles.
On what?
I corrected you. on some wrong. I don't remember the exact thing. It was some wrong stuff, and I said no. I said, Owen, that's not what happened. This is what happened because I have read the fucking files.
Soda and beef jerky. That's what you
probably.
Okay, so there.
Probably.
So there it is. You believe.
Okay, are you gonna take that to court? You think that's evidence of pedophilia? You're gonna go and say, hello, FBI. This is the evidence that I have. Grape soda mentioned 1,000 times in pizza.
Yeah,
that's
so you
the evidence you have.
So you believe if you look at your kid's phone. Hold on, let me say this. If you look at your kid's phone and your kid is talking about pot and grass,
no, I already know this analogy.
What are they talking about, Linda?
Why don't you tell me how the case started?
Are they talking about
I don't really give a shit.
Are they talking about weed?
I don't really give a shit what they talked about. Did they rape the kids or not?
Yes, kids were raped.
Yes, but there's photo evidence.
Okay.
There's photo evidence.
Defend Epstein. Take it away, guys.
No. Tell me how the case started.
Well, hold on a second. Hold on. Given this ultimatum,
you're an expert in the case. Tell me.
Josie, go ahead.
All right. I want to say, so the issue people are having is the word pedophile. I think it's like hebophile or something when you're attracted to kids in a certain age. So it's a semantic argument. But I do want to say that even if the age of consent is 15 or 16, wherever it is in the United States, trafficked children cannot consent.
But didn't Pam Bondi herself say 10,000 videos and they were all child porn on Jeffrey? So why are we even
And she
arguing?
said the things that she saw was the most horrendous things that ever exist.
And there has been.
But have you not seen the photos and read the files? There's emails, there's photos, there's video evidence.
Have you seen photos?
Yes. This is not a conspiracy. There's hundreds of thousands of pages. Have you guys not seen it?
The emails between Jeffrey Epstein and other people saying what they say are horrendous. There's one where a little girl is saying she loves Jesus and Jesus makes her feel safe, and they're making fun of this or.
Look,
okay.
I'm not defending Jeffrey
does that
Epstein,
prove
obviously.
rape and kill
But every
and
time
murder?
someone submits something as a tip or whatever, it's included in the files.
But that's
there's infinity in the files.
But no. So this is emails from Jeffrey Epstein.
And emails and photos, and we've only gotten
been
10%.
submitted.
We've
Let
only
me just
gotten
say
10%
something.
of the files.
The elephant in the room is we all know what.
The MAGA-tards haven't even looked at the fucking files. Guys, are you at all shocked that MAGA retards have not looked at the direct evidence but seem to be running their mouth about it? Is this shocking information to us? No, it happens all the fucking time. It happens all the time. This is why we know more on this channel about what the left does than the FBI does, than anyone in the Trump administration does, than any of these MAGA-tards do. Because we actually look at the evidence. We actually look at the primary sources. MAGA retards pretend primary sources don't exist, don't fucking bother to look at them, and then run their mouths based on whatever the political narrative is at the time, regardless of what the primary sources say. And when people come and say, have you looked at this? Because this is what this is. They make up all sorts of bullshit. They create deflection for all the reasons why they don't have to look at the primary sources. This kind of seems exactly like what we experience all the time when we try to tell conservative influencers and MAGA-tards, here is what the left is doing based on their own trainings, and they don't even fucking look at it, and they just keep talking and talking and talking about stuff that isn't fucking relevant.
Epstein Island was. It was a Mossad operation because they felt like the left was getting too anti-Semitic.
I don't believe
so
that.
Mossad wanted to catch guys like Clinton fooling around with teenage girls.
The teenage girls never even went to the island. That's why I say,
it hurt the left.
why doesn't anybody answer how the case started? I mean, you guys are the Epstein, so tell me how the case started.
Talk about the Florida case.
The one and only case.
Are you talking about the young girls that called because of the massages in Florida?
Tell me how the case
This conversation
started.
here is why this is an issue. It's because it's not Epstein is a disgusting person, and you can reclassify or argue about what he did. I don't care. I don't care how he died. The fact is, I think we're all glad he's dead.
I don't care how he died.
No.
I fucking care how he died, if he died. I mean, who the fuck knows? Thank you, Dietz, for the super chat. I really appreciate it. Investigate the old guy with the unkempt goatee. Me thinks he doth protest too much. Totally. Yeah, like, what the fuck has happened to Gavin McInnes? Like, I don't get it. I don't get it at all, honestly.
But hold on, we can argue about how he died in a minute.
Yeah, but
let me make my point. Let me make my point first.
If he got murdered,
it doesn't matter to my point right now.
You're intrepid creator of the Proud Boys, sir. You're intrepid creator of the Proud Boys. And we see how that's gone since then.
That's my
Let him
point.
make his point.
My point is the timing of the Epstein saga is the issue I have with the Epstein saga. And I believe when Trump referred it to as a hoax, he wasn't referring to the Epstein saga as a hoax, but the timing of the Epstein saga. Very interesting. And I think this side of the room is going to be happy that I say this. Netanyahu leaves the White House, and the next day, Epstein becomes the biggest issue in the country. And then right after that is Operation Midnight Hammer. I think there's actually
Bingo.
a correlation to that. Now, I'm not going down this road yet.
What you just did it.
I know, but because my point is irrelevant to that for a moment.
No, Tammy, I'm not tackling that topic, but I did do a show on Owen Schroyer's going through it, so I highly recommend go back and watch that show if you want my reaction to it. But Owen Schroyer has done a much better job of this than I'm ever going to do. So no, I cover the far left. I'm not going through the Epstein files. That's not going to happen.
The timing of the Epstein release is the scandal. And the reason why we're all arguing with each other about the details of Epstein is exactly the purpose of the timing of the Epstein scandal.
Because of the reason you just said, or what about the
I think there's a whole lot going on
It was
here.
used as leverage for Operation Midnight Hammer. That's what you just said.
Bindergate was February of 25. That was 1 month
By the way,
after
that's
the
a
administration
conspiracy.
started.
That's something that you guys
Bindergate,
fantasize about. That's not
Bindergate
reality.
It's a conspiracy.
That's fine, and I disagree with
It
Gavin.
happened in public, you dumb bitch.
So then why is Ghislaine in jail? She didn't do anything wrong. She didn't traffic anyone. She wasn't. So why is she in jail? Why don't we let her out?
Did you cover the trial like
I think
your friend
Epstein's a
House
bad
and
guy.
Hobby did?
Giselle deserves to be in jail.
You should look into House and Habit's reporting and see what she did, because guess what? She got charged with 1 trafficking count. Where is the mass? You guys are saying that it's all these children that were raped. They wouldn't even admit. The prosecution wouldn't even let Virginia Giuffre, who was the poster child of Epstein, testify against Ghislaine Maxwell. She got charged with 1 count of trafficking to Jeffrey Epstein.
Do you guys think
To
that we're
Jeffrey
being
Epstein.
told the truth about the nature of his death?
Yes, I believe it.
I think he was killed.
You do?
It's crazy.
Yeah.
So does that bother you that is coming from Trump's administration, Cash and Dan?
Absolutely. But the guy that you just showed with the yarmulke, he was hired by the Department of Justice to go in there and clean up.
Yes.
And his job was to stop weaponization. That was his role. And I think it's a perfect example of our split, by the way. He brought people that had been abused by the Department of Justice. Physically, he brought them into the office to give a face to the story. And he was told again and again, well, we can't do that. And I go, but it's Trump's administration. And he goes, not really. He goes, the DOJ is a holdover from decades ago.
Yep.
And so he ended up quitting. I assume that's what you were talking about on the podcast.
Yeah.
He ended up quitting because he couldn't make any headway in this swamp, in this sludge. So I know you're mad at him for not draining the swamp, but talk to someone who's been there. It's a fucking nightmare.
Well, I agree, but this is where I guess my fantasies come into play. The reason I fought for Trump was to end that, and I think what makes it so bitter is you say, well, he's trying. Okay, well, let's say I believe he's trying. Well, guess what? It's not getting done. But you know whose desires are getting done? The foreign interests and the special interests. Nobody's going to stop them from building the AI surveillance
Israel's
state.
desires
Nobody's
are getting
able to
done.
stop them from
So we're not
continuing
supposed to
go to war in the
compete
Middle East
with China
but we
for
can't-
AI?
We can't drain our own swamp that was weaponized against our own people. So that's the problem.
I think first of all, it's better to lower the temperature. I think when it comes to Epstein, I think the handling was wrong. I don't think there should have been so much posturing, because then you have to stand on that, right? There can't be, 4 million or 5 million files. You're a month into the administration. Obviously, they're not able to comb through 5 million files in that time. So don't speak about something that you're actively pursuing, because you don't know actually what's in there and what's not in there. And I think and I think it's legitimate, a lot of these conspiracy theories that surround Epstein. And I think the handling was poor, but I think at the same time, Trump was the only president that released 2 million files. Trump was the president that did that. This didn't happen under.
He released the files, guys. It doesn't matter that he didn't do anything about it. He released the files. Can't you just get off his back? He released the files. Doesn't matter if nothing was done after that. Shouldn't you just be happy that he released the files? That obviously this person didn't read, and none of the people on the MAGA panel actually read. And he did it because he was forced to, by the way. It wasn't his choice. He was forced to.
Joe Biden. This done.
Congressional law, you're going to give him credit for
No, he released it before.
Never gonna get a better
He
swamp
released it
drainer.
before.
There has been so many releases.
He released them before, and to address Your
Yes, he
question about
did.
yes, he did. Yes, he did.
No, he didn't.
Go back and if there's like a
the
little
bill was
pop
signed into
fact
law
check,
before.
Trust me, bro. Trust me, bro. He definitely did, bro. Trust me, bro.
In terms of your question of like, do I think Epstein was a pedophile? I think he was. I don't think there's this mountain of evidence that backs that up. I think personally he was. And then in terms of him killing himself or not, I disagree. I think he did kill himself. I think Kosh specifically, I think Kosh was specifically someone who was kind of like you before joining the administration, was like very much, he didn't kill himself. If there was anyone that was like trying to find an answer, and he came out and he said he did kill himself. And so unless you can provide evidence that he didn't
His
kill
cellmate
himself,
came out this week
that he didn't,
saying that he killed himself.
Not the fucking head of the FBI.
So
the
why do we have to prove it and not him?
No, you can't. The burden of proof.
It's on them.
No, it's on you,
and that's what he said. But I'm saying that's what
The burden of proof is on the state.
No, you can't prove a negative. Like if he did,
Yes, you can show me the footage from the jail. Why did the cameras die?
The cameras died at that 1 minute. And it wasn't his
And the security
roommate.
guards fell
His
asleep.
roommate ahead of time. Didn't he die of COVID?
No, his roommate just came out and said
He had
that
two roommates.
his roommate just came out and said that he for sure killed himself.
What about the autopsy and what his brother said?
He could have said whatever, but House and Habit has been talking to him for years and been posting about it for years, and she got ahead of the New York Post, who's posting it now. And one of the things that he told her, which you guys don't want to hear because you've already convinced himself that it's a Mossad operation, they were raping kids, was that Jeffrey Epstein, while he was in jail, tried to kill himself the first time, lied about the roommate hitting him so that he could be moved to a cell on his own. And that's when he ended up killing himself.
But that wouldn't change how the suicide watch works at all. He still is on suicide watch, so none of that would change. But again, I think we have to get down to basics here. Okay, did Jeffrey Epstein work with Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yes.
Yes.
That was his girlfriend.
Okay, who was
No, that was
Maxwell?
his
Hold on.
girlfriend.
Who
That
was
was his
Maxwell's
girlfriend.
father?
Mossad.
Who was Maxwell's father?
Maxwell.
So you shrug because you don't want to give the answer because it hurts your stance.
It doesn't hurt my stance at
It
all.
absolutely
Because-
does.
Because what does that
He's
have to do
tied
with
into
the case?
intelligence
I'm sorry,
agencies
what does
up
that
one
have to
side
do
and
with
down the
case?
other.
But that doesn't prove anything, Owen.
What do you mean that doesn't prove?
prove
That's
anything.
circumstantial
That's
evidence.
just it's just
Wait,
exactly.
do you know
You
what
just said it. That's
circumstantial evidence? Do you know
circumstantial
what
evidence.
circumstantial evidence means?
Yeah,
That's not
here's
even
a guy.
admissible.
Here's a guy.
That's not even admissible in court.
Here you go. Here's your circumstantial evidence, okay? Here's a guy who's connected to the intelligence agencies up one side and down the other. He's also connected to all of Trump's attorneys, by the way. He got a sweetheart deal on that Florida case.
He didn't
and
get
then
a
he
sweetheart
he
deal.
magically kills himself
didn't
in
get a
prison
sweetheart
with
deal.
no footage, no security
He was on
guards,
house
with a toilet
arrest.
He
paper.
didn't.
Bro.
He didn't get a sweetheart deal.
Yeah, he
Yes,
did.
he did. He was on house arrest.
You realize-
Am I able to talk, or are you just gonna fucking scream
Go
at
ahead,
me
go
the
ahead.
whole
No, I
time?
forgot
Am I
you're
able to
defending
talk?
Epstein. Go
Are you
ahead.
able to tell me how the case
Reclaiming my
started from
time.
the very
Reclaiming
beginning?
my
Yes,
time.
girls
Reclaiming
were
my
recruited
time.
to go to his little massage
That's not how I
parlor in
started.
Florida.
You're not able to tell
Okay.
me, right? I'll tell you why. Because Governor DeSantis signed the law, changed the law of our state to please people like you guys. You know what it is to change the law of our state? Because they wanted more stuff to come out. Of course you don't know that, because why would you know that?
You're just
you don't know
wrong.
shit.
Okay.
No, I'm not wrong.
You are, but
Governor
that's right.
DeSantis
You'll find out when
signed a law.
When
Governor
Acosta cut the
DeSantis,
deal,
okay, you don't want to
DeSantis
talk to
had
me. You
nothing
want
to
to
do
keep
with it.
interrupting me.
That's
Governor DeSantis signed a law in 2024 with what?
I know.
Pull up
I
the
know.
phone.
Will she
Somebody
bring it
pull
up
up the
before
phone.
the
He signed a law
stream is
to
over?
get
Who knows?
all of the documents that
Who
were in the Florida court that
knows?
nobody
Who
had seen
knows?
before, that only the judge is allowed to release. He bypassed the judge, signed a law, released everything from the files. And guess what? Guess what we found out? You know how the case started, Owen? Girls were bragging, the teen girls were bragging at school about the money they were making from an old guy in Palm Beach giving them massages. They get into a fight because one girl calls the other one a prostitute. Her mom finds out, calls the cops, the case starts. The girls are bragging about the money they were making. They weren't in the distress. They weren't saying they were raped and abused, because most of them, when the cops started their investigation, you know what they said? I don't think Jeffrey did anything wrong. Some of them were getting their cars paid.
Wow.
I can't. You're mad.
So let me just
So you're mad at the testimony that I read? You're mad.
Guys, the brown woman says that Jeffrey Epstein definitely didn't do anything wrong, and you should all trust her. Hey, thanks so much for the super chat, Meowie. No way to wake up normies on either side. I've done the same thing researching the far right. Yeah. Yep, we're pretty fucked because the normies are not capable of listening. So true, so real. Appreciate it.
The testimony. You know what some of the girls
Yeah, can we
said?
deport her, please? Listen, can we just be real for a second? One in the chat if you want to deport this dumb bitch back to wherever she fucking came from, Mexico probably. 2 in the chat if she can stay in America and continue to fuck up American politics with her stupidity. 1 in the chat for deportation of the Latina back to Mexico. 2 if she can stay and continue to run her yap and fuck things up because of her stupidity. Let me know where you stand.
You're mad at the testimony. You know what some of the girls said? They got cars, they got to travel, they got their college paid for, and you don't think these girls know what the fuck they're doing?
I find it funny that you're leaving out the entire years-long investigation.
Enjoy.
I will enjoy it.
Enjoy this position.
I'll enjoy it. I'll enjoy it. I made plenty of videos about it. What am I enjoying? The truth? You don't like the fact that I actually read the files? You don't like the fact that I'm quoting? You don't like the fact that
You're talking about the grand jury testimony from Florida.
Right. And you don't like you don't like the testimony.
Do you know why they reversed that?
You don't like the victim testimony.
No, but do you know why they reversed it?
they
Because
don't
they broke the law. Yeah, they broke the law. They did not tell the deal to the victims that they were giving to Jeffrey Epstein. That's why he was rearrested. There was a years-long investigation into Florida. That's true. They brought the investigation. He was caught.
By the way, Owen Schroyer knows more about this than literally everyone on that stage put together, because Owen has been deep diving into this shit for like literally years. So the fact that this stupid brown woman even has the gall to question Owen Schroyer on this shows us that she doesn't know shit about shit, and she should shut the fuck up and go back to fucking Mexico, honestly.
Julie Brown at the Miami Herald, a very corrupt institution, which I guess you guys are cool with it now, started to talk to the victims again, started an investigation, and got him in New York because they couldn't get him.
So Epstein's wholesome. He's an innocent guy.
I don't think he's wholesome.
No, everything you're saying could be true, and it's also a Mossad spy op.
I don't think he's a Mossad. I've never seen an evidence.
Mossad would have been the hero in this case.
Yeah.
His girlfriend's dad was just the head of Mossad.
I was gonna say, is that the one case where Mossad looks good and then
Mossad's
to argue
supposed to
against
look good.
it?
It's okay for you to support it. Mossad looks good.
Mossad brought a bunch of perverts.
Well, I don't believe it's
blackmailed
Mossad. So because I don't believe it's Mossad, they look good.
Mossad organized this whole sex ring in order to bust.
No,
Bill
you made this up. You have no evidence of that.
Huh?
Not just Bill Clinton.
You have no
tons
evidence of
politicians.
that.
Yeah.
Brandon did.
I'm complimenting Israel.
Go ahead.
But why are you? See, this is.
I want to do it too.
This is Israel derangement syndrome. No one is talking about Israel, but she has to bring up Israel.
Jeffrey Epstein was Mossad, you dumb bitch. I just don't understand what Israel has to do with any of this. Okay.
Why are you bringing up Israel?
Epstein has no connections to Israel.
I never said that, Owen.
But no one's talking about Israel derangement syndrome.
To be fair, it was Gavin who just mentioned it, Mossad operation.
Oh, great. Well,
okay. Gavin, why do you have Israel derangement syndrome?
I would take maybe I don't know, just step back from not us, because I saw so much of that. I had a mental breakdown and literally had to call my mom, and I was like, I am now religious because I believe the fucking devil exists and it's within these people. But I'm like, just common sense. You have this guy, he somehow is connected to every model, politician, everyone around the world. He was kind of a nobody, and now he has all this money, all this power. And I'm like, you don't get to that place unless you are doing something inherently fucking evil with a large price tag on it. And it's like, come on, we've seen The Sound of Freedom and all this shit. This is not a fake thing. Trafficking's not a fake thing.
It's not.
There's
Emily,
a lot of money for children.
That's not what happened in this case.
That's not what happened in this case. Let me finish. To think organically, this guy's timeline did not involve being a pedophile or harming children or any of these is fucking crazy. And
I don't see any evidence of that.
Okay, I'm just confused because I thought I've seen millions of pages of photos, videos, and evidence, but apparently it doesn't
exist. Emails you're talking about, and some of the emails are just that.
Just had
so what about Pam Bondi saying that she has the client list and
I'm just like, this is the only thing I don't understand.
So she just lied?
I think like he said.
So Pam Bondi lied?
Yes, I think a lot of them got ahead. I do think that, and I think she was the wrong choice.
But did Pam Bondi lie?
Probably.
So she lied.
Probably.
She never saw a client list. She never saw the video.
Probably.
Are you a panicking?
The reason Dan Bongino lost and the reason he lost market share is because he talked a hell of a lot of shit to get himself into that position of power.
True.
And then once he got that position of power, he didn't deliver, and now his reputation.
He didn't know what to do. Okay, let's just fast forward. We know that Brandon's going to do an ask for money, and fuck him. No, ask for money, no.
I don't know, am I?
I'm asking.
I just...
Because some of these people were
called her
expressing
out
that
first,
before it was brought to light.
Well...
and called names for it.
Look, I'm going to say something else that, you know, some people are going to like. I don't like the fact that Trump has met that many women in those positions of power. I don't think Christine O.M. was a good choice for DHS. There are certain positions like Carolyn Levitt where I think, you know, women does a good job when doing that. When I think of DHS and I think of the DOJ, I'd like to see men in charge, which we got now.
I'd like to see less women.
Then why in the ever-loving fuck should we be taking this woman's opinion on mass deportations? This woman just said, I'm sorry, women can't really run things like DHS and Homeland Security. Then why in the ever-loving fuck are we taking this stupid brown woman's like opinions on mass deportations and whether or not Trump has deported enough people?
Of the DOJ, I'd like to see men in charge, which we got now.
I'd like to see less women in debates.
You know?
They're very
Well, wait,
loud.
I'm sorry, okay, no one answered my question how this guy became a literal billionaire and was connected to everyone in the world and he never did anything wrong.
He's Jewish and Jews help each other out,
Oh,
right?
that's actually a really horrible argument because I'm trying to ask if he wasn't like trafficking children, which there's such a heavy price tag on.
I think he was doing that for the CIA.
Well, that's true. He's what he did.
Josie, I'd like to hear your opinion about what Linda said about women in positions of power in the administration.
I agree with Linda. I agree that there should be less women in power. I like Tulsi. I like Speaker. But when it comes to women in power, in powerful positions like leading the DOJ, it's a man's job. I'm sorry.
So women need to know their place too.
Again, why should we be taking Josie's opinion on anything then? Why is Josie even putting herself into the public sphere? If Josie was really acting in alignment with her values, why wouldn't she just be at home with her kids cooking in the fucking kitchen?
I get
They've
it.
done an
Women are
embarrassing
very
job.
good at certain types of things, and they're not as good at other types of things.
Women, shut the fuck up. Dinosaurs? Sorry.
Did you not get the memo about what you're supposed to wear to this thing? We're all hearing collars and stuff, and you're wearing. You got that big
I'm wearing
bug-shaped
jeans, so
scab on your.
It's like John Fetterman.
He's a libertarian. He doesn't have to follow the rules.
You didn't hear we're supposed to wear suits?
No, I didn't hear that.
Well,
but
either way,
He doesn't listen to rules. He's a libertarian.
that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
Doesn't have to. They don't apply to him.
What's that,
On the topic of
Master Jake? Let me
podcasters
see.
and influencers, many identifying as MAGA have denied that there is a legitimate splintering of the movement and saying that this is a false perception created by podcasters and influencers. But if this is true, the numbers seem to tell a different story. The top podcasters who have a dedicated message of praising the
Okay, so that dumb brown woman, this is from Master Shake. That dumb brown woman, who I just need to block them. They've already blocked me? Look, they've already blocked me. So we're going to block that dumb brown whore. But the dumb brown woman said, Owen Schroyer is one of the biggest propagandists and manufacturers of lies in the industry. He cried about me blackmailing him, and it was really just me privately messaging him, reminding him that I know shit about him the public doesn't know. I don't know, guys. I don't know, but that kind of sounds like the very definition of blackmail to me. Is messaging someone and saying, I know shit about you, and if you don't do what I want you to do, then I'm going to release that information to the public. That kind of sounds like blackmailing to me. 1 in the chat if you think the dumb brown woman was trying to blackmail Owen Schroyer. 2 in the chat if you think, nah, it's totally fucking normal to DM someone and say, I'll release information about you you don't want public if you don't do what I want you to do. 1 in the chat if you think this kind of sounds like blackmail. 2 in the chat if you think that, no, it's totally not blackmail at all and Owen's just wrong. And what is wrong with this is, again, guys, when you ask yourself, Karlyn, why don't you interact with anyone on the internet? Why do you have like 3 friends on the internet and you'll make content with them, but you're really not interacting? Why is it that you never go on any of these shows? Why is it that you never interact with any of these people? When you're asking yourself that question, I want you to remember this debate. And remember that Owen Schroyer is the only person in this debate that I like. And he is the only person that I will even tangentially interact with on Twitter because like, or like do any of that. Like in this context, there are other people. I'll interact with other people. I'll go on other people's shows. But like, you really do have to understand that most people who are doing like content in this space are fucking psychotic. They make shit up all the time. They will backstab you in a heartbeat if they think that it benefits them. Most of them are not interested in having an intellectual conversation about anything. Most of them would not know the truth if it bit them in the fucking ass. Most of them refuse to look at evidence. They don't know how to do anything but argue and insult and argue and insult and argue and insult and argue and insult. Exactly. It would be a waste of my time. It would be a waste of my energy. They're not interested in hearing about what I do anyway. So fuck it. I'm not wasting my time on that bullshit. I will interact with anyone who I think is genuinely interested in having a real conversation. Like Harrison Smith did one of the best interviews that I've ever had because he was actually interested in having a real conversation. He was actually asking me highly intelligent questions. I will talk to Harrison Smith any day of the week. If Harrison's producer DMs me like, Karlyn, can you come on the show? I'll be like, yes, I will rearrange my fucking schedule. I will cancel my live stream to go on his show to talk to him because he's actually interested in having a real conversation. I will talk to Kim Iverson, even though I don't think Kim Iverson knows as much about this stuff as I do, but no one knows as much about this stuff as I do. But she's actually interested in having a real conversation. Oh, Dr. Drew's never having me on again. Oh, that's never happening again. I promise you, that's never happening again because I may have advocated for putting communists in a concentration camp. And, I don't think he found that particularly funny. I would go on again because I think that Dr. Drew is wrong about a lot of things that he doesn't understand that he's wrong about. But I don't think I'm ever going to be invited on that show again. I don't think that's happening. I think the concentration camp joke may have gone too far, and I don't regret it. I don't regret it at all, but I don't think that's going to happen again. I'm very sorry. You can email him if you want it to happen, though, and tell him that was a while ago. That was, when the fuck was that? That was a while ago. I don't exactly remember, but it was pretty awesome, actually.
Trump administration like Daily Wire, Turning Point USA, Dan Bongino have seen their numbers decline. Notably, Bongino dropping from Spotify's top 10 to out of the top 100. Yikes. Daily Wire recently reported
Dan Bongino dropped out of the top 100 podcasts on Spotify. Oh, that had to hurt his feelings. Oh man. Adam, thank you so much for the super chat. Just got a nice camp where just a nice camp where they can concentrate and think about what they did wrong. Exactly. I'm not advocating for people to die. I think that they should be provided all the resources they need in their concentrated camp to live a long and happy life. I don't want anyone to die. I don't want anyone to starve. I don't want anyone to get disease. I want them to have all their needs taken care of. I want them to have movie theaters and swimming pools and all of that stuff taken care of. I'm just saying that I want to put the communists in a concentrated camp-like area with a massive wall where they can't leave to separate them from non-communist society. It's the only way this is going to work. And then I want them to have a long, happy life in their communist utopia. It can be their commune. They can build whatever communist utopia they want. And it's going to be great. And they can do that. And then we can live our lives without the interference of the communists. I don't think I'm being unreasonable. I really don't.
Major staffing cuts. Meanwhile, critics of the administration like Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, and Megyn Kelly have seen soaring ratings on their podcasts. If the fracture in the movement isn't real, how do we explain the vast discrepancy in viewership of these podcasts?
I do think the Bongino thing is a little different because he did his podcast for years, basically railing against the deep state. He gets into the FBI and basically does nothing. So I think that's kind of a separate issue.
He nuked himself.
As far as the MAGA division or coalition divide, I do think it's it's like hyperbolic that people will sit here and attack Tucker Carlson and Megyn Kelly and all the former MAGA people and then say, but there's no divide.
And it's totally backwards too, because if you actually look at the charts, everybody who's been critical of Trump, in my opinion, telling the truth about Trump, their numbers are in the ascendancy. Everybody who's been carrying water for Trump, like Bongino, like, I mean, Ben Shapiro, TPUSA, Mark Levin, down the line, all of them are falling off a cliff. So it's evidence that there's market demand for people who are going to actually be telling the truth.
And this is true in regular mainstream media and in our world, alternative media, because anytime there is a Democrat president, the Republican commentators on social media, just Sean Hannity's in the world, their ratings skyrocket. When we have a Republican president, their ratings go down. It's because people want to tune in to hear the dissent. And so dissent is what sells. And the reason why Tucker is so popular right now, and Candace, even though I disagree with everything she says.
Candace has a liberal audience, by the way. Now
regardless of her audience, but what she is selling is what people want to buy. They want to buy the dissent.
Here's the key thing, though. Tucker Carlson on Fox News was the #1 nightly news show at the time. That was
Who was president?
That was while Trump was in power.
Tucker Carlson
2019.
was most famous during the Dominion issues in 2020. And
Okay,
got sued.
he was still the #1 guy in
fired because of
2019
it.
when he was just.
But that's why he was #1. He was saying the things that nobody else was saying. He was a
Not in
dissentful voice
2019, you
in a sea
retard.
of
Okay,
people.
but it goes counter to the fact that Trump was the president of the United States. Trump is currently the president, and Tucker is dissenting because he believes that Trump is off.
Trump was the outgoing president of the United States. Biden was the incoming president, and it was among the election.
Not
dispute
in
where Tucker made his name.
2019.
That's why he left. No, when Tucker when he was at Fox, he was the #1 show, just like Greg Gutfeld is the #1 show at Fox right now. But Tucker became Tucker
It ain't the same
when
thing.
Tucker left Fox.
It ain't the same thing, though.
So you think this is a normal ebb and flow?
Yeah, it's obviously a normal.
Well,
Do you think that also applies? Because I heard you say something, and I think it applies, but I would like to know if you think it applies. I think that that's kind of how we used to see Trump, was anti-establishment.
Exactly. I made
dissident
that
from
point
the
earlier. I
establishment.
agree.
But now I don't view him that way. I view him as the
Exactly. I
establishment.
agree with you. I said that point earlier. I said
This entire thing this is why debates are just a giant fuck off waste of time, honestly. It's like they're not listening to the other point. They're not even arguing the other's point. It's an argument just to argue. And yeah, it's entertaining, and yeah, we're going to watch it and we're going to be entertained and we're going to call out the bullshit when we see it. But it's just like, this is why debate culture in general is just a giant fucking waste of time and energy. No one ever changes their mind. No one is convinced of anything. It's just about owning the opponent, destroying the opponent, getting the clip to put on fucking Twitter forever and ever and ever.
But even in his
Brandon is not trying to heal any divide. Brandon is trying to find a way to maintain relevance because the WalkAway movement is a complete farce. That's what's going on. It's like, come on.
First administration, he still carried that aura.
Yeah, but that's what buried him. The reason why Trump wasn't as successful.
No, they stole the election. That's what buried him. He won that election.
I'm not going to argue with you there. What I'm saying in 2016, the Trump administration in 2016 was less effective than the Trump administration in 2024 is because he tried to get along with the establishment and they buried him. This time around, he's balancing getting along with the establishment, but also bucking them where necessary. And I think it's a balancing act that made him more successful. I think if you look at his administration is much more anti-establishment than his administration in 2016, but yet he's getting along with the establishment externally, which is what's making him effective. I think it's a delicate balance. Yes, it's going to piss people off, but at the same time, we have results. And I think that's really the overarching thing of this administration is been able to get shit done in a very divided time. But you know,
It's not divided. He's got the House, the Senate, the SCOTUS.
Yeah, but the House is not. But that is not a. If the Democrats were in charge and Nancy Pelosi do her little thing, everybody votes the same way. We have narrow margins in the House, so we have to get one or two Republicans that nobody's ever heard of from not voting against it just to become famous.
Yeah, but the margin's so narrow, and yet Trump is still willing to expend energy on ousting people who have been diehard supporters, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, trying to get Thomas Massie out of power.
Marjorie Taylor Greene voluntarily quit Congress.
You know why?
No, it doesn't matter why.
They were threatening.
It doesn't matter why she quit. She still quit. It doesn't matter that Trump was completely fucking her over at every single turn. Trump didn't cause Marjorie Taylor Greene to quit. She just quit. And let's not examine the fact that Trump completely stabbed her in the back and fucked her over, because that's irrelevant because she quit. That is the MAGA position. Trump can fuck over anyone, no matter what they've done for him, and it's their own fault because they quit. Like, these people, this is why I say these people need to lose. They need to lose. They need to go the fuck away.
Another
with
example
the
where
same
women shouldn't have that position.
Wait, but
They were threatening
Get
her with
another
the same
example.
treatment that Thomas
But
Massey.
Thomas Massey didn't quit. What are you talking about? Thomas Massey
It doesn't change the fact that the dynamic was the same.
It's not the same.
The ousting
She's a
means like
quitter.
forcing someone out. She left.
So it's about Bongino.
Dan Bongino, I don't know him. I've never listened to him, so this is not from a fan perspective.
He's a bum.
Wait, you said Dan
Okay.
Bongino's a bum?
We can have this conversation.
Hold on. Now,
Yes.
you can criticize Dan Bongino.
Just
The dude walked away from millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars.
And then he left the FBI after a year. He left the FBI after a year. Dan Bongino is such a massive fucking pussy and just a fraud. He was deputy director of the FBI. And he left after a year because he couldn't fucking handle it.
To serve making maybe $200,000 and to come back
Jupiter,
and
by
have
the
to
way.
fight for ratings because he left the
don't
market.
talk shit. Don't talk shit. And
That's
then get
not
into
a
a
bum.
position.
That's a public
No, hold on,
servant.
hold on,
And he was
hold
in
on,
the
hold on.
Secret
He's not a
Service before
public
that,
servant.
defending the
Hold on.
country.
If
That's
you're-
just not a bum.
And what is the point? They're popular and people listen to them and people agree with them. I listen to, I would say if I have to
You
listen to
listen to Nick
politics.
Bro.
Yeah, but I also, but I also listen to Megyn. If I want information, if I want to know what's happening, I'm going to listen to Megyn Kelly. And I think Matt Walsh is the best. I mean, he's very into his own bullshit and it's great, but I'm like, I'm sorry, I'm not listening to Ben Shapiro. He clearly has such an agenda. I think he cares way more about Israel than he does the United States. It's very negative to listen to. I feel like it's almost like anti-American sometimes. And I just think they're popular because people listen to them and they resonate with them. Maybe there's people like hate listening to them too, and that's a lot of their views. But I'm like, they're popular for a reason, and you can't deny that. In the next election, their voices are going to matter a lot too.
David, there's one thing you just said that I do want to push back on a little bit, and it's only because I think that any
Is this at risk of you not being neutral?
Well, I don't know. I don't know that
Brandon,
it
move your
betrays.
chair a little bit. Over.
I don't know that it betrays any position in
Yeah, it's
particular.
fine.
I think it's just a point that applies in general, which is that when somebody makes a decision to go into either an elected office or something like high-profile appointment, like director or deputy director of the FBI, they're going to go on for the rest of their lives to sell books, to have.
But he was already doing that.
Speaking tours. Nobody is sacrificing by taking a position
I
like
think
that.
Dan Bongino sacrificed a ton.
I think
Because he was
ultimately,
already
I
doing
think ultimately that's going.
If he had sacrificed so much, then why did he leave after a year? He wanted to do that position so much. It was just like he was willing to give up everything to go and be deputy director of the FBI, to be a public servant, because it meant so much to him that he was willing to sacrifice all those millions and millions of dollars. Then why did he leave it after a year like a massive fucking coward? Because he could not do what was required. Because he knew he was being a pussy. He knew he wasn't willing to actually do the things that he always said he was going to do on his show. He knew that all of the talking points that he had been speaking on his show that made him all those millions and millions and millions of dollars for years and years and years, he knew he wasn't going to be able to fulfill that because he's a massive pussy and a coward. And he just wants to be able to talk, and say things that sound good for an audience that then says, take our money, Dan. Take our money. You're saying all the beautiful things that we want you to say. He knew he couldn't do what he had promised. And so he left like a fucking coward and ran back with his tail between his legs and made every fucking excuse for it.
Going to be true, but I also think that you're correct. It's like, look at how many people go from the administration into the media. Look at how many people go into administration, into the lobbying agencies. But in Bongino's case, he definitely lost. I mean, he's still richer than probably all of us.
Let's be clear, though. The reason Dan Bongino lost and the reason he lost market share is because he talked a hell of a lot of shit to get himself into that position of power. And then once he got that position of power, he didn't deliver, and now his reputation is fucking wrecked.
Exactly.
But on to what he was supposed to do with
it ain't just me, sweetheart. Look at the numbers.
Hang on, but on that same argument,
Okay,
though,
but that's media. That doesn't compare to what he did internally in the FBI. And again, I'm not a fan.
He
of
was
his,
there
I'm
for
here
1
him.
year.
That's
But don't
based
you
off
think
of public perception.
If he did a lot of great things at the FBI, don't you think people would be interested to tune in?
I agree. People like Kosh, Dan, were talking about the Epstein files. They got there and they said, I looked at the files. There's
Bro,
nothing there.
we got 10 channel memberships from Core. Thank you so much, Core. W's to you, my friend. Really, really appreciate it. Welcome to 10 new channel members. Everyone do W's in the chat. Anytime someone gives channel memberships, please. They're not only supporting the stream, they're also supporting the community, and that's cool. Guys, if you haven't yet, please make sure you mount the like button for me. We have about an hour left to go in this debate, so we're still going. We're watching part 2. Let's go.
So do you want him to start lying to his audience now and be
No,
like,
no. He is
I said
lying
that
when
he
he
is
says
lying
that.
to his
I don't think
audience
he's
by
lying.
saying
But that's
that.
because you guys believe
Yeah, that's
that.
fine.
But they're the ones that saw the evidence and didn't find anything.
Bring it back to the question
Evidence
on
is
these
just on
people.
the
It's like,
screen, but-
take the example of Candace Owens, for instance. Candace has bigger audience than she did 2 years ago. The reason is now she sells like bullshit conspiracy theories that anyone who wants like to watch, it's like watching Keeping Up with the Kardashians. It's like, what is Candace
It's a
gonna
soap
talk,
opera.
What is Candace
Yeah.
going to talk about today? The Egyptian planes,
gained a lot
or
of
the
liberals
or the bee cult
as an
in
audience.
Utah run by communists. It's like, yeah, anyone, like conspiracy theories are really interesting.
She's created a soap opera.
And people love buying into
Yep.
them because they're interesting and they're weird and they don't make sense and you want them to make sense. And so you tune in for the other episode. That's why every time at the end of her episode, she goes, wow, I found really big evidence. Make sure you watch tomorrow.
We're getting close.
5 months ago, she said that I have the actual documents that a French Legion working for Mossad wired $2 million to the army, the military, to kill Charlie Kirk. It's been 5 months. We still haven't seen these documents.
Go back. She said last year before his death that she had evidence that RFK, Kennedy, was engaging in some, well, Israel, of course, was blackmailing RFK. And she had this whole thing with Ian Carroll, never provided it. 3 episodes, LinkedIn House and Habit, Jessica Reed Krause basically alleging that she was somehow involved with this Mossad operation. Never happened.
Did we solve those Egyptian planes?
We never solved it.
I actually
Planes, the Ukrainians, the B-code.
So is she
planes.
politics or is she entertainment?
She's entertainment.
Okay, well then there you go.
In terms of other people, like Megyn Kelly has like 1/10 of the views that Ben Shapiro does on an average video. In terms of Tucker Carlson, he tweeted this out himself. He said, my ratings have gone up by 300% outside of the US. I'm sure.
If Megyn Kelly is so fucking irrelevant and she has 1/10 of the views of Ben Shapiro, then why are they constantly fucking whining and crying about Megyn Kelly? Honestly. If she's so irrelevant and she doesn't get any views and no one listens to her and blah, 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 then why do they care? Why are they crying? Why are they trying to get more people to stop watching? It's like, if no one's watching her, bro, what the fuck does it matter?
Pakistan would love Tucker Carlson as president. But if you look, and there's been polls by basically every single polling outlet, Tucker Carlson is like -40 amongst Republicans. Trump is +40 with Republicans. If you look at each issue line by line, you will see that Republicans overwhelmingly think that Trump is doing a good job. His voters think that he's doing a good job. And so in terms of the divide, I agree. At the top of the podcast,
all of a sudden, MAGA believes in polling. For years and years and years, MAGA didn't trust polling because they had some awareness that most polls are made up bullshit, and it all depends on how you ask the questions and things like that, and who you ask the questions to. And now, because the polling says what they wanted to say, all of a sudden we trust polling again. Except when you actually look at the questions they're asking things like, did you vote for Donald Trump? Yes. Do you support Donald Trump? Yes. Will you continue to support Donald Trump? Yes. It's like they're setting up the questions to get the answers that they want. And it's obvious if you look at the polling methodology. But no, MAGA trust poll now. They trust polls. Polls are totally accurate now, guys. They weren't for years, but now pinky swear, they're totally accurate. Mm-hmm.
Class, I fully agree that there's a massive divide amongst podcasters.
Right.
In terms of the average voter, the average American who voted for Trump, there is not that same divide happening. And it makes sense. The incentive structure is different. 401ks are through the roof. They're higher than they've ever been before. If I'm a voter and Trump's president, I'm gonna be like, I like that. If you're a podcaster, though, the incentives isn't to be
Like
things are
views.
going great. It's to engage in conspiracy theories. Right. It's to engage in demoralization. So we also have to think a little bit about the incentive structure here on who is tuning in. I mean, Tucker has changed.
Who is paying this guy? Who does this guy work for? Does anyone know? Because the idea that this Jewish retard is just making his money by creating content all by himself with no direction and no funding on Twitter, that to me seems a little bit unhinged from what is most likely. I would like to know who this guy is doing all this analysis for, because I thought that was a really good point that Owen made in the last episode, which is like, listen, I listen to Candace Owens because I find her to be entertaining. She's psychotic and a narcissist, but I find her to be entertaining. And so I'll listen every once in a while. But I don't have a fucking Rolodex of like, Candace Owens said this thing on this show that time. And like, I don't have a Rolodex like that. This guy knows timestamps for Candace Owens. He knows timestamps for Tucker Carlson. Why the fuck does he know all that shit? Thank you, Core, for the super chat. Polls and same with election integrity. Oh, yeah. Now all of a sudden, election integrity is fine. Can't suddenly trust only when the system goes your way. Is it broken or not? Indeed. Is it broken or is it not broken? It's an IQ test. Thank you so much for the super chat.
Uyghur on to talk about it. I mean, this is someone who said, buckle up, white Christians, your time is done. And so, yeah, he probably has an increased audience from people in Pakistan and communists.
And have you noticed, by the way, this whole
And
discussion
communists.
has been very one-sided.
Yeah, communists are watching Tucker Carlson. Guys, it's always the communists. Communists are watching and digesting everything Tucker Carlson is saying. One in the chat if you think the communists that we watch on this channel are watching Tucker Carlson. 2 in the chat if you think that might be unhinged from reality. One in the chat if you think that communists in the United States are watching and appreciating Tucker Carlson. 2 if that sounds unhinged from reality for you. Mm-hmm.
It's been a total audit of all of Trump's sins and all the terrible things he's done. And you guys bring up his mistakes and we sit here trying to defend them. But I don't think it's fair that we haven't had, 5 hours of talking about how awesome Trump has been.
But the topic is the MAGA divide.
I understand.
And
it just, the takeaway is going to sound like constantly defending Trump, but in true equal discussion would be his foibles and his accomplishments. I'm not criticizing you for doing this. I'm just saying that if you were just to land from outer space and hear this, you'd think this Trump is a screw up. Well, like Obama created this pall of hate in America where we're all racist and the land was stolen from the Indians. And what it did to the American psyche was just make you feel like shit walking down the street. More racial hatred, black on white violence increased because they wanted revenge.
1619 Project.
I think you give Trump way too much credit for the cultural shift. Like, we won that war largely through those podcasters, which you guys now hate. Like, that's how,
won
and
the
Ben
war.
Shapiro even played his role. I'll give him credit for that. The woke mind virus was defeated by the
woke mind virus was defeated. Clint, that is possibly the stupidest fucking thing that you have said in this entire affair. Guys, the left is defeated. It's over, guys. They're not causing chaos out in front of the ICE facilities. They're not preventing Trump from doing mass deportations, guys. They're not continuing to indoctrinate kids in school, literally shutting down entire school districts so that the entire school, parents, teachers, students, admin, everyone can go out to a protest together. They're definitely not doing that, Clint. Higher education is not still controlled by these people. You guys won. Woke is defeated. Higher education totally fixed. K through 12 schools totally fixed. There's no anti-ICE organizing. All of that is a made up fucking fiction. That's definitely not coming from all the same place. Did Clint Russell ever understand where this shit came from? Probably not, because he's a clout chasing fucking whore who only says and does what he needs to say and do to be relevant and make fucking money. Anyone who thinks they defeated the left culturally is unhinged from reality. Who the fuck do you think is protesting in front of the anti-ICE facility, or excuse me, in front of the ICE facilities and has been doing so for a year and a half? Who the fuck do you think has driven the Trump administration out of multiple American cities and actively been the reason we do not have mass deportations in this country? Oh, that's the left, dude. That's the left. And they're organizing in the unions. They're organizing in the schools. The teachers are literally shutting down school districts all over the fucking country to bring all the students to do anti-ICE protesting. This happened multiple fucking times already this year. And you're telling me that you defeated the left and that woke is dead? Get a fucking clue, you massive retard.
Free dialogue and debate.
Elon buying X was huge.
Wow.
Yeah, that's huge.
Elon
there's
fixed
something
it, guys.
big here, though, that's worth talking about that kind of ties this all together. And because a lot of this is, I'm mad at Trump because, or, you know, this is why I'm getting off the Trump train or whatever it is. But at the same time, all of the things that everybody wants from Trump, the Christmas gifts they didn't get to open, were things that Trump would accomplish if he could. And we're saying, well, why can't he? So the real solution to this is exactly what I said at the very beginning, and that's this November, because if he's not getting the votes that he needs to do the things that everybody wants him to do, that is the most action we can have. And what I would love to see from—
Oh, wait, that other Jew served in the Israeli prime minister's office. That other Jewish guy who I was like, who the fuck does he work for? Served as an official Arabic language spokesperson for the Israeli prime minister's office. When we say someone is funded by Israel, guys, we mean like literally. Literally funded by Israel. Literally funded by fucking Israel. Every single fucking time. Every time.
the entire movement is us demanding that the things we can touch, and that's our
Hang on.
local
Master Shake has proof. Hang on. Let's look. Let's look. Let's look at the proof. Let's look at the receipts. Hang on. Oh, there he is. There he was with Bain and Company. Oh, he has that. He has that. He has that arrogant consultant attitude. I absolutely believe that. I absolutely believe that. Former Israeli government spokesperson systematically denies Israel's genocide, spreads stage hostage narratives, and weaponizes indigenous. Oh, this is like reverse Canary Mitchin. Yeah. Okay, so literally a propagandist for Israel. That is who Brandon has in this debate. That is who Brandon Strzok is best friends with. Literally a propagandist for Israel. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Politicians that we can actually replace much easier than you can the president is holding them accountable for not voting for Trump. And so rather than getting upset with Trump for endorsing Lindsey Graham, get upset with the voters in South Carolina for not approving the primary opponent of Lindsey Graham, because Trump has no choice but to work with the people that the people elect. So this all doesn't fall on Trump.
Hold on. He endorses.
But why doesn't that standard hold up with Thomas Massey?
Exactly.
Thomas
I think it does hold up with Thomas Massey.
No, he's campaigning against Thomas Massey.
Well, because
he should.
It doesn't matter.
So then why can't he?
Because he doesn't vote with the MAGA agenda.
Why can't he vote?
He doesn't vote with the MAGA agenda.
Okay, so Lindsey Graham is MAGA. So Lindsey Graham is MAGA. Thomas Massey's not.
Thomas Massey.
Thomas Massey voted against it. I'm just saying in terms of why Trump wouldn't campaign with Thomas Massey.
But there are reasons why they're not.
Yeah, there's no value to Trump to endorse Massey.
I'm saying Trump disagrees with those reasons.
So Lindsey Graham is MAGA. Thomas Massey's not.
No. Remember. According to MAGA-tards and conservatives, I'm Antifa, guys. Remember, I'm not far more right than like literally everyone on this panel. You can tell that just by listening to me say the left should be put in concentration camps. Like, according to MAGAtards, I am literally Antifa. This is how hinged into reality they are. That's because Owen is like the king of the entire fucking debate. Yeah, we're Antifa, guys. Yep. True.
Never see. This is what you always do, Owen.
Those reasons.
Oh, you're defending a pedophiles or no? That is not the question. No. We don't think Lindsey Graham is MAGA. We don't think
Trump
Lindsey Graham
does.
is MAGA.
No, he doesn't.
Trump doesn't
It's a
think Lindsey Graham is
strategic
MAGA.
move to get things done.
He could get Lynch in if he
doesn't
wanted.
Exactly.
He doesn't like Lindsey Graham.
Then he
likes
could get
Thomas
Lynch in.
Massie. But it's not advantageous for him to go with someone who turned their back
That's
on
bullshit. The
him. And
whole
he
reason.
has to go with this.
Hold on. It's
he
not
has to
tactical.
compromise.
Lynch would vote along with Trump on 95% of things too. The reason he backs Lindsey Graham is because they have the same fucking benefactors, and you know it.
That's not.
No, that's what
That's
you
absolutely
came
not
up with.
Israel.
What
So
evidence?
Trump's endorsed Lindsey Graham because of
evidence?
Israel.
What do you mean? What evidence?
There is no
you have
evidence.
Lindsey Graham, you have Ted Cruz, you have a litany of other politicians whose entire lives are dedicated to a foreign country. Correct? Is it?
No,
Can we at
that
least
is not
acknowledge that?
correct.
No, I don't.
Here,
I
let me
don't.
read-
I don't agree with that.
You said the Christmas gifts that we can't have or we can't open or
Yes.
whatever. Well, that's
the Red Ryder BB guns.
That's the problem. We can't get the Christmas gifts that would benefit America, yet we can go to
All right, Reagan, what's this? What's this? Hang on. Reagan sent something. Let me see what she has here. This is for the brown lady. Oh shit. Didn't copy and paste the link correctly. One sec.
Listen to me. Like I do this all the time. And if I go out at the house or the door, Matthew has his toys, and then Matthew has all his toys.
Okay, but I have to yell at you guys.
Okay, Linda, listen. Linda, listen.
Okay, what?
Like everything they do at this house, you can't trust everything at Grandma's house.
Okay.
Okay, then what?
It's cultural,
Then
guys.
you're not listening to me.
It's fucking
You're not
cultural.
listening to me.
It's
I
cultural.
asked you not to do something.
Linda, but listen to me. Look at, if we do something, if you get that birthday off, you're gonna break it.
Okay, but I'm letting you know
But
that you cannot. No,
Lick it.
You're not listening to me.
Linda,
Listen to me now. Listen to me now.
Listen to me.
No, you're not listening. I said no cupcakes, and you try to get cupcakes, and you try to ask Grandma.
Linda,
Didn't you?
Linda, lick it. If we do something right out, if you get close, you can't even get that.
It's cultural, guys. It's cultural. It's cultural. They are trained to behave like this from children. It's cultural. This is the problem. Yeah, the kid should shut up and make me a fucking burrito. Exactly.
to war whenever we need to. Don't need congressional votes. No funding obstacles at all. You need war. Doesn't matter. South, East, West, Russia, Ukraine. You know, you name it, we got war. Venezuela, Iran, Iraq.
No, I disagree.
Venezuela was a war. Venezuela was a war.
Can I respond to
what you're saying is just
Venezuela was a
take,
war,
like,
but
grains
Iran
of
definitely
truth,
isn't. Okay.
And then you just
got it.
start with that,
This
and then
is
you
what he
just
does.
slap on.
I don't. Yeah, I do. I tell the truth.
This is what he does.
I tell the truth and I ask questions. I'm glad you got
grains of truth. He lies.
I tell the truth and I ask questions. I figured
I
it out.
think it's a fair question. I don't want to answer it because it's a fair question. The things you've seen with using the war powers to engage in a military
So
conflict.
we are in war.
I said using war powers, engaging in a military conflict.
we would
I'm
have to
being
be at
very
war.
specific on the language I'm using.
Well,
it's the same thing he's actually done with bypassing the inability to do the things legislatively. He has 200 plus executive orders because Congress wouldn't act. And Trump has rallied the
Insurrection
Republicans to try to allow these executive orders to become written into law. Very few of them have. His recess appointments, the Republicans are blocking him. So Trump has used as much executive authority as he can constitutionally use. This happens all the time. How many cases? Hold on.
Is he
How
attacking
many
John
cases
Cornyn
has the
or
Supreme
Massey?
Court had to rule on because Congress has acted separately from Trump?
we'll see what happens with that because I think he's been set up by the Republicans to get impeached.
I agree. Well, not impeached, but I think the Republicans want to lose out.
So you guys, if if we're on the wrong side of this politically and philosophically, okay, so what's going to happen? Trump's going to end all the wars. We're going to drain the swamp. We're going to get the economy humming, and all of this is part of a big plan.
No.
And then we're going to win the midterms. We're going to get the deportations, and we're going to have a nice little we're going to have a nice little political dynasty for a couple of years. Well,
Let's do common ground.
What happens? So, but here's the issue: what happens when that doesn't happen?
What
we're
happens
going to make
if
sure
we're
it
right?
does.
But
Oh, we're going to pinkies for justice, bro. We're definitely
I'll
going to
give
do
an
it.
example, and Brandon, I think you'll like this, is that you'll take one grain of truth. For instance, if we lose the midterms in 2026,
Okay,
you will
Israel
say, this is
spokesperson.
proof that Trump has lost a coalition, that people aren't turning out to vote.
Yeah,
you know,
and it absolutely is.
Okay, if you look historically, when you have a Republican president or a Democrat president, the other party typically wins Congress.
And we all know why, because politicians are liars, and Trump is another lying politician.
Dominated the conversation. You don't let anyone else get a word in. Are you scared of someone else talking?
Because you're proving my
Deflecting.
point. Is what you're doing.
Deflecting.
You're proving my point.
Are you going to let someone else speak? If you
Israel
wanna continue,
deflecting.
Go ahead. Keep going.
Okay, so if someone loses the midterms, this is proof of something bigger. But if you look historically back, it is most likely, historically speaking, that the Republicans will lose this midterms. We've held the House for two consecutive congressional terms, and now we have a Republican as the president. So I'm saying you don't need to view everything as black and white. There's nuance to
But you
all
don't
of it.
understand. You just proved my point. They never deliver. And that's why they lose, because they never deliver. And Trump was supposed to be different, and he hasn't been.
Exactly, Owen. Owen, common Owen W. Thank you, Core, for the super chat. I feel like this is a fun watch for the group here. Hope you're doing well. This super is earmarked for your next person. Oh, thank you so much for that. I really do appreciate it, Core. You rock. Yeah, I think this is good for a Saturday night. I wasn't feeling great today. I actually feel much better now than I did before I threw up earlier. So hopefully, hopefully that solved the problem and we'll be able to do normal content again next week because I won't be nauseous all the time. That would be awesome, actually.
How is it?
Let's fast forward.
Go to Russia.
Incredible merch cause WalkAway.
Don't care about your merch, bro. Fuck you,
They
Brandon.
never deliver. And that's why they lose, because they never deliver. And Trump was supposed to be different, and he hasn't been.
Well, and
To be
even
fair,
worse- even
the
worse than
conversation started with your team saying that if we lose the midterms, it's because of that.
We didn't say that. No,
They did actually. Yeah, they did. Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. You lied.
I think Gavin may have mentioned that.
Apathy will hurt us in the midterms. Many things
That was
will
the
hurt us in the
dice,
midterms.
Reagan,
One of the many
probably.
things could be losing you guys.
Yeah, well, then you could actually deliver on the things that we want.
What a great way to end this segment. Some critics of Trump's second administration say that our leaders and our government are unduly influenced by Israel. The war in Iran seemed to exacerbate that belief for many who feel this way, leading to unprecedented criticism of Israel. On the other hand, criticism of the Trump administration's policies, including policies that have nothing to do with Iran or Israel, are now being labeled as anti-Semitic or rooted in Jew hatred. How can we have functional policy debates if criticism of Israel's government is off the table? And even worse, if MAGA is now labeling virtually all criticism of Trump as anti-Semitism,
Thanks, Mark.
thus
Appreciate that.
embracing the same type of identity politics and silencing through false character attacks like the left uses?
Well, first off, there's obviously ample evidence that the Israel lobby has tremendous influence in our politics. Even moreover, Trump, who got $250 million from the Ailsons, who have said that their primary loyalty appears to be to Israel.
Don't forget what Trump said on the radio show a decade ago.
What was that?
That Israel owns Congress.
Oh, right. And he's now lamenting the fact that they don't anymore, or it's not as obvious as I guess it once used to be. So that obviously really frustrates me. And then for our generation, I think, I can speak for most of us, we recognize that we were lied into the war in Iraq. We recognize that the global war on terror was based off of lies. And I think most of us that are being honest about our analysis of the war in Iran have come to the same conclusion, that this is once again a war that's being fought on behalf of Israel. So we're now racking up more casualties, $25–50 billion so far. We're also paying an extraordinary expense at the gas pump, that being the primary input cost for economic goods across the board. It doesn't come without a cost. And it seems quite evident to people in my camp, I'll just speak for myself, that we are bearing that burden because of Trump's donors, because Trump he owes an allegiance.
But Clinton, you just talked about 20 years of history going back to 9/11.
Yes.
And Trump has only been president for 6 of those 20 years.
Right. This is a pervasive issue.
But the thing is, you can't.
unique
So
to-
Trump can't be the reason for all of these things, but yet you're giving him all
Correct.
the blame.
It's Israel. Israel is the reason. Israel is literally the reason.
Iran. He's not responsible
Israel
for the war
is
in
the
Iraq.
reason.
Hold on. The war in Iran,
That's the
first of all, which
point.
isn't a war. It's a military engagement.
The issue is not Trump. The issue is Israel owning American politics, and Trump is but a 6 fucking year symptom of Israel owning American politics. And it goes back farther than that. You're right.
It's not a war. Congress hasn't declared a war, first of all. And second of all, how is it not a war? Because it's not a war. Because it's not officially a war.
It depends on what day, it depends on what day of the week it is and whether Trump calls it a war.
Well, no, but here's the bigger issue.
These are semantics.
Okay, but here's the bigger issue. The bigger issue here is, and Gavin said this, and I'm going to let him make the point because I hope I know where you're going with this because it's a brilliant point, is what's going on in Iran has way more to do with being America first and making America stronger, making America great again. And it's a geopolitical realignment of where China.
Guys, going to war with Iran is really America first, okay? Okay, says the Jew. Okay. Can we just all recognize that going to another fucking war in the Middle East on behalf of Israel and sending Americans to die on behalf of Israel, really, that's the America first position, guys. Pinky swear, trust me, bro.
China gets its energy
No,
from,
this
where
is such
Cuba
Orwellian
gets it.
nonsense.
No, it's not, because
we're going to carry on the banner and the legacy of the neocons, and that's America
Hang on,
first.
you want to take
I
20
really don't
years
respect that.
of
I don't.
geopolitical military engagement, blame it all on Trump, and then tie it
That's
to
not
Jews
what I
and
did.
Iran.
That's not what I
It's
did.
just you're oversimplifying way complicated issues.
I think you just don't understand the point that I make.
I understand
He's
completely.
making the point that Israel controls Trump and therefore Trump
Yeah,
did it
but
on
how
behalf
can
of
Israel control Trump if you're talking about 20 years of history? And you can even go back, let's go back to the 1940s. If Israel's controlled everything, let's go all the way back
The
to
neoconservative,
from World War II
the neoconservative
all the
movement
way to now.
and the Zionist movement is obviously, it precedes Donald Trump.
Is it possible, though, that Israel is very interested in what happens to a country that hates it? So, of course, they're going to lobby America to do things that they think is good.
That doesn't mean I have to like.
Guys, he just admitted that Israel lobbied America to go to war in Iran. Of course Israel's going to lobby America to go to war in Iran. Why wouldn't they do that? Why wouldn't Israel involve themselves in American politics? And they admit this in fucking public, and they think people are stupid about what is going on.
Everybody.
lobby.
No, you don't have to like
Everybody
it.
does it.
Saudi
But it's not
Arabia
just
lobbied
Israel.
Trump too.
Everybody
But we're not
loves
going
That's
to
what I said. You
war
don't
on
have
anyone
to like
else's
it, but it's
war.
not
You
just
don't
war.
need
The Gulf War, for instance, was because of Kuwait. We went into Iraq. Ariel Sharon, the current prime minister,
Israeli
actively was writing
spokesperson.
Bush saying, "Don't go in. This is not a good idea."
What was he saying to him, though?
What do you mean, what was he saying?
Give the second
Yeah,
part of that.
breaking fucking
He was
news.
telling him to go to war against Iran.
Yeah. Because
Breaking
the
we didn't.
Israelis viewed,
So how much influence
yeah,
did they
exactly,
have?
because the Israelis viewed Iran as
but
the
do you know
threat.
why?
Well, wait.
You know why? Because we said after Iraq, we'll go for Iran. So this is an issue that persists throughout
Wait,
presidency.
Yeah, but
you just said that Iraq and like the Gulf War were because of Israel. The current Israeli
Yes.
prime minister at the time actively did not want the Iraq war. How can you even say the Gulf War was for? It
Did
was
you hear what I
because of
just said?
Kuwait. It was because of
I
Kuwait.
just clarified the point. If you don't understand it,
Do we think U.S. foreign policy has been good for our lives?
What about the JCPOA? That was one of the, AIPAC, the Israel lobby, poured everything they could to stop the JCPOA from happening, and it did happen. So is that an example then that
Yeah, and
Israel
then Trump tore it up because he is.
Trump tore it up because it was a bad policy for America.
How was the JCPOA bad?
Because there were no sort of triggers or any checks that could be placed on Iran. Iran could,
They had inspections all the time.
You ask questions, then it seems like
Because
you
you
don't want to
don't-
hear the
because
answer.
you don't know the
ask the
facts.
question.
Is Iran
I
allowed
know
to be a sovereign
What are
country?
you talking about? Oh, and do you want Iran to get a nuclear weapon?
No. Is
Okay.
Iran allowed to be a
We're
sovereign
going
country?
back to this.
Yes.
Oh
Why-
my
why not?
So then
God.
why can't they have a nuclear weapon?
Oh, in 1 second, Kevin,
Well,
go
they're
ahead,
useless.
please.
Just because Israel likes what we're doing in Iran doesn't mean we're doing it for Israel. It's a mutual gain.
Oh
for both
my
parties. We're
God.
not doing it.
What the fuck is wrong with Gavin McGinnis? Fuck that asshole. What the hell, man? What the hell? Everything is fake and gay. Every single thing involving conservative MAGA retards is fake and gay. Every single time.
For
do you
Israel.
think U.S. foreign policy has been good
What
for the
an
last 4
idiot.
decades?
No, it's been a nightmare. And this
so we all
isn't that.
agree. There it is. So
No,
this is more
wrong.
of the same.
No, this
It's
is
not
not
more
the
of the
same. This is not a quagmire.
Oh, boy.
If this becomes a war, then I'm off the Trump train. If
How
we
is
do
it-
something-
If it
what-
becomes
okay,
a
what are the
war-
metrics? You fucking give me a chance.
But what are the
talk.
metrics of a war, Gavin?
I'm not talking if you interrupt me again.
Well, you can't just say.
He's such
Yes,
a
I
woman.
can. Of course I can.
So what is a war?
I'm allowed to say a thing.
Tell me.
Is Gavin McGinnis a Pisces or something? What is Gavin McGinnis's astrological sign? Like, is Gavin McGinnis a Pisces? Because only male Pisces would act this much like a fucking woman. I'll tell you, Gavin McGinnis is acting like a bitch. He's acting like a triggered bitch. What is his astrological chart? Can someone please look this up? If Gavin McGinnis turns out to be a fucking Pisces, I swear to God, it's only going to confirm every single thing that I've ever said about Pisces men, which is they're actually women. He's a Cancer. Oh no. I think Owen is a Cancer too. I feel like I remember that from somewhere. Well, Cancers are also emotional. Cancers are also deeply, deeply, deeply emotional. Water sign. Let's watch Gavin McGinnis freak out like a fucking woman.
Then I'm off the Trump train. If
How
we
is
do
it?
something
What are
stupid,
the
like,
metrics?
You fucking give me a chance.
But
to
what are the
talk.
metrics of a war, Gavin?
I'm not talking if you interrupt me again.
Well, you can't just say.
Yes,
if
I
you
can. Of course I can.
You hurt my
I'm
feelings,
allowed to say
Owen.
a thing.
Tell me what is.
Don't tell me what I can't fucking say.
Tell me
Let me say my sentence for fuck's sake.
What is a
All
war?
Shut the fuck up for 2 seconds.
Wow.
Owen. Jesus
Excellent
Christ,
retort,
man.
Gavin.
We went there. We had a month of action. Okay, we lost 15
He's a-
guys. We
Owen's a Gemini.
decimated their military. We prevented them from building a nuclear bomb. And right now, the situation in the Strait is great for the globalists. Lloyd's of London decides who goes in, who goes out. They control that oil, 25% of oil. Trump is smart enough to go, I'm going to make us the boss. We want to run the Strait. We want to be in control of that. So right now, and again, there's been no action for a month. That's not a war. There's a standoff going on
We were
right
just
now.
bombing them a couple
Their oil is dying. They can't sit in those tankers forever. So they're about to be out of oil. It's a major gamble. It's the biggest gamble I've seen in my lifetime. But if it works,
Owen's
then
a
we
Gemini,
run the
confirmed.
Strait. We're in control of that oil,
Well,
and
yeah.
our fucking economy just goes through the roof.
Yep.
So what he's done is he's made a huge gamble, and you guys are
Two-faced,
already
though.
calling it a
Geminis
war
are two-faced.
and
Gotta
leaving
be careful
after
around
15
them.
American
Trump called it a
casualties.
war.
Well, it's not. He's wrong.
Okay.
But what
so
if it
Trump-
doesn't
so it's
work
not a-
then? What happens?
It could be the biggest success, the biggest brilliant chess move in the history of
Every
America.
president thinks they can win this bet, and not one of them has.
Can I say this? And then I want to play off of your
We're
point.
already dancing on the grave of this failed attempt way before it's failed.
No, I just don't want to repeat history.
We're
that's
not.
failed us
This
so
is
many
what's
times.
different about
repeating
this.
history.
Yeah, but we're
It's
already
a
in the
brilliant
situation.
move.
You don't know that. You just said if. You just
Okay,
said
well,
if.
that's subjective then. We're talking about the future
And
here.
if it doesn't happen, okay, the missile capacity of Iran has been decimated to like 15% of what it was
Who
before.
cares?
The missile production.
I care.
We care.
They're responsible
Some of
for
us
10
do care.
uh,
May not, but we
I
do.
care.
No, I
They
don't.
killed
That's
thousands of
We
Americans.
care.
I fucking care. They killed thousands of Americans, so I fucking care. They
So
can't
did
get to
Anthony
America.
Fauci.
They actively plot terrorist attacks against Americans all over the world. So personally, I do care.
Yeah, that I'm sure they're never going to build another missile because.
Get the
But hey,
vibe
go
you
ahead.
guys are trivializing terrorism too. Like you go the global war on terror.
Oh
blah,
my
blah, blah.
God. Do you know that you guys are really supporting terrorism? Okay.
Yeah,
But
I think it
you
was a
know that
disaster.
Islam is at war with the West.
to the point about North Korea having a nuke.
You must all be Muslims.
Iran, the Islamic regime of Iran, and I'm very specific on who Iran is because there's a lot of great Persians who want to take Iran back. So it's not Iranians we're at war with, it's the Islamic regime who very first thing they did when they got power was declare war on America. So Iran has been at war with America since the late 1970s, early 1980s. That's the difference between
Yeah, but
North
why, though?
Korea, and I'm going to explain,
You know
North
why.
Korea and Iran. So the difference is Iran, the reason why we've been saying this, Owen, that we don't want Iran to have a nuclear weapon is because they've been at war with us since the Islamic regime took power. Now, we talk about Sharia and the spread of
You're going to
Sharia.
start in 73 and not 50?
Will you let him talk? So the issue is when you have a country that has declared war on you, that's actively trying to get nuclear weapons, that is funding proxy terrorist forces against the United States all over the world, and then getting in bed with countries that are way more powerful that do have nukes, it's a geopolitical shitstorm that we've been dealing with. Every war that you hate, that I hate, that we hate, Iran and China and Russia have been tinkering with. We have been fighting proxy wars with
Israel has never been
for
involved,
decades. What
guys.
Trump is doing
Israel
now,
has
and the reason why Gavin
never
says it's
been
a gamble
involved.
is because we have the ability to economic.
Never been involved. It's always been everyone else, never Israel. Guys, I got to go pee real quick. I will be right back. I will let this play. Let me know if I missed anything crazy, all right?
Crush every one of our adversaries without a single war. So when Trump says he doesn't want any new wars, what he's doing, oil and energy, like everybody says, that will prevent any war from ever happening again if we control it. Now,
I hope you guys are right. Let me
I
be
hope
perfectly
I'm right
clear.
too.
I hope you guys are right. I just don't believe that that's going to be the case.
Well,
and this is, but again, I'm looking at logical consistency here. You say Iran declared war on us. When did Iran bomb us?
Iran, they
thousands of Americans.
When did Iran bomb us?
They can't bomb us.
bombed our military. So we're bombing Iran. So Iran. So again, this is just logic. This isn't policy. This is just logic.
I'm answering your question.
Hold on a second. This is just
They have
logic.
attacked us
This is not
repeatedly.
policy. This is logic.
Yeah.
So when we bomb Iran, it's not a war. When they don't bomb us, it is a war.
Yes.
Owen, is the definition? I'm confused. Is the definition of a war is whether you can bomb someone else? Is that the position you're taking?
No, I would.
Would you say that's an act of war, bombing somebody?
No, because Iran declared
Okay,
war.
that's
on
what
America.
we've been at war with Iran.
They declared war on us when they took a bunch of American hostages during the 1979
And bombed the barracks.
Where did that happen? Where did that happen?
In Tehran. Who cares?
So we
It's
were in
America.
their country. Okay.
Do you not care about? Wait, what? Wait.
I'm back.
If an Iranian military installment was here and we took them prisoner, would you accept that?
Are you stupid?
Would you like that?
It wasn't a
Embassy.
military
It wasn't a
outpost.
military. What are you talking?
So war in the Middle East ends up with our soldiers getting held hostage. Again, this is why I don't support it. I don't want our soldiers dying in the Middle East. I don't want our
King
soldiers being held
Owen.
hostage in the Middle East. I don't want to spend more blood and treasure in the Middle East.
Was it a military barracks that they kidnapped over 40 Americans in 1979?
Yeah.
No, it was the embassy.
Okay, so what's your point?
You said it was a military barracks, that was an act of war.
No, you said that. I'm saying I don't want any troops in the Middle East.
I definitely didn't say that.
I said I don't want any troops in the Middle East. Do you want troops in the Middle East?
It was an embassy.
He's an
Do you want troops in
Israeli
the Middle East?
spokesperson.
Wait,
I
you
want
want
to have
troops in the
bases
Middle
all over the
East?
world.
His answer is absolutely yes.
Yeah, he wants troops in the Middle East.
Absolutely
I don't want troops in the Middle East.
Deployed fighting? No.
Okay,
No, but I want
beautiful.
outposts. I
Thank
want
you.
safe-
We agree.
definitely want
We agree.
Military bases all over the world.
Josie, I have a question for you. The libertarian point of view, would it be fair to say that you feel that Trump promised the libertarian base no new wars?
Yes.
So
Verbatim.
Yes.
right. Well, and we heard
He
it.
went steps further and said, I'm going to even get the neocons out, so that way it's like, I don't have any of that influence. I'm going to get the globalists out, so I don't have any of that. So it was not only that he promised us no new wars, it was that everybody that was working, the neocons, everybody that was working to make these wars happen, he was going to purge the administration of them. And that's that he bought us, we trusted him.
Question that I have for you specifically is because they've laid out a lot of really good, solid reasons that could be beneficial to the United States for us getting involved in that. And I don't take any of that away.
I hope you guys are right, because in order to benefit America, in order to get further in America, in order to make everything cheaper, we have to control energy. I understand that. I think this is a war because if somebody dropped a bomb on America, it would be a war. Yes? Yes?
So if they killed our soldiers with roadside bombs in Afghanistan, you would call that a war too, right? If Iran manufactured
If we were
roadside
in
bombs
Iran and they killed our soldiers?
in Iraq,
Why were
Iran
we
was
in?
manufacturing roadside bombs that were being used to kill U.S. troops in Afghanistan and Iraq. Would you consider that an act of war?
Us being there or them attacking?
Iran's role in
so
that.
our soldiers are somewhere overseas.
Regardless of where they are, if they're in Iraq, Afghanistan.
No, I think that's a pretty important. I
Well,
feel
no,
that's
okay,
a pretty
but my
important fact.
question is it? You said bombs is an act of war.
Yes.
I'm asking, is it an act of war to manufacture a roadside bomb?
I am
that
America
killed the US
only.
soldier?
I
Right.
listen to
So only if they kill
Constitution,
somebody in
so
America.
If they invaded our borders and bombed our country,
Okay, so
that
only
would
if
be
they
an act
attack
of war.
America in America. That's an act of war. I'm just want to understand your position.
You're going around my position.
I apologize. I
Okay.
mean, what I'm trying to understand.
No,
is
if they kill
you
your
said
husband
bombs-
in the Middle East, is that an act of
No,
war?
I'm saying it.
Why is my husband in the Middle East?
I don't know.
I'm just saying.
Okay,
In general.
I'm
just-
trying to like lay out
All right,
parameters, and I'm just getting.
Well,
like,
I think these are important details. If my wife is in the Middle East to go tour and eat food, and they kidnap her and kill her, yeah, okay, that's criminal. If my wife goes to the Middle East strapped with guns and bombs and grenades in a tank, they might consider that a national security issue.
I feel like in that case scenario, regardless, it was wrong to invade.
By the way, all of this is globalism.
Owen,
Just
do
so
you
we're all
ever shut up for 1 second?
No,
Holy
I don't.
Shit, dude, let someone
We
else
need
speak.
military outposts all over the world.
Here we go. Another Israeli. Here comes Goyven missile wanting the military against me.
We
But
do.
we do
We
have
have
military
military
bases
bases
all
in
over
Latin
Israel.
America.
Yeah, we do.
Literally in
That's
this
good.
case.
It's bankrupting us.
Josie, who are the Warhawks that Trump was supposed to get out? And Lindsey Graham's voted in.
These
That-
are
he doesn't
these
count.
are people within the DOJ, within the administration, the swamp that we've all been talking about. Do you want me to like name their names?
Yeah.
I don't know. They're the swamp. You believe that there is no swamp because I can't name the people in the DOJ who've been there for 30 years?
You just said that Trump made a promise to
Yes.
the libertarians
To drain
clean
the
up
swamp.
Warhawks specifically, and I'm asking you who they are.
They're in the
What are their
DOJ for
names?
30 years. We've
Well, you-
addressed all
so you
this. You
can't
guys
name
have
them.
talked about
So
this.
do they
Can't name
exist? Do they exist?
They
I'm
don't
sure
exist.
they
Wait,
exist. I'm
wait,
asking
wait,
her.
I need
just
you
to
to
just
name them.
screaming
This
at
is
me.
the-
I'm
Wait,
asking
Wow.
Just
This
to quickly
is
so we can
illogical
move back to the
policy.
topic.
Who
After starting
specifically
with
she
administration,
wants
one
out?
Trump
Is that a
gained-
fair
one Trump-
question,
one
Owen?
Trump
Once they
gained
start
power.
getting fired,
One
then
Trump
once they
gained
start
power,
getting
went to the
fired, I guess I'll know their
We're
names.
not.
One Trump
Listen,
gained- Do you know-
just listen to the man talk on the
remember-
screen. The guy with the hat that talked on the screen that said, "I can't do anything because the swamp runs too."
John Gross.
Yes, thank you. The swamp runs too deep. I can't do anything here, so I have to quit. And everybody's like, "Yeah, good." And then Linda's like, "Well, what are their names, Josie?" Like, are you kidding me?
No, I'm
That's
not
your
kidding you. It's a debate. You don't know how to debate, then why did you bring her? You can't ask
I don't know.
her.
Can I-
So
can I
there
make
is
one
a
point? Can I make one point?
I asked her a question.
Wow.
And she gets mad about it. She
Yes,
could have
you
just said, "Hey, stupid bitch, it's what she said on the fucking screen." Just fucking say that.
I won't.
Just
Is
fucking
there-
say
is
that.
there a-
But she
yeah,
comes
no,
back.
you guys-
Then she comes
doing
back to
so
me like,
good, and we're so close
"What
to
the
the end."
fuck are the names? What the fuck?"
Wait,
I
wait,
just
wait,
asked you
wait,
a
wait.
question.
Calm
I just
down.
asked you a question.
down.
I don't have to fucking
Calm
calm
down.
down. I don't have to
Calm
fucking
down.
calm down. I don't have
We're
to
so
calm
Calm
down.
down.
close
You're
to the
being
end, guys.
aggressive.
Why are we listening to a brown woman yell with a Mexican accent? Why are we doing that right now? Why are we doing that? Why are we doing that? There's no reason for this. There's no reason for that. Does she need a fucking taco or something?
Calm down.
Wait,
I
you're being irrational.
I asked you a question.
You're
You
being
got upset
emotional.
about it. I asked you a question. You could have said. You could have literally said, "I don't know their names."
Okay, yeah, but what are their names? What are the names of the swamp? What's the names of the deep state?
Always
What
in
are
the
the
bathroom.
names of the
I'm
swamp?
asking you. You're the one that
There's
wants
Ed
them
the
out.
Knife.
I'm asking you who should be out.
Obviously,
I'm asking
the guy
on
video
No, I said ghetto. And you're a stupid bitch, actually, for that fucking matter.
Linda, come on. It's not that.
Okay, can I make like a common sense point from like a normal fucking person that's not just like so aggressively on like one side? It is okay.
Shut
Okay,
your
first of all,
fucking
we should
mouth, you bitch.
we should all agree that we pray these things work out in our favor.
Yeah.
We should all
Absolutely.
literally pray at night for that.
I agree.
It is okay to criticize it and be skeptical of it. And it is okay to be like, this is great, it's gonna work. Where it's a little retarded, in my opinion, is when I talk to influencers who aren't the smartest in general, and they're like, no, this is great and it's gonna work and it's fantastic and he's doing this. Okay, you don't know that. The way I don't know if it's not going to work out, you don't know if it's going to work out.
But
So
here's
it's
the
okay to
difference.
discuss these
Here's the
things.
difference. We all remember indictments are coming. TikTok, indictments are coming. They did that for 2 years. They did that for 2 years with the first Trump administration. No indictments. Nobody got arrested. They stole
That's
the election.
why I'm on this
Nobody's
side.
been
I
arrested.
don't believe they delivered. But this thing of like influencers and people in politics and podcasters acting like they know the outcome of this, none of us do.
I think the issue though is when we frame the Iran war. Number one, I mean, it's on a a quagmire is when it happens for at least 2 years. We're 6 weeks in, and there was only 4 weeks of actual bombing military operations happening. Number two, during Operation Midnight Hammer, I remember there were many people online that were saying BRICS would join the war on day 2 and start bombing America, that thousands of Americans would die, that the global economy would crash, and there would be mass famine. So in turn, like let's kind of level reset that. Just like a lot of people are saying this is going to go well, there's also a lot of people that are just saying the most absurd thing.
But hold on a second. Gas prices did go up.
1 second.
No, but gas prices did go up, and they're buying oil in the yuan now. So these things did happen.
Okay, Owen. Okay.
Yeah, we're buying
But they haven't
Provably,
completely converted
actually.
to yuan.
at the same.
But I'm saying these are things that we warned about BRICS involvement, and now they are happening.
And the UAE also left OPEC, which was one of the single most consequential decisions of an OPEC member to make. Specifically, the UAE leaving OPEC is beyond beneficial to America. I'll get back to my point now, unless you have something else to say.
We'll see if that works out.
Awesome, great. So anyway, then there's this other dimension that this operation does not benefit America at all. The Islamic Republic, since 1979, has declared war on both America and the West. In their parliament, they chant death to America. They want to establish an Islamic caliphate. I'm not making this up.
It's also gay. They can't fucking touch us, dude. You know they can't.
Yes, they can. They've done 10 terror attacks in the UK. 10.
Do I live in the UK?
No, but they're part of the Western world. They're part of Israel.
They can't touch us.
It's a terror
Bring
threat.
our fucking troops home.
When we talk about what's going to happen, I think we should leave the Middle East, but I don't want to leave the Middle East if that means that the Middle East is still unstable. And without the threat of Iran to be able to shoot thousands of ballistic missiles and drones at our Gulf allies, at places like Turkey and Lebanon, which they fired at both countries, that is good for America, that we can withdraw, say, Israel, Saudis, Qataris, Emiratis. We spent a lot of our blood and treasure here. It's on you now.
Okay.
There's no more threat.
Let me make sure.
Hold on. There's no more threat of Iran.
Let me make sure I hear understand.
We figured this out. We are now going to focus on the Indo-Pacific and the Arctic. And in terms of
there's the pivot.
One more point.
So you're not actually interested in bringing our troops back. You just want to reorient them towards China. Is that correct?
No, I don't think we should have. What are you talking about?
That's what you just said.
No, I think we should have we should have a focus on the Indo-Pacific and the Arctic.
Is it yes or is it no? You get offended when I'm following your logic.
Well, again, there's nuance to this. No, I don't think we should. I'm saying those troops that are in the Middle East, we should bring home. At the same time, I don't want China to invade Taiwan. Do you want China to invade Taiwan?
Could you just answer the fucking question? Do you want to move our troops towards China? Is that what you're actually advocating?
Hey, by the way, the Chinese opposition leader, or the Taiwanese opposition leader is now pro-China and is about to get elected.
That is not true. The polls do not.
What is the ultimate goal of the end of the Iran war? How do you all see it happening?
We control the Strait. Our dollar is enhanced. Lloyd's of London doesn't control the Strait anymore. Iran is starved to death. They have no economy. They're completely fucked. The Persians take over with the regime change. Iran takes care of itself. We control oil more than anyone else in the world.
Okay, Iran taking care of itself. So would it be a regime change or
yes.
would they? Okay, so
it's a regime
would run
change war.
No more ayatollahs.
A regime change war in the Middle East.
We just
keep bombing them until they decide we give up.
It's a gamble.
I know that the way that Iran is structured, it was structured to maintain if somebody took out the Khaleesi or whatever the fuck it was.
Ayatollah.
Yes, thank you. Yes, Khamenei. So it was structured to take it out. So as soon as you take that level out, there's going to be another level. As soon as you take that level out, it's going to be another. And then
we've taken out dozens of levels of their leadership.
That's not of the Iranian regime. This just isn't how this
so
isn't how it works.
So it's to take out the whole regime and the regime under it and the regime under it. The regime it's just
no. I think there's two levels of victory. I think ultimate victory is exactly what Gavin said, that there's regime change, that it becomes Persia again. We have a pro-Western government in Iran. Yeah, that would be best case scenario, and that does not mean
they keep all their land.
And that does not mean boots on the ground removing the government. It means an organic uprising like we saw in January that's actually successful. That would be best case scenario. Do I think that's likely? Probably not. I think what victory does look like right now is getting those kilograms of 60% enriched uranium out of Iran, dismantling Natanz, Pickaxe Mountain, and Natanz, and dismantling their underground facilities and having a memorandum from Iran signed that they will not develop nuclear weapons with inspections, along with not re-upping their ballistic missile program, which is supposed to provide.
That's what the JCPOA was.
That's not what the JCPOA was.
The JCPOA did not say that. Number one, the JCPOA would expire in, I think, 2031. So Iran was allowed to build nuclear weapons at a certain point, and during that period of time, they were allowed to develop as much nuclear enriched uranium as possible, like during that time up until a certain level. But once that, and as many, and as money, and they're at 60%, so they didn't abide by it.
No, that's because he tore it up.
No, it's not. You don't know what the JCPOA was signed by more than just Iran and the US. It was signed by the EU as well. Just because the U.S. pulled out does not mean Iran does not have a contractual agreement with the EU still. The EU's kept in it. Number one. Number two, in terms of Iran signing agreements like the JCPOA, they also said that they wouldn't develop ballistic missiles that could reach more than, I think it was 16 or 1,700 miles, which everybody in the world thought. They launched a ballistic missile at the UK base in the Indian Ocean that was 2,300 miles away. That was in the sphere of radius of places like London, Paris, Rome, Berlin. Would you be okay with Iran developing a nuclear weapon? It's a very simple question.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, so I guess that's a point of disagreement. You think it's fine for Iran to develop
I
a nuclear weapon?
I think it's fine for nations to have sovereignty, to have self-determination, just like the Israelis, which we ought to talk about.
What's the relationship between a nuclear weapon and self-determination?
National defense.
How is a nuclear missile defense in any capacity? You're saying you want.
Oh, interesting. So now nuclear weapons are purely weapons of aggression. Is that your argument?
Well, yeah,
that mutually assured destruction doesn't exist.
Definitely a level of deterrence.
But we don't want Iran in the mutually assured destruction.
I mean, this is such a stupid argument. When you watch it back, you're going to realize how dumb that point is.
I think anybody watching with half a brain would say that someone would say that a regime that literally chants death to America, that has acted on it by murdering Americans, should be trusted with a nuclear
ballistic
weapon.
missiles defensive or not? Yes.
Real quick on the mutually assured destruction, that is something that or hopefully responsible countries all use to say, okay, fine, we won't nuke each other. The last country we went with a nuke in that pact of, okay, we'll promise not to nuke each other is Iran. But that being said, you questioned how have they attacked the United States?
North Korea has it. They're fucking lunatics.
The way they have attacked America, if you look at Venezuela, and this is where this whole geopolitical realignment comes from, Venezuela had Hezbollah influence in Venezuela. Some of the people that were being sent across our southern border, and this brings it full circle to what we're talking about at the top of the show with respect to the border and also removing people. What Trump did at the border is twofold. One, stop the people from coming in, getting rid of the criminal aliens from places like South America, Central America, and et cetera, but also stopping the incentive of places like Iran sending people like Hezbollah who had a relationship in Venezuela. What were they doing there?
We got Adam, member of the channel for 40 months. Bro, how awesome is that? MAGA is a clown show. So glad I listened to you, Karlyn and Nick, and didn't vote for these losers in 2024. Yep. Nick was right. Nick Fuentes was right. Everyone needs to admit it. I know people don't want to, but Nick was right. And I'm glad I voted for him for president in 2024 because he would be doing a much better job than Trump.
Sending them into the United States to do what? We have been busting, the FBI, with Dan Bongino, has been busting terror cells in the United States. And where were they sent from? Iran. So you can't argue that Iran hasn't done anything to the United States in the United States. They have tried to, but for the good work of the men and women in the FBI, there would have been terror attacks in the United States. So you can't say that a country isn't at war with us when they're actively trying to attack us. And but for our FBI, they would have. Do you want to wait until they kill Americans before we stop them from killing us? That is my issue. You can't just say we live in this bubble.
I want to rewind back to his point earlier about the JCPOA.
Why? Because I made a good point.
No, you didn't.
You're
arguing,
what have
you're
they
arguing
done
that
to
they might attack us because our borders were left open.
They're not only in Venezuela, they're in Colombia, they're in Havana,
Cuba.
they're everywhere.
Right. So
yes,
do you
and they
think,
just got one
think
in
welcome,
Colombia
bro.
that was getting paid $30,000 by
you.
Iranians, wanted by the FBI. 3 days ago, they just caught an Iranian that was getting $30,000 per person, per Iranian to go from Colombia through Central America all the way to the Mexican border. He's going to be extradited here. Just happened this week.
Do you think the FBI has caught all potential Iranian terrorists that got in?
God, I hope so, but I probably don't think so. No.
So this is like everything seems combative. I just feel this is a fair question.
Let's say
neutral, exactly neutral here. If Iran chants death to America and wants us all dead, and they have terrorists here, why aren't they attacking?
Because it's bullshit.
Well, they're planning. So they don't plan on attacking us. That's bullshit.
They've been here for 4 years.
You're not a serious person.
They have attacked us.
What are they waiting for?
They've killed at least 1,000 Americans.
Not here.
Yeah, here. They've
In
funded
America?
terror attacks here.
When did that happen?
West Side Highway was linked to Iranian funding. San Bernardino was linked to Iranian terror cells. Iran is like the global bank of terror.
how many successful regime change wars has America led in the last 30 years?
Regime change is not a goal in Iran. Trump has said that.
What are you talking about? You just said it was earlier.
Right, y'all, you said
Wow.
it's the reason why, if we're upset that there's a regime change war, this is why, because we have a history of non-successful regime change war. If there is
I
one,
don't see it
please
as a
correct
regime
me.
change war. That's my ideal scenario. I see it as a strategic oil move.
You see it as an oil move.
Yes, and
Okay.
it'll be over soon.
I
war for oil.
I got to.
Thank you, Square. Trust us, bro.
So, your description when she asked you earlier about like what is the win scenario, right? Basically, what you described, just to be clear, you won't agree with me, but the people at home will agree with me. What you described was the JCPOA,
No, I wasn't.
and you described
No, I wasn't.
the Strait of Hormuz still trafficking oil using the U.S. dollar. That's what you described. That's what you guys described as like basically the ideal. 80% of oil.
Wait. When did I say any of that?
I'm combining both.
I
of your
want the
points.
Strait of Hormuz.
I would love the Strait of Hormuz if that's possible.
80%
You're
of oil
Israeli.
that was transited through the Strait of Hormuz, effective 3 months ago, was being traded in U.S. dollars. What you guys are arguing for is that a win scenario is getting back to baseline of 90 days ago. That's not a fucking win. It's a massive sacrifice.
Who said that? That's the goal, though.
Wait. What
I
are
just-
you talking
They were just
about?
trading in the U.S. dollar. That doesn't mean we ran the strait.
Wait,
That's
what do
just
you-
the currency.
We're not going to run the
When did
strait
I say
anyways,
that
because they can always
When
control
did I
the
say
drones.
that I would like the JCPOA back? When did I ever say that?
Because you want them to not have a nuke. That's what the fucking JCPOA it was.
You didn't hear me the first time, so I'll restate it. JCPOA.
I don't need to hear it, bro. They had the JCPOA and they didn't develop a
You're just
nuke.
lying. Like the JCPOA.
They didn't develop a nuke.
They didn't develop a nuke because of concerted efforts in terms of cyber hacking, which we've already been over, and assassinations against
That's
the
just
top
not
nuclear
true, though.
scientists.
There was
Israeli
there was regular
spokesperson.
inspections for years.
No, there wasn't.
So you align more with Obama's foreign policy, is what you're saying.
On Iran, absolutely.
Okay.
Obama was absolutely right about the JCPOA. It was the best thing he ever did.
It's just lies. Like the JCPOA fully allowed them to have multiple underground facilities as they do today and develop as much
Were they
nuclear
inspected
enrichment
or
as
weren't
possible.
they?
No, there wasn't. The IAEA
You're a
literally
liar.
came.
You're a liar.
Anyone watching this, go online and see what
Look
the
it up.
IAEA
Look it up.
said
Look it up.
themselves.
And by the way, look at what country in the Middle East doesn't let the IAEA in.
I'd like to get
Israel.
clarification from something Gavin said a second ago. So when you said it's a war for oil, so you said?
Yes.
Okay.
Well, I'm not calling it a war. It's a very dangerous, very high stakes political,
definitely not a war.
geopolitical move that could work in our favor in a major way and alter our economy forever.
So are you saying that you believe that's the primary purpose for why this happened, why we're there?
Yes.
Okay.
I think regime change is an icing on the cake that we'd like, but we aren't optimistic.
And before I ask this question, I want to make clear I'm not a pacifist. So I'm not one of the people who's deeply, deeply upset that we're there. I'm not. But I do want to ask this question. So if you're saying it's a war for oil, isn't that in a way almost like the worst possible betrayal of Trump saying no new wars, no new wars? Because at least these guys are saying like they're trying to stop Iran from having a nuke and save the people of Iran and all these other things. You're saying I always wanted oil.
Yeah. I'm joking when I accept Owen's war for oil thing, but I'm saying if it's a strategic move and we end up with 15 dead Americans, it was the most brilliant military action.
The body language that Owen Schroyer has in that fucking chair. Owen is like both puffing out his chest and showing Gavin McInnes his cock at the same time. And I feel like this is a male power move. Like Gavin McInnes is sitting there with his legs crossed like a little fucking girl. And Owen Schroyer is just laying back with his fucking chest out, literally showing Gavin McInnes his cock. How can you not see it? Oh man. I would bet you that Owen does. Honestly, I would bet you that Owen does.
And we end up with 15 dead Americans, it was the most brilliant military action in modern history. But if it goes bad, we lose the petrodollar, they switch to China, and we're completely fucked. But I don't think.
Thank you for.
I don't think it will be a boots. I don't think there's any scenario where there's thousands of boots on the ground trying to physically take.
Hey, we got a rumble ramp up Thor's rune. Thanks so much, bro. I just checked Gavin's claim that the San Bernardino shooters had ties to Iran are completely false. Gavin is lying and repeating Israeli propaganda. And that is why Gavin McInnes is sitting with his legs crossed like a bitch, and Owen Schroyer is just there like a fucking king going, what, bro? What?
Over like a mile on either side of the strait.
Would that be a red line
That would
for
be
you?
a world. Oh yeah, that would be a world war.
Well, if we don't,
But you guys are acting like we're already doing that.
well, because if we don't reopen the strait, that means that you have shortages that ripple across the economy, which means that you probably do need the U.S. to reopen
Well,
the
you're
strait.
forgetting Venezuela. That's why Venezuela went first, because their oil supply is ramping up, and they could supply what
come on.
Iran is.
They're not-
being
they're
cut
not
off
gonna
of.
offset Iran, brother.
Well, no, but
They're not gonna
there
offset
is an
the
element
Strait
of
of
truth
Hormuz.
to that. The problem is that oil is not going to be ready for market for at least probably 6 to 8 months.
Right.
The oil that was ready actually went to Israel.
They sold one thing to Israel, and he
They
said
sold it to a bunch of different countries, and Israel was one of them.
they gave Qatar.
dude, you're
So what I said was true.
No,
got oil too.
come on. You didn't say
Is
that.
what
in
I
good
said
faith.
true or not?
You didn't say that. in good
Is what
faith.
I said true or not?
First of all, relax.
Is what I said true or
relax.
not?
Relax.
Is what I said true or not?
Yeah, I said they sold
Okay,
it to
there
a
you go.
bunch of countries.
Thank you. That's all I need.
Okay, you didn't say that to say a truthful
Including
statement.
Qatar, by the way.
It was clearly a straw man.
And it's really helped lower gas prices too. I mean, that's
But
really
that's not how the gas prices work, and I agree with you. They're really bad, and I feel like that could more than Epstein, more than anything. If anything's going to hurt Trump in the midterms, it's going to be the gas prices and the higher cost of goods overall.
I would like to say I don't want you guys to let your hatred for Jews cloud a good, healthy hatred for Islam. Harbor that hatred for Islam in your heart.
I can't believe that the founder of the Proud Boys is a moderate compared to me. This is fucking nuts.
I'm sorry, from an outside perspective, just from a random redneck in America, is it not fucking weird? Okay, I'm watching like a politician, like even like Nancy Pelosi, Democrats and Republicans, and I don't really like when we agree on things. That's a little weird. Go up and it's like, I don't care if our nation falls as long as Israel's thriving.
Yeah, that's fucking weird.
I just go, what the fuck? And that is like not me hating Israel. That's just me being like, from a normal American, why the fuck are you saying that? That's so fucking weird to me.
Lindsey Graham's lead donor is AIPAC at almost $500,000. Under that is a company called the Floor Company, and they're 43,000. So there's a big differential between where you're getting
these
money
guys
from people
are
who have
owned by a
loyalty
foreign
to
lobby.
another
Let's be honest
country.
about
Wait, but also when I criticize Israel, I go, that doesn't mean I fucking like the other side, because I really
I
fucking
think it's
hate
messed
that.
up when you wear an IDF suit or a IDF uniform onto congressional floor. You couldn't do that with another country. And it's messed up when you wave the Ukraine flag.
Thank you. Yes.
It's all messed up.
When Israel was founded, they were not supported by America. It wasn't until the 67 war that they actually became, like, Israel and America became allies. AIPAC wasn't even a lobbying firm until I think like
Well, they were the
28
Zionist
Dude,
America
let me
something.
finish.
So
Well, you're just wrong.
what?
Was AIPAC a lobbying firm until 2018 or not?
It doesn't
they were
matter.
registered as the Zionist Western Coalition or something. You know what the name was?
It's 2026. I don't give a fuck if AIPAC didn't become a lobbying term until 2018. I don't give a fuck. It's 2026.
They just renamed
No, it
themselves.
wasn't.
It's like what AIPAC is doing right now.
No, it
Now
wasn't.
they're the Washington, D.C.
AIPAC was a lobbying firm. It did not donate directly to political campaigns. You don't know what you're talking about.
So yes, it
So
was
let me
the
go back to my
Zionist
point.
coalition.
But you
or
do,
something,
'cause
and
you're
then
an
it's
Israeli
AIPAC or something else
spokesperson.
because they're always unpopular.
Okay, before October 7th, before 2 years ago, the overwhelming number of Americans, specifically Republicans, very much overwhelmingly supported Israel. And therefore, it would be logical conclusion to be like, yeah, the elected officials similarly support Israel. In terms of I know for a fact Nancy Pelosi has never said that. If someone has said that, that's fucking weird, and that should not be happening.
I've covered these on my
has
show for a week straight because it was top Republicans, top Democrats, and I was like, I just want to know, unless you are taking money or have some weird interest, why you would ever say that, and you should never represent Americans if you value any other country and their lives. And every time a clip of Netanyahu comes out, and it's like, one Israeli's life is worth like 1,000 Americans, and every single time people go, that's not what he said, Emily. That's not what he said. You translate it wrong. That's clipped. I'm like, how the fuck is it this one topic I'm always fucking wrong about? No, America should be your priority, and you should represent us.
Wait. First of all, I fully agree. There's no argument coming from me. In terms of like misclipping and lies, it's also that you don't think there's like a massive apparatus coming from the Muslim Brotherhood and Antifa to intentionally.
I agree with what you're saying. I just want to say, why would a politician go up and say something?
The vast majority of things I see out of context or things that were created by AI come from Zionists on Twitter. So, yeah, okay, Israeli propagandist. Okay.
Fucking crazy is that? We should just all die so they can thrive.
the fuck?
It
No,
goes
fuck
under
that.
the
That's
ability.
like
No,
America
no,
first.
no,
I want to get this back to the question that you asked, because I think that we'll debate foreign policy forever.
Right.
I mean, you know, this is how it's always going to be with foreign policy. And so I think that the frustration that I have, and I understand that not everybody's going to see eye to eye with me, not everybody's going to have the same priorities as me. But the issue, like, again, the whole purpose of Trump, I thought, was to prioritize America's issues first. And so we can debate, oh, well, this foreign policy is. But until I'm not paying 33% of the money I make in taxes, until a product that's produced and then reaches the consumer and the 5 to 6 transactions that take place are all taxed, like, until this stops, until I'm done being robbed by my government, I don't want to hear about another fucking foreign country. I'm sick and damn tired of it. My country is being looted. My people are being looted. Fix that issue, and then you can do whatever the hell you want on the rest of the planet. Until that issue is fixed, I'm not going to sit here and let the same neocon foreign policy dictate what being a conservative is.
So you don't want any U.S. money going to any foreign country until your money is not being wasted by your government.
Well, I would say, I would actually just, you can put the first statement alone.
Yeah.
Okay? I don't want any U.S. money going to any foreign country, period.
Right.
But no, when we hear about tax cuts, it's all BS. There's no tax cuts. You'll get what? You got an extra couple $100 if you're an average American in your tax return. That's not going to pay your bills. That's like maybe a month worth
There
of
are
groceries.
plenty of Americans on TikTok talking about how much money they got under taxes this year. The people.
So now
no
the internet
tax,
is reality.
People
Okay.
no tax. Oh no, you're so right. You're so right.
That's what you're.
Average Americans who are saying I did better. Friends of mine, including in the industry, in the entertainment, not in the entertainment, sorry, hospitality industry, who say I got more money back this year because of the no tax on tips, etc. They're wrong.
I'll tell,
Okay,
I'll tell you this.
they're wrong, right?
Based off math, the inflation way exceeded any tax cuts we got. That's
and the cost per living. And here's the other issue.
Inflation during Biden.
Inflation's gone down. So the inflation
We're
can't.
at 3.3 right now.
But
So what are you
wait.
talking about?
We just came out of a global pandemic, which was going to increase inflation no matter what. Number one. Number two. If you
Oh, it's
compare
the pandemic that increased inflation, not as pandemic. Okay.
Number one is just wrong.
All right. It's never Trump's. It's never
you
Trump's
lock down the global
fault.
economy, it doesn't create inflation, dude.
No,
and that's not how
COVID
inflation
created inflation.
Inflation is money printing.
You don't think COVID created
Inflation is money printing. My God, man.
The $1,000 that were handed out to America.
No, it wasn't just that.
Oh, and I wanted to get to your point because I want to understand like what it, and I don't think you're making a point that people would disagree with.
I
you're
think we would all
is,
agree, yeah.
I think what you're saying is I don't want our money going anywhere else. I want us taking care of it. That's America first, right? So my question for you, and it's a follow-up, and it's a legitimate question. It's not. I'm not being combative. When is it okay, in protection of America, to then pay, and then instead of putting American troops anywhere, because you don't want American bases, you want American troops home, you don't want any foreign wars, you don't want us funding in other countries. At what point is the interest of America necessitate then giving another country money to fight, so we don't have to?
Maybe, but I don't think we exist in that time. And, you know, unfortunately, probably for everybody in this room, we've never even gotten a chance to experience that. For probably everybody in this room today, we have been spending hundreds of billions, trillions of dollars overseas. And we've had to sit here and watch these Gulf nation deserts go from desert nothing lands into sprawling metropolises while our society crumbles. And it shouldn't be that way. Our society should be thriving. America should be thriving. So to me, it's like, look, when we have a situation economically in this country right now, which is the truth, the average American is living paycheck to paycheck. They are grinding paycheck to paycheck. It's hard to get savings, vacation times, all of this stuff is down. We need to have the American dream back. We need Americans to have an ability to own a home, a car, get into the asset column, not get crushed by regulations, not get crushed by taxes. And unfortunately, until that happens, all of this other debate that we're doing, our country's going to continue to crumble.
So let me ask, because I think what you're saying resonates with a lot of people at home trying to buy a house, trying to buy a car, trying to save money when they can, trying to pay their electricity bill, which keeps going up. I think that's all legitimate. But pointing to Trump's record, and Gavin said earlier, why aren't we talking about the good things? To point to Trump's record, he's onshored a lot more American jobs. I know the H-1B thing is still a thing. We're dealing with it. I get it. But he's onshored a lot of American jobs. He's trying to ramp up production. If we not only become energy independent, but through this gamble, if we become a major exporter of oil, then those Saudi waste or those Middle East wastelands that we're rich now, we get to be that rich. The other side of that
I
is
hope so.
by replacing the chair of the Fed. May 15th, we have a new Fed chair coming in that's pledged to lower interest rates, which would make borrowing the money to buy a home more affordable. So I think there are things that Trump is doing to help answer the affordability. There is short-term pain. And we saw this with the tariffs too. But I believe unless we change something radically, because what you're saying is true, a lot of people, no matter who's been the president, our lives stay the same shitty. It doesn't matter if it's a Republican or Democrat. Nothing ever changes. We go to war. We don't go to war. We give foreign countries money. We don't. It's still just this yin and yang of America's getting screwed, right? I do believe Trump is doing more now to combat that, and he's doing it in spite of a lot of odds. And I do believe, and this is my personal belief, and maybe I'm wrong, that if we just give Trump Congress in November, that we can probably get closer to that America that you're
If you just vote for Republicans again after they monumentally fucked you over the last 2 years, we're going to fix all your problems. We promise. I know we promised to fix them the last time, and I know we lied, and then we went to war with Iran on behalf of Israel, and I know we've told you that we don't really need your votes, and fuck you, and you're not a part of MAGA, and I know we've been shitting on you this entire time and not answering your questions and just deflecting over and over again, but guys, we promise, if you just vote for us just one more time, we promise that we will do everything that we were already supposed to do and then didn't do, and we will do it the next time. Just vote for us this one more time, guys. We promise. Pinky swear. Pinky, we're telling the truth this time. Last time we weren't being off, but this time we promise. We promise we're telling you guys the truth. This is an IQ test. Pinky swear. Trust me, bro. Yeah.
But I worry but where I sit is what I worry about is that all of this infighting that we're doing, which I think is healthy, is inevitably going to affect the people that listen to us to the point where they're like, nope, Trump didn't give me anything. And as a result, we get nothing. And so I think
But you can't ask us to lie.
No one's asking you to lie.
I'm an isolationist, just like you, but I also want us to blow some shit up once in a while. It's like the prison yard. You go and you knock out a dude once a month, and then you go back to your cell.
We're not criminals, are we?
Yes. And
Owen literally
like
is.
a prison. The
Owen
world is
literally.
a prison. And if you go there, do some shock and awe, blow up some shit, and then go back, then China, then Russia, then Islam learns that you can blow up everyone and kill everyone if you want, but you won't. So not everything has to be a quagmire. You know, we lost 15 dudes. If we get out of there, it's a win-win.
We've been at war every year of my adult life, and you're saying just sometimes I'm a non-interventionist, I'm an isolationist, but sometimes
I don't want quagmires, but I'm saying there's another option outside of nothing and quagmire, and it's called shock and awe. Boom.
Just blowing shit up doesn't actually create the end goal that you're claiming.
Just wanted to respond to David real quick. It does feel like the Senate is there to maintain the status quo. Like they're not passing the SAVE Act, even though 80% of the country wants it. But then at the same time, they're like, we got to push through this clean FISA bill.
I agree with you.
And at the same time, it's like, what is
And Trump backed that, by the way.
is warrants? Yeah, and the thing that was used against him, which was shocking to me.
Because he's a fucking sellout.
So are they saying that warrants are a dirty FISA bill?
I'm sorry, I got so distracted. What was the last question?
Are they saying warrants? They want to push through a clean FISA bill.
Yeah.
So are warrants?
I don't like FISA, and I agree with Anna Paulina Luna that I don't think FISA should have been reauthorized without the warrant requirement.
Then why did Trump back it?
Because the reality is FISA also has a very important role into stopping attacks on the U.S. And when we're at, you can call it a war or a military engagement with Iran, and there are terror cells in the United States, whether they are or not. FISA is a very important tool that our intelligence communities have used, and they've told the president, we need this ability. And so what we don't want to do, because the FISA authorization ends, and we're in the middle of operations that is using the FISA authorization. So you need a bridge to not make us vulnerable at a time when we're in a military conflict.
You're
with a terror
met
nation.
Anna Paulina
That's the
Luna?
reality. Yeah.
It's hot. Like way hotter in real life.
I'll be brief.
Like twice as hot.
Okay. I want to do a closing final segment with you guys, just very quickly. Before we do, I'm not going to force anyone to do anything. Do you want to address what happened between you two?
What?
Well, it got really personal. I mean,
I asked her a question.
you called her a bitch, and it got pretty. You don't have to if you don't want to.
I would call her a whore and a grifter myself.
No,
but
she was calling me a bitch.
At first,
she called me a bitch again, then she called me a dumb bitch.
No, I called you a stupid bitch.
Well, listen, I'm not defending this brown Mexican over here at all, but just to be really clear, Josie is a redheaded MAGA grifter who is a bitch, a whore, a lying cunt, a con artist. And did I mention a grifter? Yeah, she's a redheaded MAGA grifter that pretends to be a libertarian for clout and money, isn't really that smart, doesn't really contribute anything to the conversation. and is basically like just a whore that shows her tits on the internet and then gets followers from it. And then that is really like, I mean, what's it, she like in a swimsuit calendar or something like that? I'm just saying. So, well, the brown woman obviously needs to be deported to Mexico. The redhead is not any better by like any way, shape, or form. And I'll say way more than she's a bitch. I have nothing good to say about this woman. Nothing good to say about either of them, honestly.
That's very different.
Yeah, low IQ cat girl
I asked-
cat
There's
fight,
only
and
moments
now
to
they're
me
both
that felt
crying
really
about
good.
it. And like,
Members, don't tell me to shut up.
Stop, please.
Exactly.
please.
That's what I thought. You're not gonna do shit about it.
You're like twice my size.
Exactly.
Why
I
would
said, I'll
I-
beat your ass, bitch. I'll beat your ass.
Nobody's beating anybody's
Okay.
ass. Go ahead, Brandon.
Yeah. I want to close out our conversation tonight much the way we began, but instead of each side having 1 minute each person to say what is the problem with the other side, I want everyone to take 1 minute each to say something that you admire and respect about the other side.
I don't
Because the
admire
whole point
and
of this
respect them.
conversation tonight is to see if we can once
I
again
don't
find common
admire and
ground and
respect
where we
them at
can
all.
come together,
Not in any way. Mm-mm.
being on the
No.
same side of the political aisle that we are.
No, we're not
I
on
think
the
that
same
you guys
side.
Are you really believe
Uh-uh.
that the morale needs to be uplifted. You think that the commentary that we're doing is somehow degrading that. So I think that you guys are really focusing on morale. I think that's a good thing. I don't look at it as a morale thing. I think it's just an honesty thing. It's a truth thing. And I think that morale builds off of honesty, not dishonesty to keep morale up. I think that eventually falls out. But I will say that what I hope happens, and I don't know, but what I hope happens is that people will be able to see this series of panels that you're doing, and we can get back to a time in America where it was okay to get at each other's throats with political debate and then say, hey, we're all Americans here. It's okay. Let's break bread at the end of the day. We care about the country. We love the country. We believe in God and life and the beauty of it all. This is what passionate debate looks like when we all strive for that. So we may have our differences, but I think that we're all striving for the same thing, a better life, a better world.
Thanks, Owen.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, I agree. I think sentiment-wise, we do want to see the same things. We want to see, first-time home buyers, family formation, get the reproduction rates elevated, actually kind of reinstill the faith in the American dream. I personally believe, and I mean this sincerely, despite the assertions that I'm doing this for clicks or for some sort of, drama farming, I 100% from the bottom of my heart believe that you guys are wrong, that you are leading us down a path of destruction while applauding Donald Trump. And I think it's a huge mistake, and you will look back on it the same way many people look back on, George Bush Jr. in 2004, 5, 6. And
I don't think you understood the question.
Yeah, I'm getting to the compliment.
This is what you admire.
That was very flattering. Thanks,
I conclude however the fuck I want, right?
Have your chance.
And I want to say, I like your eternal optimism. I do. I find it endearing that you guys are so optimistic. I think it's misguided, as I said. And more than that, I think that Gavin McInnes is one of the most interesting people I have ever encountered in my life. And
We're talking.
I want to thank you three gentlemen. I think that you guys were really great, really patient. I'm not anti-MAGA. I haven't walked away from MAGA in the way that,
I'm not anti-MAGA. What was that again, Josie? The redheaded MAGA grifter?
Anti-MAGA. Thank you three gentlemen. I think that you guys were really great, really patient. I'm not anti-MAGA. I haven't walked away from MAGA in the way.
I haven't walked away from MAGA. I'm not really anti-MAGA. You're red-headed MAGA grifter, sire. You're red-headed MAGA. Well. It's kind of like I've been telling people she's a red-headed MAGA grifter this entire time. She was never a libertarian. I've been following this bitch for a long time. I was involved in libertarian politics. I live in fucking New Hampshire. Okay? She's never been a libertarian. She's always been a MAGA grifter. And I'm just glad that she's saying it so overtly for all of us to see. I'm just like, can I get a Karlyn was right in the chat? For anyone who doubted me, for anyone who doubted me, can you all just admit that, like, 1 in the chat if I was right, 2 in the chat if I was wrong? 1 in the chat if I was right, 2 in the chat if I was wrong. I mean, come on.
That, Owen and Clint may have. I'm still
up to listen to ideas, and I liked your energy perspective. I know how important that is, so I really do appreciate that. And I respect you three gentlemen very much.
Emily.
I appreciate everyone's sacrifice, because I go through the same thing, everyone's commitment to, I genuinely think, the truth. Whether it ends up being the truth or not, I don't think you guys have sinister intentions. I actually think you guys love Americans, you love America, and I do think most of the things you say are also America first, and I appreciate that. And as you guys sit here today, like, not only are you guys choosing to do this and educate probably millions of people that watch you guys, you're also like educating me as I sit here across from you, and I do change my mind on things quite often, and I think that's beautiful. So I appreciate it, and I hope you guys never stop.
Thanks, Emily. Let's go to the MAGA side, start with Gavin.
Yeah, I think that's what's important about this debate is that we're all focused on truth, and you guys want what's best for the country. And what we're disagreeing on is I'm saying this is good for the country, and you're saying no, it's not. And at the end, we all want what's best. And I don't see that on the left. I see that spite. I see tactics. I see rhetoric and dogma and guilt and all this other shit where they don't seem to want to get down to the semantics of truth. And I think ultimately, we don't fundamentally disagree. We just have a different series of facts that we've put into our number crunching.
Yeah.
I appreciate you guys coming, obviously, and engaging in debate and the exchange of ideas without too many ad hominems. And I think that's healthy for any democracy, and I think it's needed. At the same time, I think
disagreeing on is I'm saying this is good for the country, and you're
The
saying
fuck
no,
did it
it's not.
skip for?
And at the end, we
That
all
was
want
YouTube,
what's
that
best.
wasn't
And
me.
I don't see that on the left. I see that spite.
What the
I
fuck
see
just
tactics.
happened?
I see the different
of ideas without democracy, and I think it's needed. At the same time, I think sometimes you lack nuance to ideas, that it's not always so black and white, and things are very complicated.
Yeah, Israel
Everything
has
is
the
very
nuance, guys.
complicated.
Israeli
And while it'd be
spokesperson has the
great
nuance.
to wave a magical wand and get something done, there are other things that need to happen. And certain times it's not so simple as plucking one thing or plucking the other. There's a system at play. There's a globe. There's an entire ecosystem of different things happening. And so I would just hope that it was more looking at the good things in that system and not just the negatives.
Linda, it's your turn.
So I think I can only really see myself aligning with Emily, although she has, like she said, she still vote red, which I agree with her. I think it's very important. I have nothing in common with the libertarians. I think he made it very clear that he's more on the Obama foreign policy. I'm obviously not like that at all. I believe that the conversation of geopolitics, as David mentioned, which includes the petrodollar, we didn't really talk about that, and getting back Latin America as our #1 ally, cleaning out the corruption, the cartels, all of
Just
that stuff
wrapping
we
up
didn't talk about, I
Dragonville.
think is beyond their IQ. For them
It's
three.
beyond their
so
IQ.
I don't think we'll ever be able to see eye to eye when it comes to that. But overall, I enjoyed the discussion.
David, this did not turn out to be the heartwarming exercise I had hoped. I understood, David. It is up to you to
close this
save America right now. You have to literally have the closing words that unite the entire right.
So between, and they're going to hate me for being nice to everybody online, I promise.
for the record,
That's the way it
I
works.
like you.
Well, that's what I was about to say.
I like
So
you.
some of you folks I already know from our world, and some people I've met. We met in the hotel lobbies. We met before this event. I've known a lot of these people from social media and online. And I generally like everybody here. We disagree on policy, but we get along as people. And I consider the new friends and the existing friends to all be friends. And this is the important point. And I appreciate WalkAway doing this.
See,
Because
this is the fucking problem. This is the fucking problem. Guys, we're all friends. They're not friends. They're not friends. I've been in this world. They will use each other to the extent that they can to further what they want and their career and their clout and their relevance. They are not friends. They will backstab, betray, defame, slander, whatever they need to do. If someone gets in their way or someone says something they don't like, they're not going to go, "Hey buddy, what's going on? I thought we were friends." And they're not going to have a conversation about it in private. They are yeah, this is exactly right. They are pretend friends who play nicely until they don't play nicely anymore. And there is no loyalty. There is no loyalty at all. And even more than that, it's like, this is like the pussification of politics. We can disagree, but we can still be friends, right? No. Listen, there are things I can disagree with people on, but like, am I going to run around saying, hey, you're my bestie because you want to send all my money to Israel? No. Am I going to be friends, like actual friends with someone who refuses to engage with evidence and reality? No, those people are not my friends, guys. Like, I'm going to be just very clear about this. If you refuse to engage with reality and evidence, and you just run around gaslighting people over and over and over to advance a narrative that is friendly to what you wanted to say, you are not my friend. You are a propagandist. Why would I allow you in my space with any ability to influence me at all? Because I'm really nice. I don't give a fuck if you're really nice. Friends don't gaslight friends. I don't give a fuck about the tone they're using. Friends don't gaslight friends. Friends don't cherry pick evidence to try to convince other friends of things that are not true. Friends don't make shit up and argue about it because they're paid to by a foreign lobby. Friends don't do that to each other. Not actual friends. And so, like, it's just so fucking disingenuous to say, like, well, we can still be friends even though we disagree on all of these major issues, and you're trying to gaslight me, and you're trying to get my vote when I don't support anything you people say or do. We're friends until the midterms, right? We're besties, and we need to vote together for the midterms. No, we don't. Actually, no, we don't, because we are not friends. We are not on the same team. We do not have the same goals. I sure as shit don't have the same values as you. I don't trust you. I think that you would lie about me on the internet in a second if you knew who I was. I know that half of the people in this fucking debate have lied about me on the fucking internet before. And it's different when they lie about you because you know what's true and you know what's a lie. And so it's kind of like, the idea that we have to be friends or be on the same team with these people, I personally find revolting. Who wants to be friends with shitty people? Grifters. That's exactly right. Thanks, Steets.
Allows us to show the world that we can have different opinions, but mostly, I guess I'll get along after. But the idea is we can have different opinions, but still respect and love each other. And that is what the other side won't allow us to do. And so what's so important is let's keep having these discussions. Let's keep pushing it on each other. I think what Owen says is exactly right. We need to do this because this is healthy for America. But what I respect about everybody, they all care enough to show up and do this and have an opinion and pay the consequences for it, our side as well. But we need to have these discussions, and I appreciate everybody willing to sacrifice personally to give a damn enough to have them. But everybody's great, and so for their audiences that think we hate each other and want to get in our comments and be like, we all hate, let's all get along, tell our audiences to do the same and keep having these tough discussions. And so I appreciate you, and I appreciate everybody being here.
Rock and roll.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brandon.
Thank you.
You're very welcome. The debate
All right.
tonight had two possible
That's it. That's it. We're done. We're done. We're done. We made it. Well, that was an epic shit show, just like I thought it would be. That was an epic shit show. Yep. Shout out to you. Ding, ding, ding. Shout out to the people over on Kick. Shout out to the people over on Rumble. Appreciate you guys. Appreciate you. Yeah. I mean, listen, man, if watching that proved anything to me, it's that there is no negotiation with the Israel First people. There is no negotiation with these Israel First MAGA-tards. They are completely unhinged from reality. They are uninterested in any intellectual discussion. It's all bullshit and gaslighting and deflection and bullshit and gaslighting and deflection. And Brandon literally had a propagandist that worked for the Israeli prime minister in that debate, pretending that he is for America. I'm sorry. No. Brandon, he worked for the Israeli prime minister. Come on. He worked for the Israeli government. He's an Israeli government propagandist. You're going to tell me that's America? No. No. Nick Fuentes should have been in that debate. He would have mopped the floor with all of them, but Brandon will never do that because it would make Israel mad. Owen Schroyer was the only redeeming quality of that debate at all. Again, as we knew he would be, because Owen is the best But it was entertaining. At least it was entertaining. And sometimes that's all we can ask for on a Saturday night. I already feel much better. So I think my nausea has taken care of itself by like me throwing up 5 minutes before the stream. So I think the nausea that I've been experiencing for 3 days is now gone. Hopefully everyone crossed their fingers, because I feel like a million times better than I did earlier today. I'll tell you that. Sometimes you just got to bite the bullet and make yourself puke, even if you haven't eaten in 3 days and you don't think there's anything to throw up. Sometimes you just got to do it. That is really the big lesson that I've learned tonight. The next time, I'm just going to do it and get it over with. That's really, just rip off the fucking Band-Aid. That's probably good advice for other times during life as well. Guys, I usually don't stream on Sunday. I'm not currently planning on streaming tomorrow. I guess we'll see. I want to thank everyone who sent in super chats tonight. I want to thank everyone who sent in 120 new channel memberships. You guys rock. I have the best community on the internet. I really, really do believe it. And listen, if there's protest stuff and something going on, maybe I'll pop on for a stream. Maybe I will. I've got a day to make up this week, so maybe I'll do that. But if not, I'll see you for movie night tomorrow in the supporter Discord at 7 p.m. I do not remember what Jennifer is watching tomorrow. It's going to be some isn't it like the Terminator or something? It's going to be some blockbuster movie. It's Blockbuster Movie Month in the supporter Discord on Sunday nights. So Jennifer is going to have some blockbuster movie to Jaws. Thank you. Terminator's another day. We're watching Jaws tomorrow at 7 p.m. and it's going to be awesome. So if you just got one of those memberships, I will send out the Discord link tomorrow via the post tab. I will send it out to the Substack peeps as well. Appreciate you guys. Come and join us in the Discord at 7 p.m. and we will be watching Jaws, and it's going to be fucking awesome because Jaws is an amazing movie with no woke bullshit, just pure like nostalgia and sharks and stuff like that. All right, guys, that is all I have. Thank you so much for hanging out tonight. I appreciate you guys. Take care, and we will see you next time.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here? 3 months, May 17th. And what brought you? That's difficult to answer. I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.